Hello everyone, welcome to What If Quirkless Deku got mentored by Almight and made Harem with Momo, Melissa and Todoroki Part 5. Before we start, please go support Oscar Xperia 5991 for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Deku is a male. Chapter 19, Falling. What the hell was all that? That scream echoed throughout the hallway. Right in front of the door that leads to the infirmary. The place is empty. It was only occupied by two people, the director Nizu and Tashinori, from whom the scream came. Nizu, deeply thoughtful, I don't know. That was all he said, almost in a whisper. His fur was still a little bristly, and if he didn't control his instincts, he would continue to tremble. Tashinori, do you realize all the damage they did to you? Nizu, looking up, this shouldn't have happened. Tries to justify himself. The Tashinori, he's just a kid. Clenching his fists tightly, to the point where he was about to make them bleed. We teachers are supposed to be here to teach them, to protect them until they're ready to go out into the world. His fists were shaking, he felt guilty. His student, his successor, the boy with whom he has formed a strong bond, was in trouble in front of him, and he did nothing. All because of a simple threat from the director, but no more. Tashinori, director, what happened was too much. With a calmer tone, but equally serious, he looked Nizu directly in the eyes. Prepare yourself if Mrs. Midoriya imposes a demand. And as for Izuku, turning around and heading to the entrance of the infirmary, I will convince him to leave this academy and transfer him to another as a shiketsu. That was all he said before leaving the director completely alone in the hallway. The creature didn't say anything, he simply walked away, much more thoughtful, towards his office, where surely someone was waiting for him with very important information about what he saw. Meanwhile, Tashinori once entered and noticed Izuku's unconscious body resting on a stretcher. The teacher slowly approached his student, and while gently placing his hand on Izuku's shoulder, he spoke. Tashinori, I'm so sorry, Izuku. I promised both you and your mother that whenever you were in trouble I would protect you, but I failed that promise again. The image of his late teacher appeared in his mind. Why can I never protect the people I care about the most? At that moment a bitter memory comes to his mind, that horrible day where his teacher sacrificed herself to protect him from all for one. After all, that was the natural law. The teacher always puts everything first for his successor. Tashinori, stopping, remembering and looking at Izuku, I'm sure that when you wake up you'll feel bad for the other teachers. After all, that's how you are. But you. The teacher breathed with some difficulty. He felt it. Everyone felt it. But his emotions clouded his judgment. That exam was clearly unfair no matter how you looked at it. So many professionals against someone inexperienced. You just defended yourself. That was all he said. He trusted Izuku. Since they met almost a year ago, the boy has shown him his will, his values, his ideal. It is for that same reason that even though it should not have been that way, he ignored as much as possible what he felt. Self-convincing that everything that happened was in self-defense. Many people have idolized the figure of Almight, considering him the pinnacle of heroism, that unreachable abyss, that perfect being who is never wrong, but they are all wrong in one aspect. And that was that despite all that, Tashinori Yagi Almight was still a human with his virtues and especially his defects. Principal's office. Nizu, entering his office meeting. Sir, before you tell me what you saw, walking to his desk and looking out the window, how are the other teachers? Sir. They still somewhat fearful, trying to speak clearly. They were sent to the central hospital. I have not been able to obtain much information, but it seems that some have considerable injuries. Nizu, who? Sir, Sniper, staring at the director. When I asked about him, he was still in surgery. The doctor in charge said that many fragments were still lodged in his leg, damaging his bones and muscles. Nizu, now I can get an idea. Analyzing the situation, who were the least affected? Sir, those were Eraserhead and 13. I declare the first one was just knocked out, and the second one. Nizu, what's wrong with her? Sir, sighing, she doesn't have any physical damage, but she does have emotional damage. Swallowing, the only thing she said before they sedated her to calm her down was having a hard time answering when she remembered what happened. It was monster. Nizu, the situation couldn't be more disastrous, seeing Sir's state. And this guy doesn't seem like he can continue being useful for now. Thanks for informing me, faking a smile to try to calm him down. I know this is hard for everyone, but I need you to tell me what you saw with your quirk. Sir, I don't, starting to tremble slightly. Nizu, I know it's hard, but you have to be strong, staring him straight in the eyes. Anything new you've seen could help us be prepared, and maybe we can avoid it, thinking about how to use it to get that information. That way we can even save Almight. A dirty trick, no doubt, but he didn't care. After seeing and feeling all that display of strength and brutality, there was no alternative but to use every method available to ensure the status quo was preserved. It was for that same reason that when he saw how Sir was about to start speaking, he discreetly pressed a button on his desk, causing his words along with the images of that battle to be transmitted to a specific place. Sir, what I saw was shortness of breath, a desolate wasteland. It was the ruins of a great city that I couldn't recognize. In the distance you could see demolished buildings. Each word only increased the concern of both Nizu and the person listening to everything from a distance. Sir, it was a heartbreaking landscape. It was as if life itself was not allowed to exist in that place, and yet drops of sweat began to run down his forehead. He was sitting there. That caught the attention of the person who was listening to everything, and with a silent message that he sent to Nizu's screen, he made him ask him a question. Nizu, were you able to see who it was? Sir, and no, he was facing away, just looking forward. His tears threatened to come out of his eyes. That person was next to these thousands of skulls of all sizes, both adults and children. It didn't matter. He was sitting there without caring about anything. The hero trembled at what he saw and remembered. It was the same the last 2 times he used his quirk, a desolate landscape, a terrifying presence. And at that he could only think of another image of the first time he used it on the boy he was convinced was the culprit of everything. Sir, Director Nizu, even though I didn't see him this time, it had to be Izuku Midoriya. Gathering the little courage he had left, it was the same the other 2 times I used my quirk on him. The only thing I see in his future is misfortune for everyone. With those words, Sir breathed raggedly, trying to remain as professional as possible. Even so, it was difficult, and Nizu knew it. It bothered him not to get more information about it, but he had to settle for now. However, he decided to take the conversation in another direction, one where it would be more useful. Nizu, the situation is increasingly alarming. Pressing that button again to end his transmission. Do you think your student will be able to be prepared in time? Sir, Mirio, staring at the director, regaining some confidence. He will be more than ready. He already has the strength to surpass many professional heroes, and with his quirk it is impossible for anyone to touch him unless he allows it. Hope had returned to his gaze. He will stop that threat. Nizu, it's good to hear it, smiling in a somewhat twisted way. Keep preparing it. As soon as we find the right moment, we will make him the new bearer of the One for All, a manipulable bearer. Sir, I agree. Nizu, but there is a problem we must solve before that. Sir, problem? What? Nizu, Almight wants to transfer his successor to Shiketsu, not even calling him by his name. Sir, we cannot allow that. Frowning, even though I hate the idea, we must keep him close, remembering the face of his student. This academy is the only one indicated for a new symbol of peace to appear. Nizu, smiling even more. Izuku Midoriya, remembering the moment when he said that word right at the end. I won, just making him angry. He was never and will never be the one to have that power. After that and the great commotion that still existed, the director announced to all the students of the academy that classes were suspended and that they could go home. He did not give any reasons, he simply asked everyone to leave the facilities. Faced with that strange feeling that everyone had, no one questioned it. On the contrary, they were grateful to be able to go home early that day. And while the students were going, 2 conversations were taking place. One was between Nizu and Sir on the subject of avoiding Izuku's transfer. The reason was simple. After everything that happened, it was of great importance to keep him as close as possible, to find a new strategy that if he managed to defeat him. While they thought about how to make the desired moment arrive and for Mirio to be the new bearer of One for All. And the other conversation was at the headquarters of the Heroes Commission. Hero Commission, Principal's Office. Director, this is worrying. Watching the recordings of Izuku versus the teachers. Hey, looking at his secretary, send a message to the highest heroes in the top who are in this area. Tell them to come as soon as possible. Secretary, yes, understood. Leaving the place. The secretary complied with the order without knowing the reason for calling the heroes to the central office. A few minutes passed and some heroes had arrived. Heroes of almost no category, but it didn't matter since among all of them there were two that stood out more than anyone else. Mirko, hey, why did they call us? Slightly angry, I had to see someone important hitting her foot hard again and again against the ground. TCH. Director, damn, out of all the heroes in the area she had to be right here, undecided of what she will do. First of all, I thank you all for coming as soon as you were called. Managing to see some flames coming from a hero who was leaning against a wall. I'm glad to see that we have two of the top heroes among us. Endeavor, I left an important case to come here. Staring at her, what's so important? Director, if Endeavor wasn't here, he wouldn't say this in front of Mirko, but... She smiled, thinking that she had the full support of the fire hero, and how could she not think so? She herself had covered up all of Endeavor's crimes towards her family. After all, it was a deal where both parties benefited. I don't anticipate your reaction well. Mirko, if it's just to see each other's faces, I'm leaving. She headed towards the door, but when she was about to leave, the director spoke. Director, it's about the student Izuku Midoriya, whose hero name is Argonaut. Seeing all the other heroes gathered, I assume everyone already knows him. Mirko, what's wrong with him? Quickly turns to stare at the director. Endeavor, Midoriya? Asterisk, that also caught his attention greatly. Director, what I am going to show you next must be kept in the most absolute secret. She warned, if the slightest information comes to light, the most severe punishment will be applied. In the case of the heroes staring at them all, this would only begin with the permanent suspension of their license, and all the benefits that implies. The warning was given. That might not seem like much, but for the heroes it was quite the opposite. They had no other skills or studies behind them. This career was something they depended on entirely for almost their entire lives. If they could never do that job again, they would have to start from scratch. The great life that many of them had, the fame, the recognition, if they lost it all, it would be disastrous for them. And no one was willing to go through that. Director, seeing that everyone was fine, I guess we can start now. And with those last words, the lights in the room went out and the security video was projected. Seeing it and hearing Sir's words, everyone became tense. Many not only felt disappointed, but they rejected Izuku. The word usurper was repeated over and over again in their minds. The great hope that was promised was nothing more than a fraud. But as always, the truth was told in half. In the projection, they only showed Izuku's actions against the academy teachers, but not what they did to him before. Many only believed what their superiors told them, but that did not apply to everyone. Mirko, it's impossible that he did that. Very angry. Director, calm down. Mirko, don't tell me to calm down if they start saying all those things about my student. Announcing it without any fear. That damn video has to be fake and I'm going to find out for myself. The next thing that was heard was a loud bang coming from the door. Mirko walked fiercely through the halls. She had every intention of going to UA itself to find out the truth, but someone stopped her when he held her shoulder. Mirko, With a terrifying look, she saw who was holding her. You better let me go. I have to know the truth about that video and kick a dirty rat if it's a lie. Did you hear me, Flames? Endeavor, calm down, taking his hand off Mirko's shoulder. If you go with that attitude, you will only cause more problems. Let me find out what really happened. Mirko, why should I let you do that? With an extremely aggressive tone, being in Endeavor's presence alone makes his blood boil after everything you've done. Endeavor, I know, but The pro hero remembered how his daughter had changed since she met that boy. She still hates him. She knows that very well. But now she uses her fire side and accepts his lessons. She was even thinking about getting them both married to have an even stronger dependence. Please take Izuku to a hospital quickly, Dad. It was the phrase that made Endeavor's inner world begin to change. The fact that for the first time in many years Shuko referred to him as her father again made him start thinking about many things. Yes, he still wanted to accomplish his goal, but something inside him slowly began to change that thought. Endeavor, staring at Mirko, you may not believe me, but remembering an image of Shuko smiling that she saw on the internet next to Izuku, I believe in Midoriya. That was all she said. I didn't need anything else. I didn't know what else to say. With that, Mirko, despite not being completely convinced, knew that she was right in one aspect. If she went to the academy in that state, it would only cause more problems. That is why she would simply leave it to Endeavor and left the commission headquarters to meet the person she had planned from the beginning. UA Nursing Academy. Tashinori, scared to death while talking on the phone. Please calm down. Inko, don't ask me to calm down. On the other end of the call, making Tashinori move the phone away from his ear. How is it possible that teachers did that? Getting even angrier, and more importantly, why didn't you do anything? Tashinori, I deserve it. Resign being scolded. Mrs. Midoriya. Melissa, Uncle Might. Suddenly entering the infirmary. How is Izuku? Is it true what I heard? Very upset. Inko, is Melissa there? Managing to hear her, softening the tone of her voice a lot. Yagi-san, there is something very important I want to tell you, but I'm sure it will be better if it is just between you and me. Tashinori, getting the message. Why, you're right. Staring at his niece. Melissa, please stay with Izuku. I have to talk about important things with Mrs. Midoriya. Melissa, understood, but looking around, isn't there anyone else here? Tashinori, no. Heading to the door. Recovery girl attended to Izuku first, and then went to the hospital to help the teachers. Leaving the infirmary. I know, Mrs. Midoriya. I also thought about that option, closing the door so Melissa wouldn't hear their conversation. Melissa, why are none of the boys here accompanying him? She wondered with some regret, especially you girls? The image of Shuko and Momo passed through her mind. Izuku slowly approached him, seeing all his bandaged wounds. What really happened? Gently patting his hair. And why do you always end up so hurt? At that moment, Melissa stared at Izuku while he was still sleeping, his chest slowly rising and falling as he breathed. His lips were slightly parted, and before she knew it, the girl was getting closer and closer to the boy's face. I didn't know what I was doing. Why now? What did I want to do at a time like this? I didn't know. But she stopped. A few centimeters before their faces touched, the girl stopped her advance. She felt that what she was about to do was not right, not now at least. But still, she brought her index finger to her lips, giving it a small kiss, only to later bring that indirect kiss to Izuku's lips. His heart was pounding for what he did, but he didn't regret it. Melissa, it's so you can recover faster. With a smile, the girl moved away from the boy's face, while looking for a chair to sit next to the stretcher to wait. Izuku, where am I? Slowly opening his eyes. The moment Izuku opened his eyes, he saw nothing, absolutely nothing. Before him, darkness itself surrounded him. It was like the deepest of abysses, a secluded place where the slightest bit of light was forbidden to exist. His body ached. He felt an immense emotion of hatred, resentment, anger, rancor, and an infinite rejection towards the world that took over his heart. I tried to struggle, but it was all useless. No matter what I tried, there was no way to escape. Izuku, help me. Desperate Nana. Daigoro. Looking everywhere, seeing the same darkness. Any carrier, whoever it is, help me. At that very moment, a small light appeared above his head. It was extremely dim, but it was there. With great difficulty, Izuku stretched his arm in that direction, hoping to be helped. It wasn't like that. You won't leave. An ominous voice echoed throughout the darkness. That presence Izuku had felt once, that time when he saved Melissa on the island, and in the end, his great enemy, all for one, appeared to take the villain away. Izuku wanted to scream, but the same darkness covered his mouth, preventing him from speaking. At the same time, a pair of hands coming from the origin of that voice covered his face, only leaving his right eye free, which slowly changed back to a reddish tone. None of those false heroes will save you. The hands of that entity lifted the face of a frightened Izuku, making him see how that light that was his hope slowly faded away. But don't worry, the hands began to sink Izuku further into the darkness. I'm not your enemy. I don't want to hurt you. I just want to help you, Izuku. And with that said, that light had completely disappeared. Even so, Izuku did not give up and tried to free himself on his own. Nursing. Izuku, opening his eyes and slowly getting up until he is sitting on the stretcher. At that moment, the boy didn't say anything. He just looked straight ahead. His gaze was sharp as a knife. He was about to move, but then he heard the voice of someone nearby. Melissa, Izuku? slowly getting up from the side of the stretcher with a very sleepy tone. Have you had enough? Rubbing her eyes. Sorry, I fell asleep. It seems I've been working a lot. Hee. Izuku, Melissa? Blinking several times, the shine returning to his eyes. What happened? Melissa, I'm glad you're awake now. Ignoring her question as she got up and headed for the door. Don't worry, I'll let Uncle Might know you're awake. Without Izuku being able to stop her, the girl had left the room. Izuku was confused. No one was by his side. He was alone, and it was at that very moment that all the memories of that exam came to his mind. Gripping the sheets of the stretcher, clenching his teeth tightly, the boy tried to hold back his tears for all the damage he had caused. Melissa, stopping in the middle of the hallway, did my eyes deceive me? With a small drop of sweat running down her forehead, Izuku looked like a different person. The girl was never asleep. She saw firsthand that look that made her nervous, a look so different from the one Izuku always has with her and other people. She took a deep breath, thinking that it was probably just because of the incident that happened just a few hours ago, thinking that the ideal thing was to simply give him time, or to talk to someone very important to him. That's why Melissa went to look for her uncle. Bakugo residence. Bakugo, bursting into his house. Mitsuki, Katsuki? Listening from the kitchen. Is that you? Stopping cooking to go see her son. It's strange that you come home so early. Did something happen? Arriving at the entrance, only seeing her son's shoes thrown away while hearing a door being slammed very hard. Katsuki. Angry. How many times do I have to tell you not to slam your door so hard? Not receiving her typical scream. Katsuki? Feeling that something was not right, she started to climb the stairs. She did not understand it well. It was as if her mother's instinct was telling her that something bad had happened to her son. Despite everything he has caused over the years, despite the fact that because of him she lost the most important friendship for her, Katsuki was still her beloved son. Bakugo, curse, curse, curse. Putting his back against the door and falling to the ground. Why? His hands wouldn't stop shaking. Why? The blonde boy's tears began to come out after a long time. He tried to hold them back, but it was useless. They simply did not stop coming out and running down his cheeks until they finally fell to the ground. Mitsuki, Katsuki. Arriving at his son's room, trying to open the door in vain. Katsuki opens the door. Bakugo, not now, you old hag. Mitsuki, listening to the different tone in his voice. Katsuki, what happened? Bakugo, nothing happened. Don't get involved in this. Lying with a somewhat broken tone of voice. Now go away. Mitsuki, stupid son. With a calmer tone she spoke. I am your mother and I have to get involved if something happens to you. With a calmness rarely seen, she sat on the other side of the door to continue talking. I know I have not been the best mother, remembering how she let Bakugo do whatever he wanted in high school. I should have done more. I should have stopped everyone from praising you just for having a great quirk. She was not stupid. If her son acted that way, the most logical reason had to be because of Izuku. She had seen how since that boy that everyone teased woke up that incredible quirk, all the attention had been placed on him. She had seen how Izuku stood out more and more while her son did nothing but train and become stronger. Mitsuki, something happened with Izuku, right? Those words made Bakugo sob harder. He didn't want to. He shouldn't in his words, but he couldn't help it. Bakugo. The image of Izuku being inferior to him passed through his mind. Only to pass to the image of that being that completely surpassed him, and it was there that he told the truth. I was afraid. Bakugo was scared for the second time in his life, but this time it was much worse. He feared for his life. He didn't know how to react. Izuku simply terrified him with his mere presence. That extremely strong being didn't even look at him. He wasn't even worth that. Her tears fell relentlessly. The image of that helpless and weak child that she reflected in Izuku was destroyed. Now she was afraid of him, afraid of his strength, afraid of his gaze. But above all, what hurt him the most was that next to her he looked so extremely weak, so Deku. Mitsuki did not know what else to answer when her son cried. She simply waited patiently for him to open the door. While all this was happening, his other classmates were going through similar moments. After what they saw, but above all what they felt, they didn't know what to think about Izuku. Even Shuko, Momo and Melissa, once they arrived at their respective houses, had a lot to think about. All this while a very worried Inko arrived at the academy and quickly went to the infirmary. When she found her son crying while a Tashinori with a sad expression tried to calm him down. That was a bad night for everyone. Path bar. Jiren, entering through the door. Mr. Shigaraki, I'm glad to see you lighting a cigarette in the underworld. Word is already spreading that something very big is about to happen. Shigaraki, checking several papers. Good, this way it will be easier to find the right subject that the teacher requested, handing him a paper with the requirements. Jiren, reading a guy who can give and withstand some good hits. Has staring at him. I think I know who can help. He's a bit crazy, but he can help. He's already killed several people including professional heroes. Shigaraki, okay, contact him. Is that all? Jiren, oh no, of course not, smiling as he opened the door and gave a signal for them to come in, having already found 2 good candidates, making them come in. Shigaraki, who are they? Dabi, with a disinterested expression, seeing you in person you look incredibly ugly. Toga, not saying anything. Shigaraki, Kurojiri, send this imbecile away from here, I ordered with some anger. He's just a damn idiot who doesn't understand anything about respect. Looking at the girl, at least one knows how to keep quiet, noticing how she looked everywhere. Did you miss something? Toga, saying that name only made Shigaraki angry. Is he here? Shigaraki, you could say so, hee, remembering when he visited him in his process of becoming a Noma, and he delighted in his screams of agony. Let me guess, are you a follower? If he says he is, I'll take you both out immediately. The last thing I need is more people like Toga. No, he declared, surprising everyone in the room. I admit that at first I did, but that changed when I saw him fighting against Izuku and his twisted smile appeared. He held his weapons tightly. Shigaraki, Stain is no longer with us, analyzing the situation, seeing how those words calmed her. What is your name? Kurojiri, well done Tamura. Shigaraki, don't get carried away with your anger and listen to them first. The first impression may not be entirely to your liking, but we will never know if they are beneficial to our organization if we don't let them speak. Toga, Himiko Toga. Shigaraki, what are you trying to do here? Toga, I really don't know, she answered truthfully. I only know that I want to live in a different world. But also, she smiled, her expression contradictory to the strong grip of her weapons, and not answering anything else. Shigaraki, hey, they turn, getting the attention of the aforementioned. What else can you tell me about this one? Jiren, the media has kept her face and name completely hidden because she is still a minor. She is currently wanted for a series of bloody murders. Remembering the time he found her among corpses, I personally think she can be of great help to you. Shigaraki, thinking for a few seconds while looking at Dabi. And what about you? Speak clearly or I'll have you kicked out. Dabi, does this group really follow a cause? Looking at Toga, are you really going to let this brat join? Asterisk. Shigaraki, even that brat managed to say her name clearly. Looking directly at him, you're an adult. You should be able to say your name at least. Dabi, right now I'm going as Dabi. Shigaraki, don't ask how you're doing, clearly irritated. I want your real name. Dabi, I'll tell you when I need to. In any case, I'll be the one to complete the hero killer's will. Shigaraki, no need to spew so much shit that I didn't ask you about. Angry, could you two stop talking about Stain already? Stain this, Stain that, about to attack him. Kurojiri, no, Shigaraki trying to intervene, but Tamura himself stops. Huh? Shigaraki, you turning around, you're also inside, surprising everyone present again. I don't like you, and it's more than clear that you'll only use us to achieve your goals. Smiling, we're the same, we'll use you to achieve our goal. Dabi, so it will be mutually beneficial? Taking a few steps back, I'm fine with that. Kurojiri, seeing how little by little Tamura left the place, I really didn't expect this. The master must be pleased with the change in Tamura. Shigaraki, noticing how Tamura had completely left, seeing the new ones. First of all, I welcome them, making a small bow. Does anyone have a question? Dabi, what's up with that hand fetish guy? Kurojiri, don't take it personally. He just has his personal reasons, just like everyone here. Cleaning the glasses in the bar while thinking, since the teacher is paying all his attention to Izuku Midoriya, clearly Tamura. Shigaraki doesn't want to be left behind. He's already been beaten twice, and he must feel humiliated. Jiren, well, I'm leaving, heading towards the door. I have to contact that muscular guy you need. Kurojiri, Understood. The payment for your services until now will later be deposited into your private account as always. At that they turned around and just smiled to leave the place. As for you too, do you have somewhere to stay? Both Dabi and Toga shook their heads. Very well, opening a portal. Please follow me. A new day had begun. The sun was shining brightly. A warm breeze caressed all the citizens. There was no sign of clouds that could obscure the bright and warm sun above them. But that was a different case for all the students of the UA. That terrible feeling they felt would not leave their minds. The mere attempt to remember it made the most fearful tremble and made the bravest nervous. Luckily for them, they had received an announcement very early, in which they were told that there would be no classes for a few days, and although many were happy about the change, the last part of the message ordered all students to make a report on each subject they have studied so far this academic year. But that was different for the first year of the hero course. After all, an already awakened Aizawa sent another message to his students. This was that they still had to prepare to go to the camp. He knew it wasn't a good time for something like that, but his intention was to calm everyone down and return to relative normality. And that seemed to work when in his message he showed the results of the written exam, and to the surprise of some, no one failed and that no one had to take a make-up exam at camp. Everyone from their homes celebrated. For a second they forgot what had happened and were genuinely happy. But that didn't last long. After all, that achievement was only possible with the help when studying with Momo as teachers and also with Izuku. For her part, a colleague had an idea. She wanted things to go back to normal, to give the boy who saved her life when she was about to be murdered at the USJ the opportunity to explain what happened. It was then that Sia sent a message to the group, saying that if they were going to go to the camp they would need several implements, and why didn't they all meet at a shopping center together to buy what they needed. The first to accept were Uraraka and Kirishima, followed shortly after by Kaminari, Mina and Mineta, and so slowly everyone accepted the meeting, but unfortunately there were 4 people who never responded, much less went. Those were Bakugo, Momo, Shuko and of course Izuku. In the face of this, some internally were glad not to see him. Dagoba Beach. Izuku, come on. Full of sand, lifting large pieces of trash. Why can't I? Izuku's intention was clear. Today he wanted to finish cleaning this beach, clearing all the trash and giving a good service to the community. That was a lie. Izuku wasn't thinking about that. He was just trying to clear his mind of everything he talked about with Almight and his mother the night before. Izuku, come on. Ayaha. Suddenly the boy fell silent. His face was the first thing to hit the ground. Despite being sand, there were still several pieces of trash, and unfortunately for him he fell on one of them, making a small cut. That frustrated him even more. He clenched his fists tightly, all while slowly preventing some nascent tears from spilling out. Izuku, damn! A small scream that no one heard was all he said. Once he got up, he picked up the trash he threw and continued on his way, managing to see an old, very rusty car. That would be the last thing he would take from the beach. Yayoro's mansion, Momo's room. Ai, honey, at the entrance of the room with her husband. Are you okay? Worried, she enters Momo's room, managing to see her lying in bed. Honey slowly approaching her, noticing how she hugged the stuffed animal that once made Izuku. Ryuji, following his wife. Daughter, please tell us what happened. Very worried about her since you arrived early yesterday from the academy. You have been locked in your room, ignoring the fact of the existence of that stuffed animal. Momo, nothing happened. She lied while hugging the stuffed animal tighter. Ryuji, it has something to do with Izuku, right? Seeing how his daughter seemed to react slightly. If he did something to make you sad, I'm going to have to talk to him. Very seriously, taking out his phone, about to call him, but his daughter stops him. Momo, no! Getting up slightly. It's not what you think, it's just that stopping. Ai, honey, we are your parents. Approaching her to caress her hair. And if we see you like that, we are going to worry a lot. Her tone was calm, extremely gentle, everything you would expect from a mother who loved her daughter very much. Please tell us why you are like this. Taking Momo's hand to look her directly in the eyes. Ryuji, leaving the cell phone next to the bed. If you don't tell us what's wrong, we won't know how to help you. At that moment, Momo looked her parents straight in the eyes. She was grateful to have such wonderful parents by her side. She was certainly lucky. Her friend's family situation crossed her mind. Melissa lost her mother. Shuko has her mother, and even though her father is still alive, she hates him for everything he did to her and her family. And Izuku, just like Melissa, he lost someone important, his father, but it didn't stop there. She remembered how Izuku had been belittled, insulted, and mistreated throughout his life. Momo, what happened was breathing somewhat heavily. What happened was. And so the girl began to tell him what happened yesterday in the exams against her teachers, without omitting a single detail, telling how from the beginning she felt that something was wrong with the decision to make a single boy face all the teachers with years of experience. She told them how the fight against her titular master was and the words he said to both her and Shuko during their test. And after what happened in Izuku's test. Private hospital. Shuko, walking to the hospital where her mother was admitted. I wanted to continue lying in my bed, but I don't want to stop visiting my mother every time I have some free time. The girl walked slowly towards the hospital entrance. She was depressed. She didn't really know how to feel. She had her suspicions, but it was still confusing for her. But those thoughts were put aside when he heard a familiar voice. Fuyumi, thank you very much for visiting me. I know you don't have much free time lately. With a small blush on her cheeks, she escorted someone out. Mirko, don't even mention it. Smiling calmly, it's my way of apologizing for not having spent much time with you yesterday. Looking a bit downcast. Fuyumi, noticing that is something wrong? Mirko, no, unable to lie to him, it's just that a very important incident happened yesterday, and I wanted to find out for myself, but Flammatus told me that he would take care of finding out, and he hasn't informed me anything yet. Fuyumi, flamingos? Understanding who she meant, you mean my father. I thought you never wanted to talk to him? Mirko, and I don't want to. Subtly caressing Fuyumi's cheek, after everything he did to you, I wouldn't want to see him anywhere. Sighing heavily, but I can't do it, and even less with that subject, so, even if I don't like it, I leave it in his hands. Fuyumi, I see. A light smile appeared on her lips. Unfortunately, that laugh vanished when she saw her little sister standing in front of them as Shuko. Getting nervous. This is not what it seems. Shuko, I already knew about your secret, she said without any interest, making her sister remember a little of the old Shuko, but it's not something that matters to me. Passing by them, just going to visit Mom. Fuyumi, Shuko, seeing her sister dejectedly as she walked away. What could have happened to her? Mirko wanted to tell him openly what was happening, but he couldn't, not for fear of reprisals from the Heroes Commission, but for his safety. After all, those meetings were secret, and any leak of information not only punished those who spread it, but also put the recipient in the crosshairs. So, even though he didn't like it, Mirko didn't say anything. Shuko, here we go, faking a smile and then knocking on the door and opening it a second later. Hello, Mom. Ray, Shuko, how nice to see you here. The woman smiled, making Shuko regret it even more for pretending to smile. Shuko, I promised you I'd come more often, didn't I? Sitting on the corner of the bed. How have you been? Ray, I've been fine, honey. Smiling. Fuyumi recently came to visit me. Did you meet her? Shuko, yes, but we don't talk much. Ray, I see. Noticing her daughter's somewhat strange attitude, by the way. Honey, looking towards the door, missing her daughter. Shuko, yes? What's wrong? Ray, didn't you mention that you would come with that Midoriya boy? A mischievous smile appeared on her lips. The truth is that I was hoping to meet him the next time you came. At those words, Shuko jumped slightly where she sat. Her lips trembled slightly. She seemed nervous. She had genuinely forgotten that she had told her mother that. She blamed herself for having forgotten. What would she say to her now? Should she tell her the truth? What should she do? So many questions arose in her mind, but that ended when her mother approached her and gave her a warm hug. Shuko and Mom? Slowly reciprocating that hug. Ray, I don't really understand what's going on, nor do I think I have the right to do this. But squeezing her hug a little tighter. If you need to talk to someone, I'm willing to listen to you. Starting to stroke her hair. It's okay if you don't want to tell me yet. I just wanted you to know that you can count on me when you need it. Shedding a small tear, even if you don't even deserve to be hugged. Her past actions still weighed on her soul. That immense guilt that her heart harbored for that burn that her daughter would carry with her all her life as a cruel reminder. That destroyed her. She couldn't even see that scar without clearly remembering that event. How many times had she dreamed about that, getting up suddenly with a deep pain in her chest? And despite all that, her own daughter was the one who wanted to see her. Despite everything that happened, it was Shuko herself who came to her to recover her mother-daughter relationship. Since then, Rei was looking at what caused that change, and after a little searching she discovered it. Watching his battle against the green-haired boy at the sports festival and those beautiful words he said to her in front of everyone, then she saw a little outing he had with that same boy to an arcade. She couldn't believe it. She even shed a few tears of joy at what she saw and never thought she would see again. Shuko's smile. Shuko, and Mom, are you okay? Rei, yes, the woman wiped her tears and separated from the hug, but still stood in front of her daughter. It's just that I wanted to show you all my support, just like the. At that moment Rei smiled. It was a genuine smile, pure, full of light. In front of that, Shuko remembered it. She had already seen a smile like that before, many times, and they all belonged to the same person. They all belonged to Izuku. Shuko, why, yes, something happened to me, but hard to say. Rei, if you don't feel ready, don't say anything, honey. Just promise me that you won't close yourself off again and talk to someone you trust when you're ready. Shuko, with a few small tears appearing in her eyes, I trusted you, staring at her and taking a breath to calm down. The truth is. And so Shuko told her everything that had happened to her, but she didn't stop there. Without Rei asking her, Shuko simply let out everything she felt and began to tell her all the new feelings she has felt since she met Izuku at that high school that day where they both stayed to clean the classroom. Dagoba Beach. Izuku, please appear, with small tears and his hands bleeding while uselessly pushing a large car. Please appear. Despair, anguish, pain, fear, these and more emotions lived in her heart and mind at this moment. Her tears fell on the sand, but what stained her the most was the blood on her hands. While he was pushing the big car with great difficulty, he didn't realize that he had gotten stuck on a big rock. In his desperation and anguish, the boy didn't realize and began to push harder, and when he saw that it didn't give in, he began to hit it several times with all his strength. But all he managed to do was hurt his hands, opening several wounds while his blood stained the car and also the sand. It was a sad sight to see, a young boy sunk in great despair. He was thankful that no one was around. But he was wrong. A blonde-haired girl had been looking for him everywhere and had finally found him. Melissa, Izuku, seeing that heartbreaking image from a distance, Uncle Might already told me the whole truth. It wasn't your fault. But I'm sure you don't think the same. Taking her cell phone to send 2 messages. Please read it. It's at this moment that Izuku needs to be with someone more than ever. A nice but very idealistic thought. That image was not even the tip of the iceberg, although it was not yet time. Yayoro's mansion, Momo's room. Momo, and that's what happened. The young girl had finished telling the events of the previous day, and when they heard what they heard, both adults did not know what to say. Their expressions were not different. Anger? Disappointment? Worry? Fear? Joy? Regret? Understanding? A flood of emotions invaded them, but they didn't have time for that, at least not yet. After all, their daughter needed them, and she was the number one priority for them. Momo, I don't know what to do, squeezing her Izuku stuffed animal that she never let go of even tighter since Aizawa-sensei's words that Izuku surely heard. He was acting weird, and then seeing how all our teachers attacked him in such a brutal way, small tears began to appear in her eyes. Nobody said anything, nobody stopped them, not Almight. Not Shuko, her lips trembled, nor did I. Ruji, with an extremely serious attitude. Momo, then he attacked all the teachers. I was afraid to see him like that. But if I didn't do it, they would have killed him, exaggerating things. I don't know what to do. I'm lost. I don't know what to say. Should I leave him alone? Ruji, Momo calling her by her name, showing that it was something serious. Answer me this, staying silent for a second. What do you feel for Izuku-kun? That question made her blush slightly. She never expected her own father to talk about that at a time like this. But being called by her own name, and seeing the seriousness of his gaze, she knew he was very serious. Momo, I admit that I've been influenced a lot by Izuku, and that doesn't bother me. But I also think that I've taken things too quickly and I haven't seen things as they should be. That's why I. The girl stopped her words. She didn't know what to say, or if she did know, she didn't want to say it. Nobody knew, but that didn't matter, not now at least. At that moment Ryuji firmly placed his hands on his daughter's shoulders, and with that same look directed directly into Momo's eyes he asked something again. Ryuji, is he your friend? Seeing the confusion on Momo's face, do you consider him your friend? Momo didn't have to think much about it, she simply nodded almost instantly. AI, smiling, you're still very young, darling. Don't rush things, approaching her daughter while her husband separates his hands from Momo's shoulders. As long as you know that you consider him your friend, you can go step by step, without rushing anything, create a solid foundation. Both parents hugged their daughter. The affection and understanding they gave her made the young woman happy. It was a nice moment for mother and daughter, but not for Ryuji, who despite what he said still didn't like it, and the fact that in that hug Izuku's face, that stuffed animal, was right in front of his face was proof of that. Then a message arrives on Momo's cell phone. At first she didn't want to open it, but something told her that she should do it. Her intuition screamed it at her, and she was grateful for having done it. Momo, suddenly separating from the hug and jumping out of bed. Thanks Mom, thanks Dad, starting to head for the door, but now I have to go. Ryuji, wait daughter. AI, where are you going? Momo, stopping at the door frame to look at them to help a friend. With a cute smile the girl left her parents alone. Private hospital, King's room. Shuko, lying on her mother's lap while she caresses her hair, and that's all that's happened with me and Izuku since I met him in high school, closing her eyes, enjoying her mother's caresses as they used to be in the past. Rei, I see, caressing her daughter's scar. In a futile attempt to repair her mistake, I would like to have a clear answer for you, but I don't have one. The mother was grateful that her daughter had her eyes closed, so that she would not have to see her lips tremble. The woman remembered her past, how she was practically sold by her own family to fulfill the great ambitions of a promising young hero. Although at first she tried to be happy by his side, that slowly changed. She was always alone. She, like her daughter, was unaware of many topics regarding relationships, and yet the mother took a deep breath and tried to give her the best advice within her capabilities, also that her daughter does not go through the same thing she had to go through. Rei, tell me one thing, daughter. Shuko, yes? I tried to get up, but Rei put her back on his lap and covered her eyes with his hands. Rei, keep your eyes closed as you listen to my questions, removing her hand to see how her daughter had responded. Who do you think of when something good happens to you and you want to tell someone? Who would you like to spend most of your free time with? Who do you think of when you smile out of nowhere? Those and more questions were said. Shuko imagined that person. Her cheeks blushed. An unconscious smile was drawn on her lips. So many questions, and there was only one answer. Shuko, Izuku. Rei, he's your hero, right? Gently lifting Shuko from his lap, the hero I once told you would find. Shuko, yes it is. There the girl reaffirmed it. She may have been hasty due to her inexperience, but her feelings were true. She considered Izuku her hero and nothing would change that. She liked that shy boy she met in high school who had slowly become someone brave. Yes, he may have hurt his teachers, but they did the same to him. It wasn't fair, there were a lot of them. Izuku was alone. I knew he probably felt bad about what he did. I didn't know if I should give him time. Rei, you thought about giving him some alone time, right? At that question Shuko nodded. It's not bad for people to have some alone time when something bad happens to them, smiling, but it's also good for their loved ones to be by their side supporting them. Shuko, I think you're right. A small memory comes to her mind. That same thing happened before the sports festival. I wanted to be alone, but Izuku never stopped insisting. Rei, and look how things are going between you two. He. A small laugh came out of his lips, only to then see his daughter with a somewhat mischievous look. Don't let those two girls he's always with beat you. Shuko and Mom? Blushing. Rei, fight for your hero. Shuko, smiling slightly. Thanks for listening to me. Receiving a message on her phone, starting to read it. Rei, no problem, it's the least I can do. Seeing her daughter heading to the door. Are you leaving already? Shuko, yes, stopping at the door frame to see her mother. I have to save my hero, smiling and then leaving. Time passed. Both girls had received the message at the same time and both girls went to the indicated location. Several minutes passed until they finally arrived, and when they did they saw a heartbreaking scene for them. Izuku kept hitting the back of a large car hard. His hands were shedding a lot of blood. His eyes kept crying as he kept repeating the same question. Dagoba Beach. Izuku, very tired. Why? Running out of strength, with his hands shaking from the pain. Why? Clenching his teeth tightly as with what strength he had left he was going to give one last blow. Why? At that moment the boy, regardless of the condition of his hand, was willing to continue with his blows. He was frustrated, in pain both physically and emotionally. He did not understand what was happening to him. He did not understand why things had turned out that way. Where once he had been glad to have the voices of the bearers to guide him, now it seemed terrifying. His fist was about to hit, but before that happened 3 pairs of arms hugged him from behind and prevented him. With great confusion the boy looked, realizing instantly who they were. Izuku. Girls, seeing Shuko hugging his arm while Momo and Melissa did it from behind. What are you doing here? With a distant tone. At that question, none of the 3 said a word, they simply tightened their grip. Izuku gritted his teeth and with some anger tried to get away from them. Izuku, go away! Raising his voice as he tried to free himself in vain. That was the first time Izuku raised his voice at them. His tone was clearly angry, and yet, they didn't pay attention to him. Shuko, idiot! Being the first to speak, seeing the boy's hand full of wounds. Why do you want us to leave? Squeezing harder to destroy your hand. Izuku, I want to be alone. Momo, that's not true. Still tightening her hug. For a long time you were alone, and we know you don't like that. Izuku, I can hurt them a lot. Melissa, you're not like that. Tightening her hug. It was the teachers who got on your nerves first. The boy was desperate at this point. He tried to free himself, he struggled hard, but those 3 girls wouldn't let him go for anything. That filled him with rage, and that's when he screamed as loud as possible. Izuku, we can't be together. Stopping struggling. Aizawa sensei is right. If you stay by my side I'll only ruin your lives. That word filled those 3 girls with anger, which they showed him instantly. Shuko/Momo/Melissa, idiot! Pulling him with all her strength, causing him to fall into the sand and being used by the girls to hold him back. Momo, holding Izuku's right arm tightly while creating a small medical kit to treat his hand. That's not something you can decide for yourself. Melissa, holding Izuku's left arm. Nor is it something that anyone else can decide. Shuko, climbing on top of Izuku so he wouldn't get up. That decision is only up to us. Squeezing Izuku's shirt tightly, and we reject it. The 3 girls stared at Izuku's face. Her tears had flowed again, but they were no longer just from pain or frustration. Now the feeling that those tears harbored the most was sadness. Izuku. With his lips trembling I spoke with all might, resignedly beginning to tell them the whole truth. He told me that as the bearer of One for All I can't get involved romantically with anyone because I could be taken advantage of by. For a second he remained silent. Shuko, for who? Still holding Izuku's shirt, while it was on top of his chest, leaving behind any shame. Momo, half treating Izuku's injured hand. Tell us who. Izuku. Melissa, you have supported us many times before. Holding his left arm a little more tightly while looking him straight in the eyes. That is why we will support you now. Softening her tone of voice a little. Tell us who Izuku is for. Izuku, for hard to say it, he didn't want to, he shouldn't, and yet he couldn't. All for one. After saying that name the whole place fell silent. The girls had never heard of that name, but they sensed that it was related to One for All. Izuku, he is the great villain that I am obliged to defeat since I accepted the One for All. His tone was somewhat choppy as he tried to stop his tears. As far as I know all the bearers have faced him and none have defeated him, not even All Might. That impressed the girls. He has the power to steal other people's quirks and make them his own. That impressed the girls even more. If possible, he is a villain who has been ruling the underworld for decades. He is ruthless and does not care about other people. The girls slowly released their grip, and even though Izuku could already move and could leave if he wanted to, he didn't. Izuku, even Nana had to abandon her family so that they would be safe from that guy. Looking at Melissa, you already saw it. It was that person who appeared from that portal when I defeated Wolfram and took him away. Melissa, starting to shake as she remembers that moment. Shuko, but you are not alone, you have something that no carrier had before. Momo, it's true, little by little you are unlocking the other quirks inside the One for All. That's why being interrupted. Izuku, I can't. Shedding tears again, even more than before. I can't use one for all. That news was like a bucket of cold water for the three girls. They couldn't believe it. Now they understood Izuku's desperation when it came to moving that big car. Izuku was crying, but it was obvious that he was still holding back a lot. None of them could understand what he was feeling at this moment. Was all this effort in vain? Were so many sacrifices for nothing? No, they couldn't accept that. There had to be an explanation for that. They would help him find her, but before that. Shuko, Izuku sitting on the sand, staring at him as the sunset slowly approached. It is clear that you have many more things to vent about. Bringing her hand to Izuku's. Do not keep your problems to yourself. You taught me that during the sports festival. Holding his hand tighter, you have been there for us when we needed you. That is why now we will do the same with you. Smiling sweetly at him as she removed her hand and brought it to her knees. With that, Izuku's tears intensified. He felt pathetic, crying like that in front of those three girls, but who could blame him? The boy is still 15 years old. Between cries, Izuku told them that since he woke up he tried to talk to the bearers, but no one answered him, but that he did not try to go to the core for fear of meeting that shadow that terrified him. He was afraid of not being worthy of the position as successor of One for All, afraid of hurting people again, afraid of not being able to fulfill his mission when facing All for One. So many worries in someone so young were already taking their toll. Izuku, do you know what the worst thing is about the masters? None of them said anything, and yet he continued. I regret what I did to you. I regret having scared you all. But that's not the worst. His lips trembled again. The worst thing is that deep down I enjoyed it, and that terrifies me. He slowly sat down on the sand. I no longer believe I am the right one to continue carrying this power. Maybe I was just an idealist. Maybe All Might made a mistake in choosing. At that moment, before Izuku could finish that sentence, he was immediately silenced by a slap. It wasn't much force, but he could swear that it was one of the hardest blows he had ever received. With his hand on the cheek where the impact was, he looked at the cause of this. Momo, with her hands slightly reddened. Don't say those things, but above all don't say that you regret it. Getting the attention of the other two girls and Izuku. If All Might hadn't chosen you, maybe we would have never met. If All Might hadn't chosen you, the villains who attacked the USJ would have killed us. If All Might hadn't chosen you, Stain would still be free, killing several heroes. If All Might hadn't chosen you, the island would not have been saved. Shuko, if All Might hadn't chosen you, I would still refuse to use my flames. I wouldn't have accepted that part of me, nor would I have seen my mother again. Melissa, if All Might hadn't chosen you, my father, or both of us would have been kidnapped and forced to work as a support team for the villains, and that would have hurt a lot of people. Momo, you have saved many lives, including ours. With her eyes moistened. So don't say you regret it. Izuku, but he wanted to continue talking. But Melissa got up before anyone else, and taking him by the hand, he was also lifted from the sand. Melissa, you're human. We all make mistakes. Taking him back to that car. I heard what your teacher said about us, and he couldn't be more wrong about anything. Coming to the car and gently placing Izuku's hand on it. It's true that we've changed since we met you. But putting her own hand on the vehicle too. I didn't leave Island just to follow you. Pushing with all her might. I had already learned everything I could from there. Plus, if I want to be better than my father, I have to expand my knowledge. There's no point in always being in my comfort zone. Shuko, arriving next to Izuku, she began to push as well. My goal as a heroine is to protect my mother. That's why you didn't change it. You simply gave me a broader vision with your ideal. Momo, arriving next to Shuko, also starting to push. Since I was a child, I have wanted to be a heroine because I wanted to directly help people. The car starting to move slightly. But it was still not enough. Izuku, you influenced us. But not for the worse. On the contrary, our motives remain the same. Only thanks to you we have more goals to achieve. At those words, and seeing how those girls pushed that car with such force without depending on his quirk or any invention, Izuku had no other option than to reciprocate and do the same. With the combined force of the four of them, finally the vehicle began to move, taking it further and further away from the beach until they finally got it out of it. After so many months, Dagoba Beach was completely clean. Izuku passively looked at the beach. He had spent so much time cleaning it little by little, and now it was finally clean. He should be happy. He should feel accomplished after providing a great service to the community. I wasn't. Melissa, Enjoy the fruit of your work approaching Izuku no matter how much you fall. We know that you will have the strength to get up as many times as necessary, but getting a little closer until she is next to him and looking him straight in the eyes if you feel that the weight you carry on your shoulders is too great. If you feel like you are going to fall, remember that you are not alone. It is not only the three of us who will help you, Uncle Might, my dad, Momo's parents, your mother smiling at him, we all worry about you. Uncle Might wasn't wrong in choosing you. A gentle breeze began to caress the boy's face, slightly waving his green hair, and he remembered Star's words that day he met her and they talked on this very beach. It's not your quirk, it's what's in your heart. Those words now seemed like a very sharp dagger that pierced him. Izuku, I'm scared, he said without looking at any of them. Only at the almost infinite horizon. I regret many things, and that he remembered Aizawa's words again, and then All Might's I'm sorry for being so indecisive. I understand his words. I understand Aizawa-sensei's words. I understand All Might's words, clenching his fists. I know it's not fair, not for me, and much less for you. Shuko, approaching him to take his hand while also looking at the horizon, it's normal. But you know, smiling as another light breeze made her beautiful two-tone hair wave. All my life I'd been told what to do and who I can or cannot relate to, and the truth is that interlacing her fingers with Izuku's, I'm tired of that. If he had said those words before, the boy would surely be full of nerves. But not today, not now, not at this moment. While he just looked without taking his eyes off that horizon, as if he were trying to compare his problems with it, but showing that they were minuscule in comparison, he could only think of one thing. Izuku, is what I feel really love? Or what is it? Do I like any of them? Or do I like all three? I really don't know. Her words calmed me down a little. Either All Might's words nor my mother's managed to do so. Honestly, I don't know what to do anymore. I'm selfish. I'm the worst. After everything they've told me, I don't want anything to change. Momo, also approaching Izuku, but standing in front of him. I know you still have a lot of things on your mind, Izuku, and it's understandable. But for now, just relax a little, she smiled, trying to help the boy. Together we will find the reason why you can't use your quirk, and we will solve it. The sun slowly set, the last rays of light illuminated the beach, while highlighting the beauty of her first friend. Finally, the sun had gone, and with it brought the night. Those words, despite being beautiful, were still idealistic, and deep down everyone knew it. Even so, no one said anything. They simply stood for several minutes. In the end, the last word was said by Izuku, which instead of a thank you, was a bitter and painful I'm sorry. The day was over. The limousine driver who brought Momo waited patiently for her, and at her request he took everyone to their respective homes. It was a silent trip. The driver felt uncomfortable with so much silence, but that did not matter. The first one they left was Izuku. With his hands bandaged, Momo gave him a new medical kit so he could change his bandages, which he accepted, thanked her, and left. Once he arrived home, a worried Inko went to him and received him with a warm hug. Izuku only reciprocated it, and to his surprise Tashinori was in the living room waiting for him. He had something to ask him, something related to the camp. Midoriya apartment, next day. Inko, are you ready, Izuku? Watching her son walk slowly towards the entrance. Are you sure you want to go to that camp? Worried. Izuku, I already am, Mom, smiling slightly so as not to worry her. The truth is that I don't know. Thinking about the question that was just asked, I don't know how the others will react when they see me. But lightly squeezing his backpack, I would like to go. Inko, I understand, not very convinced. The good thing is that All Might swore almost on his knees that he would go to that camp no matter what. He better. This will be the last chance I'll give him. Seeing his son somewhat dejected, an idea occurring to him. You're very nervous, honey. How about I sing you a song that you liked as a child? Izuku, a song? Inko, yes, don't you remember? You asked me to sing it to you many times, smiling fondly, my lucky star. Izuku, remembering that song, blushing, I don't think it's necessary. Inko, you're too old for that kind of song, huh? A little depressed, but a memory comes to her mind, making her feel better again. Then how about one that your dad used to sing? That caught Izuku's attention immensely. After all, he had never heard Hisashi singing a song. Izuku, I don't remember that. Inko, it's normal. You were just a baby and he only sang it to you when you were alone laughing, but one day I was able to hear it, widening his smile. Imagine his face when he saw me there listening to it with you in my arms, hee hee. Izuku, did she get mad because you heard her? Inko, not at all, he was just embarrassed. As I remember, his own mother had written that song with a slightly fainter smile. Hasashi never talked much about his parents. He thought that with time he would get to know them, or at least he would tell me more about them. But it never happened, creating a slightly heavy atmosphere which was destroyed by a big applause from him and a big smile to encourage his son. So what do you say? Do you want to hear it? At that, Izuku just nodded his head, very curious to hear that song that his father sang to him. At that moment, Inko began to hum a harmonious rhythm while slowly approaching her son. After finishing that song, he was surprised by what he saw. Izuku was crying. He didn't understand why that song, which he didn't even remember having heard before, made him feel so nostalgic. Was it because his father sang it to him when he was a baby? Or maybe it was something else? He genuinely didn't know. Inko, for her part, approached and lovingly wiped her daughter's tears and then hugged him. Mother and son remained like that for a few minutes until the alarm on Izuku's phone rang, letting him know that he had to leave. Izuku, separating from his mother's hug, it seems that lately I have been crying again for everything. Inko, it's okay to cry, honey, but the important thing is that you never stop and keep moving forward. Her hands touched Izuku's cheeks. Wiping away his last tears, you'll see that everything will be solved, smiling at him. Izuku, thank you. A warm smile appeared on his lips as he headed to the door of his house. I love you, Mom. See you in a week. With that said, the boy left his house and the door closed. After leaving, Inko looked at a photograph of her husband, asking him in her prayers to take care of him, but that was interrupted when there was a knock on the door. Inko, Heading towards the door to open it. Did you forget something? Izuku, not being her son who was in front of her. Unknown location. Garaki, entering a large room. Master, everything is ready for you. Not receiving any response, Master? The closer the doctor got to All For One, he could see that the great villain was asleep, not knowing what was going on in his mind. Bro, look what I found. Aren't these books cool? Mom, Dad, why do we have to hide? I'm scared. Here are these freaks. Catch them. Brother, I'm scared of this place. Acro Hill, the flame of the beginning, the man who prays, drew his sword and became a hero. You're amazing, bro. You look a lot like Epim *********, although I prefer the Argonaut more. Mom, Dad! What did you do to our parents? Hurry up, we have to escape the fire. Brother, your book fell. It doesn't matter, it's just a useless story. I won't thank you for saving me. I hate you. In this world there is only despair. You will not give that name to our son. Honey, please take care of our baby. Dad, why was I born different? You are a monster. Go away, I'm leaving and I hope I never see you again. If you promise not to get involved in his life, I'll let you name him. Dad, I need you, my son. Please take care of him. A sea of memories was all that went through the mind of the great villain. His long life has only filled him with regrets. Such a long existence only brings with it regrets. It is a difficult burden to bear. All For One woke up. He had dreamed of his life. His lips trembled a little. He knew that if he still had eyes they would be crying non-stop. But it was not time to think about that. After all, he could feel someone's presence. AFO. Doctor scaring him by calling him out of the blue. Is everything ready? Garaki, why yes, calming down. Our collaborator got what he asked from Master, a villain who can resist and give good blows. AFO, okay, slowly rising from his throne, go ahead and prepare it. In a second I'll go improve it. Garaki, understood, leaving the room, leaving him alone. At that moment All For One walked towards a small bookshelf. In it there was a different section, one where there were only 2 books. One was in perfect condition. With great regret the villain only smiled as he ran his fingers over the relief of the title of that book, Argonaut. The other one didn't even touch it. He didn't want to. That book was very deteriorated. A large part of it was damaged by the fire. Its pages were slowly falling off. Even the title itself had been lost, leaving only the first letters, Epim. AFO, very well, leaving that room. It is only a matter of hours until you are by my side, Izuku. I will finally be able to fulfill my promise to keep you safe, and this time with an intimidating walk, the great villain would prepare himself. I will not fail. Chapter 20. The Calm Before the Storm. UA Academy parking lot. Mina, camp. Excited, how great. Seeing her classmates, let's have fun, guys. Receiving some shouts of joy. Jiro, so early in the morning they are already so loud? With his hands covering his ears a little, making everyone go quiet. Tsuyu, I'm sorry, Karo, looking at her partner, it must be hard for you to bear loud noises, Karo. Jiro, it's okay, smiling slightly, it was just a joke. The truth is that it only affects me if the noise is extremely loud. That relaxed his companions, who began to talk about their trip to the mall, but in a normal tone, since they did not know if Jiro was serious or not about being affected by that level of noise. Sato, hey guys, getting his classmates' attention, did you buy anything other than what we needed for camp? Smiling, I bought some new weights to practice at home. Jiro, I bought the new album of one of my favorite bands, he said with some joy. Koda, food for my peepet, saying it shyly. Kaminari, and nothing, looking away as a small blush formed on his face. I don't want them to know that I bought a botany book, remembering Ibra's face, only blushing more. Mineta, I saw a new edition of a magazine with heroines in swimsuits, everyone thought I had bought it but I didn't buy it. Clenching her fists, as small tears came out of her eyes, surprising the others. If I want to be a better person, I will have to make these difficult decisions. Little by little, everyone was telling what they bought. At the same time, they were saying what they did when they separated in the shopping center. Little by little, more of their companions were arriving, and with that they joined the group. Naturally, there were two who didn't. Those were Bakugo and Ida, who were just standing in the distance, pensive and in complete silence. That was unusual for them, but without wanting to ruin the good atmosphere they were creating, they were ignored. Kirishima, I also bought some small dumbbells, he said happily, then looked at someone. After that I met Uraraka. She had already finished her shopping, so we walked around the place a bit. That made the women present look at Uraraka, who blushed. In the end we got hungry and I invited her to some matchas that they were selling. Jiro, good for you, all spoke in a somewhat muffled tone. Tsuyu, noticing that, wanting to change the subject, did you finish your shopping so quickly, Ochako? Uraraka, yeah, well, scratching her head, the truth is that I didn't need many things, that's why I finished quickly, hee. She laughed weakly. Although inside she felt a little bad. The truth is that I only had enough money for what was necessary. Seeing Kirishima, who started talking to other boys, I didn't even have enough money to buy something to eat yesterday, thanks. She blushed a little more, while a smile appeared on her lips unconsciously. You were very nice to me yesterday. Little by little more people were arriving. Now only 3 of his companions were missing. Most knew that it was a matter of time before seeing him. They did not want to admit it, but they were afraid to see him. Suddenly a luxurious limousine had arrived at the place. Immediately everyone stopped talking, with different emotions facing the person who would possibly get out of that vehicle. To their relief, this was not the case. Only 2 girls got out of that limousine, and they were talking quietly until they arrived with their other companions. Shuko, thanks for bringing me here, Momo speaking calmly, while a small breeze passed through the area waving her 2-colored hair, catching Bakugo's attention, but she completely ignored it. Did you hear anything from Izuku? Momo, don't worry, there's no problem. With a smile that slowly disappeared, she answered that question, and I don't know anything about him. I went by his house. I even knocked on the door, but nobody came out. With a slightly downcast expression, it wasn't until a neighbor told me that he had seen Izuku leave a little earlier. Shuko, I see, making an expression similar to Momo, giving a small sigh. He must really feel very bad about everything he told us yesterday. Those 2 girls were distracted, so much so that they hadn't noticed when they were finally in front of their other classmates, and it wasn't until they were spoken to directly that they reacted. Mine, Todoroki. Jiro, Jairose. Mina/Jiro, where were they? They both spoke at the same time, worried about their friends. Either of them responded to their messages, either of them answered their calls. Their reaction was normal. Both Shuko and Momo reacted with surprise. Their faces revealed that they had no idea what they were referring to with that question. It was for that same reason that another person stepped forward to speak. Tsuyu, what they mean is that we called them yesterday to go to the mall, but they never answered the messages. Directing her gaze towards 2 of her classmates, we understand that neither Bakugo nor Ida went because they are so bitter. Bakugo, hey. Ida, tch. There was one missing to mention who was not with the others. She knew it, everyone knew it, and yet she did not name him. Tsuyu, where were they? The place was silent for a second, waiting for the girl's response, who only spoke at the same time. Shuko/Momo, with Izuku/ we were with Izuku. What everyone thought, what some feared came true, and in that area the atmosphere slowly began to get tense. Shuko, at first I was visiting my mother, said with a slight smile, remembering her words. Momo, I was in my room talking to my parents with the same kind of smile for the same kind of memory. Both clarified. Even so, that did not help. The mere idea of remembering that massacre, as some thought, made them tremble slightly. They did not understand why. They could not find the reason why after what they saw they remained so calm at his side. Shuko, after that Melissa sent us a message saying that Izuku needed us. Momo, true, we're sorry for ignoring you, but… Now it turned out that they should have seen their messages. But they deliberately ignored them. Those girls ignored all their classmates just for one person, and it was with that line of thought that one spoke. Tsuyu, why? She stared at them, her fists slightly clenched. Aren't you afraid? She spoke in a louder tone. What ensures that I don't lose control again and hurt you, or all of us in general? His words were choppy, his body trembled just remembering everything he saw that day. Tsuyu, Tokoemi, you felt it too, right? You and I are the ones who must have felt it the most. What did he mean? The answer was very easy. People with quirks that give them animal characteristics are more sensitive to some external situations. Tsuyu herself was the perfect example. In low temperatures her body enters a state of hibernation. That is why, faced with what they saw, faced with what they felt that day, they both felt it more than anyone else, the deepest and most instinctive fear. Tokoemi, not saying anything, just looking away. Tsuyu, when he didn't go to the mall I was so happy, confessed I. I'm scared that he'll come to camp with all of us. Those words, once spoken, only left behind them the deepest silence. For several seconds, no one made a single noise. Some of her companions simply turned their heads to the side. That was a clear sign that they also agreed with Tsuyu. But that silence didn't last much longer. The girl had already said what she felt and what she thought, but that only meant that someone would answer her, and that was the case. Shuko, hypocrite. His face was serious, his gaze was sharp as a dagger, his tone was so icy that it could even make several adults nervous without any problem. The theory of Quirk says that these can come to represent the personality of people. That is why, if put into practice, Shuko's case was very clear. Half cold, half hot. A quirk that, if you analyze how it could affect the personality of the person, it was clear that it had a duality, being able to be so sweet, so kind to the person that they gained their trust, or, on the contrary, so cold, so distant, so sharp to the person that they earned their rejection. Tsuyu, what? At that moment she could feel how the temperature of her body began to slowly descend. She instantly understood that the origin of that was Shuko, who had unconsciously activated her quirk. Shuko, are you only afraid of Izuku? Stepping forward, what about our masters, who attacked him like that? Stepping forward, they were the ones who started all of that. They were the ones who brutally attacked Izuku. Stepping forward while clenching her fists, aren't you afraid that in some future practice they'll do the same to you? Tsuyu, but starting to feel a little sleepy having Shuko so close. What about Aiza's words being interrupted? Shuko, I'm not interested. Her voice became firmer. I'm not interested in listening to it, nor anyone who doesn't have the slightest idea about me. Noticing what she was doing, calming down a bit, and taking a few steps back. And another thing, even so she still wouldn't stop with her words. Did you forget so quickly that Izuku was badly hurt when your life and the others jumped when the villains attacked the USJ? Those words opened everyone's eyes in surprise, especially Tsuyu's. She couldn't deny it. She couldn't debate it. How could she? After all, it was an undeniable truth. If it hadn't been for Izuku that day, she would be dead. Shuko, and you looking at your other companions, did you also forget when Izuku saved your lives not only in the USJ but also in the attack on Island? Another truth that fell on their shoulders. It was heavy, extremely heavy, but it was undeniable too. In that incident it was Izuku who faced and defeated a villain that not even All Might himself could defeat. While they rested in their comfortable beds, Izuku risked his life for others. Faced with this truth thrown in their faces, many bowed their heads. Shuko, now tell me, staring at Tsuyu again, will you still not think badly about what the teachers did? Not receiving any response. I thought they were their friends. After those words, Shuko returned to Momo's side, who only approached to whisper, well said. Shuko's attitude relaxed a little, making the theory that quirks can be a reflection of people's personality clearer. The whole place became tense, the silence was uncomfortable, but it was because of that same silence that they managed to hear footsteps approaching them, and those who arrived did not do any better to relax the place, but quite the opposite. Shuko/Momo, Izuku, walking towards him. The boy had arrived at the place, but he was not alone. Next to him was Melissa, who was wearing her sports uniform, and Toshinori was also with them. Everyone looked at them, and Toshinori looked at them all. His serious gaze alone made them know, especially Tsuyu, that they had heard all his words. Izuku, good morning, greeting formally, nervously, and with a somewhat dull tone. Shuko, approaching the boy with Momo, you heard her, right? Izuku, why yes, smiling slightly, thanks for your words, Shuko. Melissa, don't pay attention to them, Izuku looking at him with an understanding expression, while subtly taking one of his fingers. Remember everything the four of us talked about yesterday. Izuku, I know, holding Melissa's finger a little tighter. I was expecting something like that. It's not very different from how it was in high school. Momo, I went to look for you and you weren't there, wanting to change the subject, since I knew that those days before entering the same high school were very hard for the boy. I knocked on the door many times, and not even Inko-san opened it for me. It was through a neighbor that I found out that you had already left. Izuku, I'm sorry, but I wanted to leave a little early and walk around. Then I ran into Toshinori-san and Melissa on the way here, telling Momo, who couldn't hide her little pout at that. In other circumstances she would have thought he was cute, but she didn't. My mom didn't open the door for you? Confused, how strange, thinking of some reason maybe she went out to buy something. Toshinori, looking everywhere. Aizawa hasn't arrived yet? Momo, we haven't been here long, Toshinori-san, but we haven't seen him yet. Shuko, and it's not like we care. Toshinori, I see, I have something very important to tell you. Momo, by the way, Melissa. Melissa, yes? Momo, why are you wearing your sports uniform so early? Melissa, well, a small blush formed on her cheeks. I was working on an invention before leaving and I accidentally spilled oil on my uniform. Momo, holding back laughter, for just a few moments, haha. Shuko, distracted, said with some mockery in her tone. Melissa, hey, pouting a little bad. The girls talked to each other. After all, they were friends. Izuku just watched them without saying anything. Despite everything, seeing them act normally in front of him calmed him down in a certain way. The 5 people were seen by everyone, seeing how even despite what happened they were still by Izuku's side, but it wouldn't be just them. A person began to walk towards Izuku. Everyone saw him. He walked firmly. His steps were heard since everyone remained silent, and once he was face to face with Izuku he spoke. Izuku, Kirishima? Kirishima, Midoriya staring at him. With a look that was hard to understand, he spoke, are you okay? No one expected him to ask that question, not even Izuku himself. Are you feeling better now? Are you hurt? It was noticeable that he was worried. I'm sorry I didn't go see you at the infirmary, but we were ordered to leave the academy. Izuku, huh? His eyes reflected his surprise, and it was even more so when more people slowly approached him. Uraraka, Midoriya standing next to Kirishima while smiling, I have some matchas in my luggage. If you want you can eat some, smiling sweetly, I'm sure you'll like them. Kaminari, dude, I'm glad you came. I still have to ask you for a lot of advice on how to improve my quirk management with a friendly attitude. Mineta, I want rabbits too. Mina, I want to go with everyone to the camp, and that also includes you, Midoriya, hehe. Jiro, you were able to withstand present mixed screams directly. That is something I don't see myself able to bear. Giving him a little punch on the shoulder. Try not to worry, Yaoyorozu. Mina, not even Todoroki. Uraraka, don't leave Melissa out. Izuku watched in amazement as more people besides the girls still spoke friendly to him after what happened. His eyes became moist, but his tears did not come out. Melissa, approaching Izuku to whisper, "See, you're not alone," moving away a little to then give him a warm smile. Shuko, managing to hear Melissa imitating her action, and if it weren't like that it would be a lie, bringing her hand towards Izuku's, but only touching her pinky with her own pinky, just like we know that you will always be by our side when we need help. We interlacing both pinkies, we will also be with you, it's a promise. An innocent promise was made. It was full of love and understanding. It was loaded with the hope that from this point on things would only get better. Yes, it was a very innocent promise. After all, that would not be fulfilled. 24. While all this was happening, all of their other classmates who didn't take a single step just watched them, not understanding how they could so easily forget what happened, but Shuko's words still echoed in their minds. Some even began to doubt their decision not to take a single step forward. For his part, Bakugo looked at Shuko intently, watching her smile, noticing how her hand and Izuku's were still intertwined by their pinkies. But he was not stupid. He had understood that in physical strength he was far from Izuku. That is why he remained silent, thinking about how to approach Shuko in another way. Ida was not in a very different situation than the blonde. He stared at Melissa. The investigations against his family were still ongoing. That is why now more than ever he needed the alliance with the Shield Industries, and he was willing to do whatever it takes to get it. After that, the tense atmosphere slowly returned to normal. Each group was on their own. Toshinori kept looking for Aizawa, but he simply did not arrive. That seemed very strange to him. Aizawa may fall asleep anywhere, but something that no one can deny is that he is very punctual. Suddenly, footsteps began to be heard. Everyone thought that their teacher had finally arrived, but to their surprise, that was not the case. Monoma, what? Getting everyone's attention, is the great Class A divided? Noticing the class separation of the groups, will they finally recognize that we Class B are the... But before he could say a single word more, the class president had intervened. Kendo had given him a precise blow behind the neck of his partner, leaving him unconscious, and behind them his other classmates only looked with disapproval at Monoma's actions. Kendo, I'm so sorry. He made a small bow while throwing Monoma to the ground. I'm sorry that Monoma started with that attitude again. Momo, don't worry, Kendo, I understand. Smiling at each other, they looked at each other. After all, I also have partners. Something glancing sideways at Bakugo and Ida. Difficult. Kendo, I see, looking surreptitiously in the same direction. Both of us have it tough, right? Taking Monoma by the walk. Well, we retreat to our bus. Good luck. Momo, yes, the same, turning around, but then she hears a voice. Kaminari, crossing glances with Ibara and greeting each other from a distance, an action that made them both blush, but with a smile on their lips. Aways, hey Yayorozu, approaching with a somewhat crooked smile, aren't you going to say hello to your fiancé? Momo, not again, whispered with clear annoyance to turn her body and look at him fixedly. Now what do you want, Aways? Aways, come on, don't look at me like that. I was just stopping by to say hello to my beautiful fiancé. What's wrong with that? Momo, don't waste my time, you know very well that we will never be engaged. Aways, you don't know that because suddenly Toshinori stands between them, staring at him. What do you think you're doing, old man? Clearly angry, get out of the way. Toshinori, no, his voice was firm. You already heard the young Yayorozu, she is not interested, so if you don't want to have problems, leave her alone at once. Instinctively Toshinori went to help her, not only because he was her teacher, there was also the fact that she was the daughter of one of his best friends. He already knew about the marriage offers, but not that the son of one of Ruji's most important investors would act that way. Aways, are you threatening me, old man? Kendo, throwing Monoma inside the bus and now heading to where Aways is. Aways, don't you know that my family is related to several of the most important heroes? She said, trying to intimidate him. My family is also the second one that contributes the most to this academy. Smiling with pride, it would only take one phone call for. Toshinori, go ahead, interrupting him, try it. At that moment Toshinori stared at him. It was such an extremely serious look. It was as if a large blade was ready to cut him in half. That was obviously just an illusion. It was simply the great pressure that the great hero and symbol of peace had developed throughout his professional life. Aways was intimidated by that look. Fortunately for Kendo, he had arrived, and with an accurate blow he left him unconscious, just like he did with Monoma. Kendo, bowing deeply, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Apologizing relentlessly. Toshinori, you don't have to apologize. Young Kendo boy taking his hand to the girl's shoulder, he looks up, looking into the girl's eyes. I understand that you feel responsible for being the president of your class, but it's not right that you apologize for something you didn't do. Smiling slightly, if you live honestly. If you follow your ideals, then never look down. Kendo, feeling better, while smiling, yes. Those words certainly encouraged her. She and the rest of her class headed to their assigned bus. Everyone from Class A listened to the words of that thin man, especially Izuku, who would remember those words one day. A few minutes later, the main teachers had finally arrived, but to everyone's surprise, including Toshinori, they were not alone. A beautiful girl accompanied them by their side. Fair-skinned, with big blue eyes, her hair was the same color as her eyes. It was extremely beautiful and very long, so long that it reached her legs, and at the tip it turned a little around her waist, with bangs and 2 locks on the sides of her face which covered her ears. Yes, she was an extremely beautiful girl, but she was something different. The aura she transmitted was not so much of sensuality, but rather of tenderness. Vlad, Eraser, looking at his partner, we already wasted a lot of time with the director. I will go ahead with my students. I didn't wait for any answer. He simply walked away from everyone and went to the bus where his students were watching him through the window. The last thing he did before getting on and leaving was to glance at Izuku, with a look of distrust. I still wasn't sure about some things. Aizawa, okay, listen, standing in front of his students, let's do this quickly to start. He was going to continue talking, but that girl snatched the word from him with her radiant and energetic smile. Nijire, hello everyone. Started to float using her quirk, spinning around everyone. Nice to meet you, my name is Nijire Hado. Aizawa, using his quirk on Nijire, causing her to go down. Listen, she's from the 3rd year of the hero course, and she's here at the request of the director, catching everyone's attention, especially Toshinori. She's part of the group of the Big 3, those students who are above everyone else in this academy. And she's here to being interrupted again. Nijire, I'm here to help you with your training at camp. She looked at everyone with great joy. Mirio and Tamaki were supposed to be there too, but they were busy, so it'll only be me. That was a lie that the director made him believe. After all, he sent Mirio to continue his training with Sir, and as for Tamaki, he considered him a very cowardly person. But Nijire was perfect. Her curious attitude made her ideal to be able to approach everyone, especially Izuku. He said that Nijire's curiosity would manage to get some new piece of information, no matter how small it was, as long as it was new it could be useful to her. Besides, if in the process he made the first-year students stronger, it was also a gain for the reputation of his academy. After all, in every important battle that had happened lately, it was Izuku who stood out the most. He didn't want that. He wanted the other students to also start gaining recognition. Toshinori, Aizawa staring at him, can we talk for a second? Aizawa now? Letting out a heavy sigh, I don't even know why you're here. But it's okay. Walking to his bus, you guys talk to Hado if you have any questions, addressing his students. Once both adults had left, the students remained silent for a second. They had so many questions to ask them, but the only one who asked and spoke was Nijire. Nijire, hey, addressing Shoji, why are you wearing a mask? Do you have the flu? Or is it the latest fashion? Shoji, well, it's been a while since I. Nijire, now heading towards Jiro and shamelessly touching his jacks, hey, can you listen to music with this? Jiro, yes I can. Nijire, now approaching Mina and just like Jiro, touching her horns with great confidence. What cute little horns, hey, if they break, do they grow back? Can you move them? Mina, please don't touch them, blushed, since for her they were sensitive. But Nijire hadn't even heard her since she had already left with another student. Nijire, are you a tree frog or a toad? What's the difference? Tsuyu Keikero. Nijire, looking down, what are those spheres on your head? Are they your hair? How do you cut it? Mineta, are you talking about my spheres? Blinking a few times, does that count as sexual harassment? Slapping himself hard, and oh. Calm down, Mineta. Don't relapse. Noticing that Nijire was no longer paying attention to him. How difficult it is to improve, but I will. More and more questions were asked, questions that Nijire did not expect to be answered. That was her level of curiosity. Nijire, I've seen you before in front of Melissa, your David Shield's daughter, right? Why did you come to this academy? Can you create something amazing like a full body armor? Melissa, like with everyone else, Nijire had already left. But that question remained in her mind, a full body armor, huh? Sounds interesting. Nijire, I've seen you before too in front of Momo. You were amazing in your fight against Stain. Tell me, how many weapons can you create? What is your creation limit? Do you study a lot to be able to create them? Momo, and my limit is. Shuko, being now the center of Nijire's attention, I suppose she'll ask about my quirk, or maybe my scar. Well, it doesn't matter, she might not. Nijire, hey, you in front of Shuko, who was expecting those questions that I imagine, but to her surprise it wasn't like that. Are you and Midoriya a couple? Shuko, what? The girl did not expect that question. Her heart skipped a beat for that very reason. She blushed at the same time as small flames came out from the left side of her hair. Izuku, for his part, had not received any question from Nijire. He was still thinking about One for All. But upon hearing that, he also blushed. Shuko, why do you say that? She was embarrassed. She wanted to pretend not to be, but the blush and the unconscious smile gave her away. Nijire, it's just that when I saw their battle at the sports festival I thought they didn't get along. Smiling, but when I heard all those words he said to you, and that he wanted to be your hero, it seemed like a declaration to me. Momo/Melissa, he also said that he wanted to be my hero, thinking the same thing. At the same time they had a pout on their face, and without realizing that a small pain or rather discomfort hit their heart. Shuko, and no, glancing at Izuku for a second, and we are not a couple. Nijire, oh, I see. Staring at Shuko, it's a shame. I think they would make a cute couple. Momo and Melissa felt bad again for hearing that. Shuko was only happy to hear that. For her part, Mina celebrated in her mind how another person supported Shuko. At the same time, Jiro and Uraraka were saddened for their friends. Nijire, no matter how I look at it, everyone has something that catches my interest. How strange, he approaching Izuku, especially you staring at him. You must think I'm weird for asking so many questions about other people's quirks, right? Izuku, no, I don't think so. A slight smile appeared on his lips. He could never think that. How could he? If he was the same, how many times he was made fun of for asking people questions about their quirks, and then writing down the data in his notebooks. How many times he was called a stalker. How many times he was looked at with bad eyes for asking those questions. No, he couldn't think badly of Nijire. After all, in that sense they were the same. Nijire, really? Full of emotion she speaks. Don't you think I'm weird? Getting very close to Izuku, can I ask you many things? Izuku was about to answer, but at that moment his teacher Aizawa called them all to get on the bus. They had already wasted too much time. While that was happening, the girls took advantage of that moment to pull Izuku and start walking towards the adults. Slowly everyone does the same, including Nijire herself, who just walked with a pout on her face for having interrupted her, and after a few minutes everyone was already on the bus, ready to go to camp. Melissa, have a good one, she spoke from outside the bus. Her words were obviously directed towards Shuko, Momo and Izuku. The three of them were sitting in the last row. In front of them were those people who, if they stepped forward as soon as they saw Izuku, those people who did care about him. Momo, thank you very much. Melissa. Shuko, try not to get your uniforms dirty before class. Melissa, haha, very funny, laughing sarcastically. Izuku changing his attitude and tone. Izuku, sticking his head out the window, yeah? Melissa, everything will be okay, smiling sweetly, which made Izuku smile slightly. I can't go with you, but you have my number, so please call me, okay? Izuku, yes, it's a promise. With that promise made, they both said goodbye. The bus had finally started to move. A long trip awaited them. Bus, several minutes later. Aizawa, do you also agree with Almight's decision? Tashinori, I am. Both adults were sitting in front of everyone, talking amongst themselves, debating the words the blonde had said to them before suddenly getting on and joining the trip. Aizawa had no idea that he was talking to All Might himself. That was a secret that he kept jealously guarded from many. only those related to One for All knew about it. It's not that he didn't trust Aizawa. Out of all the adults in the academy, he was the one he trusted the most, but still, he kept silent. Aizawa, is that why you decided to come even without an invitation? Tashinori, yes, haha, laughing a little and then getting serious, but getting back to the topic at hand, seeing Izuku sitting in the back of the vehicle, with Shuko sitting to his right and Momo sitting to his left, both his mother, and we thought it would be good for Izuku to come to the camp, to breathe fresh air. To disconnect as much as possible from the world. He said as he watched Izuku eat one of the matchas that Uraraka had offered him. From his face he could tell that he had liked it, and from the excitement of the girl who offered him that sweet it seemed that he had made the right choice. Aizawa, have you talked to him about that yet? Tashinori, no, looking at Aizawa, but we will no longer follow Nisa's orders, smiling slightly. Izuku wants to be a hero and I'm sure he will achieve it regardless of where he graduated. That's why once we return from camp we will go to another academy. Aizawa's surprise was still present. He wanted to debate it. But after everything that happened, he thought that maybe it was for the best. He didn't hold a grudge against Izuku for what he did. But what about the others? That was something he didn't know. Who could assure him that the other teachers would treat Izuku normally? The same applied to his classmates. Yes, he still had some friends, but the rejection that some of them were already showing was a problem. An academy is supposed to be a safe space to learn and interact with other people. But now that function was compromised. No one could assure him that it would be carried out in the best way. That's why, even though I didn't want him to leave, I would respect that decision. Aizawa, as far as I know, no one has ever left the academy before. Will the principal allow it? Tashinori, well, if he doesn't like it, then widening his smile he can try to stop us. A heavy sigh came out of Aizawa. He didn't really know why, but he sensed that he would have several headaches in the future. The minutes went by and without realizing it they had turned into hours, and in all that time Nijire did not stop asking things to the other students. Nijire, seriously, tell me next to Mina, do your horns grow back if they fall off? Touching them shamelessly. Mina, I don't know, blushes at that. Oh, please don't touch them, they're sensitive. Nijire, really? Removing her hand, sorry, directing her gaze in one direction. I would like to ask you some things, but it seems that I won't be able to. Her gaze had fallen on Izuku. She wanted to ask him several things, but when she was going to do so she realized that he was asleep. But he was not the only one. Both Shuko and Momo had also fallen asleep and they found no other place to do so than the boy's shoulders. And to the joy of Nijire and Mina, Izuku, he had tilted his head right towards Shuko, leaning lightly on her just like she did with him. For his part, it was not strange that Izuku had fallen asleep. The boy has thought about many things since yesterday. He did not sleep much, and on top of that he got up earlier than usual. Shuko and Momo were not in a better situation either. After separating yesterday, each one was also very thoughtful at night. Nijire, smiling, I would like to talk to him. Bakugu, you shouldn't, speaking for the first time on the trip, drawing the attention of some, nor should you get so close to him. His voice was strangely calm. Nijire, huh? Why do you say that? Bakugu, he hurt many teachers, he lost control. Nijire, like you in your anger interrupting him and surprising him like everyone else. Director Nisa showed me the video of his exam, but I don't think Midoriya is to blame. Bakugu, what? Already raising his voice a little. Nijire, yes, I admit that Midoriya went too far, but it was the teachers who went too far against him first. Her gaze tried to be serious, only managing to look more tender. Several professional heroes against a first-year student, pouting. Ryukyu would never have agreed to participate in something like that, staring at Bakugu. Besides, you're not the best at talking about hurting people. Bakugu, clenching his fists, what are you trying to say? Nijire, well, taking her index finger to her chin, I was watching your sports festival, and you didn't hold back with your explosions. You even hurt your own teammates. Remembering the battle she had against Uraraka, and now that I remember, like a year ago a video came out of a screaming blonde who was attacked by a sludge villain. It was you. Right. Bakugu's surprised expression was all the confirmation I needed. I don't know you personally, but from what little I know about you I can say that you are a person. Taking her index finger away from her chin, but still keeping it raised, violent, narcissistic, with a serious superiority complex, selfish. Nijire's words did not stop. The innocence with which she said them only made them look even worse. Bakugo for his part was about to explode with anger. But fortunately for everyone on that bus, his teacher interrupted them just in time. Aizawa, enough! Raised his voice looking at them with his quirk activated. We're almost there. Get ready. Deactivating his quirk as soon as he saw that Bakugo just clicked his tongue in fury, but looked away so as not to see Nijire good looking at the back of the bus, and someone wake those three up. Kirishima, I'll do it. Going to wake up Izuku, Shuko and Momo. Viewpoint facing the road. Siro, why are we stopping here? Looking at a large forest from the lookout point. Mineta, weren't we supposed to get there by now? Feeling bad, I have to go to the bathroom. Momo, where is Class B? Noticing that they were the only ones in the area. Nijire, I remember this, it is now that. Aizawa, be quiet. Interrupting her, making her realize. Nijire, oops, slightly sticking out her tongue, sorry. Izuku, slightly scratching his eyes, if Hato-senpai knows what's next it means something will start from here, right? Aizawa, staring hard at Nijire, who just turns her gaze and starts whistling. There's no point in lying anymore, looking at his students. That's right, from this point we'll start the camp. His words put everyone on alert. After all, since they entered the academy, their exams have always surprised them in a better or worse way, and they assumed that this camp would not be the exception. Which turned out to be true when a few seconds later a black car had arrived and parked right in the same place as them. The doors opened and 3 people had gotten out of that vehicle. They were 2 women and a child. One of the women had an athletic build. She had back-length blonde hair with long side bangs covering part of her forehead and green eyes, wearing a feline-themed hero costume where the predominant color was blue. The other is a slim woman. She has short reddish-brown hair with bangs in the center of her forehead and brown eyes. Her most notable attribute was the large size of her breasts. Even those who weren't perverts had to admit that they were large. Her hero costume, like her partner's, had a feline theme, where the biggest difference was that the most predominant color was red. At his side was only a little boy with black hair and eyes, wearing a cap that looked like it had little horns. Mandalay, hey! Heading to Aizawa Eraser. Smiling at him, it's been so long. Aizawa, hi, saying that without further ado, depressing her a little, realizing that why don't you introduce yourselves? Looking at Mandalay, you like to introduce yourself like that, don't you? Making the woman smile, regaining her spirits. With that said, both women began their presentation. At one point it was embarrassing to watch. Even the little boy turned his gaze away as the women spoke. Mandalay, with sparkling eyes, we rock. Pixie Bob, cute singing cat. Each woman had taken a different pose, looking and directing her hands in opposite directions to the other. Mandalay/Pixie Bob, the very, very wild hussy cat. The whole place fell into a deep silence. No one expected that presentation. Mandalay, thanks for letting us feature Eraser, smiling sweetly. Did you do it because you know I like it? Aizawa, no lying, I just think it's better for each person to introduce themselves. Mandalay, huh? Repeatedly touching it with her glove, is that true? Pixie Bob, watching those two interact, I'm so jealous. Crying comically, I want to have a potential partner too. Tashinori, ahem, pretending to cough. Mandalay, oh, it's true. Moving away from Aizawa, it's a pleasure to meet you young people. Our group was called to help you in your training at this camp. Momo, excuse me, raising hand, where is the camp? It's just a wooded area here. Mandalay, you are wrong, smiling and pointing into the distance. This whole area is our territory, and they're pointing to a distant mountain is where they will stay for the entire duration of their stay. Harakure, that's very far away. Amazed like everyone else. Uraraka, huh? Then starting to get nervous, why did we stop if we're halfway there? Sato, don't tell me that. Siro, can we hurry back to the bus please? Mandalay, smiling, it's 30 right now. If you hurry up from now, it will be around. Kirishima, oh no, wanting to escape to the bus. Hurry! Unconsciously taking Uraraka's and Jiro's hands to try to get them out of that place. Uraraka/Jiro blushes at the same time. Kittens that don't arrive before 30 will not get food. Smiling with some malice on his lips, scaring all the students. Aizawa, I'm sorry guys, but their school trip has already begun. Looking at Nijire Hato, you are forbidden to go with them. Nijire, pouting as she took a few steps back. And with that the heroine in the blue catsuit touched the ground, quickly activating her quirk. At that very moment, the earth began to move, trapping all the first-grade students in a small landslide that made them descend to the bottom, entering the forest. Mandalay, feel free to use your quirks in our domain whenever you need to. Shouting from above. Pixie Bob, you have ours. Use your own feet to get to the building through this forest of magical beasts. Nijire, I wanted to go with them, somewhat discouraged. Aizawa, you can't. This first exercise is to measure their endurance and adapt their own training, if you help them. Nijire, I know, she said as if she were a scolded child, but she still wanted to go with them, getting on the bus again, while the heroines got into their car. Tashinori, looking at all his students from above, be careful. Forest. Uraraka, are you okay? She said with her hand touching her head. Jiro, yes, in the same condition. Luckily we fell on something soft. Kirishima, how good that you are good. His voice sounded a little distant, or rather as if something was covering it. Both girls also instantly realized that the origin of their friend's voice was coming from right below them. It was for that reason that they looked down, realizing that they had fallen right on Kirishima's back and he had fallen face first onto the ground. Uraraka/Jiro, Kirishima. Both quickly stood up. Are you okay? Kirishima. Why, poking his head out of the ground, noting that he had activated his quirk just in time. Don't worry, I'm fine. Oh Jiro. I never expected that, removing a piece of dirt with his tail. Mina, I'm not finding this campus fun anymore. Mineta, bath. Holding back the urge, I need a bath. Little by little all the students recovered from their surprise. They slowly stood up and shook the dust off their clothes. They looked up, noticing that none of their teachers or Nijire were there. They were alone. Momo, shaking her uniform and starting to look around. Izuku, Shuko, how are you? Her words ceased. Both men and women looked where their president was, unable to bear a little laughter. After all, it was normal for men to carry women in their arms, but now it was the other way around. Izuku, speaking in a whisper, this is embarrassing. Shuko, it's not that bad. Also whispering back, you already carried me like this when you beat me at the sports festival. Izuku, yes, but you were unconscious, besides. Her words stopped as her face blushed. After all, she had remembered that on that occasion Shuko's uniform had been burned by her intense flames, leaving nothing to the imagination, and even though Izuku covered her with his own shirt as quickly as he could, it was inevitable not to see her. For her part, Shuko doubted why Izuku was blushing, until she also came to the same conclusion. When she woke up in the infirmary, she was covered by Izuku's shirt, and underneath it there was nothing to cover her. It was like that in the present, and both of them blushing that Shuko quickly put Izuku down while they both took a few steps to separate. Momo, pretending to cough, bringing the two of them out of their thoughts. What were they talking about? With her eyes closed, but with a cute smile giving mixed signals. Shuko, and nothing, wanting to change the subject. That heroine's quirk does act very quickly. We didn't have time to react. Izuku, time to react? Looking at his hand with a somewhat depressed expression. I didn't feel anything. The danger sensor didn't activate either. Izuku looked down. The girls noticed. Shuko understood that they were his words. He wanted to apologize, but then a loud scream caught everyone's attention. Mineta, I held it back as best as I could, running towards the trees in front of him, but I could not hold it anymore. Not getting past the first trees when a large beast had appeared in front of him. I don't need to go to the bathroom anymore, was all he thought, since he had peed himself in fright. Help! Izuku, Mineta. Trying to activate the OFA without success. Come on, come on. Koda, stop trying to use his quirk. Stop, beast not working. J, just calm down and step back, please. Izuku, stopping trying to use OFA. If Koda's quirk doesn't work, that means, Shuko, Kirishima, Uraraka, Ojiro, get ready. There it was again, that look full of courage that Izuku had when someone was in trouble. He had always had it even before having the One for All. That innate courage that is born from the depths of his being. All the names were put on alert, ready to listen to him. For a brief moment, this came back to life. Izuku, Shuko freeze his legs. The girl did it instantly, preventing the creature from taking another step. Uraraka, use your quirk on Kirishima. Ojiro, throw him with all your strength using your tail, and Kirishima, destroy it with your strength. Uraraka, got it. Touches Kirishima. Ojiro, ready. Wrapping his tail around Kirishima. Kirishima, go ahead. Activating his quirk. That plan was executed, Ojiro, just like he did with Ida 2 days ago in the exam against the teachers, launched Kirishima with all his strength. Being under the effects of Uraraka's quirk, he was extremely easy to launch, giving him greater speed, resulting in Kirishima's blow being much stronger when it hit the beast, which was only a piece of land. Road several meters from the viewpoint. Nijire, they did great. Looking through binoculars. Pixie Bob, I believe it. Excited, I would have liked to see Midoriya destroy my creation, but seeing him guide the others is also very good. Mandalay, next to Aizawa, this is a very intense itinerary. With a sheet of paper in hand, you really have some crazy plans, Eraser. Aizawa, the plan was always to put them on the accelerated learning path usually reserved for those in the first cycle of their second year. So things are bound to get complicated for them from now on. Sighing slightly, the villains' attacks have increased recently, which is why we must make sure that all of them can defend themselves. Taishinori, also looking at everything with binoculars, I don't know why you can't use one for all, but that doesn't mean you don't have a way to defend yourself. Smiling slightly, your mind is a great tool, one you developed on your own many years before we even met. Aizawa, okay, now that we know they can fight those things, let's go. Getting back on the bus. Mandalay, come on. Kota, smiling at him, but he just ignores her. Kota, taking one last look at the forest before getting into the car with his aunt, how stupid. Forest. Uraraka, release, putting her hands together, deactivating her quirk, making Kirishima touch the ground. Izuku, Mineta, approaching his partner, are you okay? Mineta, why yes, looking away, embarrassed for peeing on himself. Thanks everyone for helping me. Kirishima, don't worry. Ojiro, thank Midoriya, looking at Izuku and then nodding. It was thanks to his plan that we were able to act so quickly. Izuku, Ojiro, smiling slightly, if we all work together we can move forward and arrive on time for being interrupted. Bakugo, don't count on me taking a few steps forward. I'm not going to follow your plans. Activating his quirk, generating several explosions which propelled him forward at high speed. Bakugo, in all this time, had not seen Izuku, always looking away. He was still worried about that feeling of death that was placed on his shoulders. He felt that he had to become stronger to not be afraid again. That's why in this camp he would concentrate more than anyone else. He would strive harder than anyone else to overcome his limits. Before even saying a single word, Ida had also activated the engines in his legs and ran at high speed, dodging the different trees, leaving only a cloud of dust behind him. But they were not the only ones. Tsuyu and a few other companions also left on their own, without making much noise. None of them gave a single reason for their complaint, for separating from the group, but you didn't have to be very smart to understand that the reason was Izuku himself. Uraraka, you know, looking ahead where those classmates were before this doesn't even surprise me anymore. Jiro, yes, shaking head, but on the bright side, we won't have to put up with their screams or complaints anymore. Kaminari, hey Midoriya, putting his arm around Izuku's shoulders, trying not to let that rejection affect him so much. Man, it was great how you thought of that plan so quickly using the abilities of our quirks. Smiling, tell me, can you think of some more combinations that we can use to beat the others? Izuku, I noticing how everyone who stayed by his side looked at him with confidence. Yeah. Getting excited, I have some ideas. Kaminari, did you hear? Raising his fist in the air, we're going to get there first. A loud shout was heard next. The spirits of the small group were high. They quickly all began to advance on their long journey to the base of that distant mountain. Realizing that the beasts they had to face were not alive, they could go with all their strength, without worrying about hurting them since they could not even feel pain. Using different strategies from Izuku to advance as quickly as possible, Mina was the spearhead, who threw her acid to melt whatever was in front of her and flatten the ground, so that everyone would then slide past on the ice that Shuko created. On top of a small structure and propelled by a small air engine that Momo built, and that Kaminari fed by constantly giving it energy. Uraraka had used her quirk only on those Momo objects, I think, to lighten the weight. Jiro was the radar, locating possible threats and giving quick warnings to Mineta, who quickly launched several of his spheres to that area before the beast in question arrived. If he was successful, the creature was stuck and couldn't move, but if not, it was Kirishima's turn, who with a great leap and with his quirk activated, destroyed them. It was certainly a good strategy, but it wasn't foolproof, since when the creature wasn't trapped with Mineta's and Kirishima's spheres, the group had to stop to pick it up. Likewise, the constant use of someone's different quirks quickly tired them out, which is why they had to take short breaks. And as the hours passed, dusk was already in full swing, and from among the various trees Izuku and his group had finally arrived. Camp, 50 p.m. Pixie Bob, I see that the first large group finally arrived. Seeing the group of students with small wounds and very exhausted, you guys really worked hard. It's a shame that you got separated. Looking to the side where Bakugo and Ida were resting, although they arrived much earlier. Kirishima, did he see us? Not caring about those two just like everyone else. What? Are there cameras in the forest? Mandalay, no, but being interrupted. Nijire, I was watching them. Arriving at the place while continuing to fly with her quirk, and with this everyone did it too, showing them a camera which transmitted the images. By the way, the other group still has about 30 minutes to go to arrive. Mandalay, thanks. Nijire smiling, you can rest now. Nijire, okay, addressing the mackerel. Aizawa, good job arriving at the place, although Bakugo arrived first, and then Ida. Those words made those two just smile when they heard them. You did better. Ida, what? Angry, why? He said, raising his voice. For his part, Bakugo remained silent. Definitely that new attitude did not give much confidence to his companions. Aizawa, getting there first wasn't the goal of this test, emphasizing that word while staring at them. It consisted of how well they could work as a team in the face of unknown terrain and enemies. Now looking at the group that had just arrived, you did well. You supported each other, and the strengths of some covered the weaknesses of the other. Those words only bothered Ida, and Bakugo made him go to the cabin. Although staring at a person, Midoriya, why didn't you use your quirk at any time? Silence fell. Izuku only slightly lowered his face. During all that time he tried to use his quirk, but every time he tried the result was always the same. A complete failure. Pixie Bob, come on Eraser, don't be so harsh with the boy. The woman intervened. Surprisingly, she was very perceptive about some topics, and she could notice how that topic seemed to bother the boy. Pixie Bob, we have all seen on several occasions the great strength of your student. Surely he just wanted to help his classmates, right? He said that, looking at Izuku while winking at him. Or would you have wanted him to take care of all the work and the others not do much? Faced with that logic, Aizawa had no way to refute it. He simply looked at them for a second more and then left. Aizawa, whatever, leaving the place. From his expression it is clear that something bad is happening with his quirk. Gave a heavy sigh again. I'm sure Almight and his assistant must know what is happening. Frowning, I'm already tired of secrets. Pixie Bob, I can't believe he caught your eye. Shino, thinking about her friend and teammate. Well, now that the bitter man is gone, I can talk about something very important. Her words caught everyone's attention. You guys were amazing. Seeing Izuku, Kirishima, and Kaminari, their strategy, their strength and endurance, launching herself towards the three of them. I can't wait to see you in 3 years. I'm asking for you all. The heroine lunged at the three students, but before she could do anything, a small wall of ice had formed between them and the boys. Shuko and Momo quickly grabbed Izuku by the arms and dragged him away from them. But he wasn't the only one, since Kirishima had also been dragged by Uraraka and turned away from that woman who many could only think looked like a cat in heat. For his part, Kaminari walked away from the place on his own, the only image of a girl with green hair in the shape of vines passing through his mind. Mineta, watching everything while clenching his fists. I must change. I must change. I must change, he said to himself, motivating himself internally to be able to be as attractive to women as his friends. Mandalay, sorry about that. Young people holding her friend who was whispering things about how she had already been beaten. She just searching for a word to use. She's already at the age to get married and all that. That was a lie, but it was the best thing that could have come up and everyone knew it. but wanting to forget that detail they better looked for another topic of conversation. Izuku, speaking of getting married. Pixie Bob, yes. Excited. Izuku, ignoring her, are any of you the mother of that child who has been watching us all this time? The gazes of all the students were focused in the same direction, realizing that it was true, a boy was looking at them. Without taking his eyes off them, his gaze seemed somewhat annoyed. No one noticed them until now, that's how tired they were. Mandalay. None, she replied with a small degree of sadness in her voice. He is my nephew. His name is Koda and he will stay with us throughout the camp. The professional heroine would have preferred to leave him in the care of a nanny. She was not used to taking care of a child full time, but she could not do it. The boy had already lost his parents, and if she left him alone for several days, she thought that the boy could sense that she had also abandoned him. That's why, even though it was difficult, she would never abandon him. Kirishima, I see. With his cheerful attitude, he went to the boy and then extended his hand. Nice to meet you, my name is. Unfortunately, the boy's attitude was not as friendly as his aunt's, since as soon as Kirishima approached, he was greeted with a strong blow to the crotch. Izuku looked at that with concern for his friend. He didn't want to admit it, but for a second he thought about doing the same as Kirishima, but seeing how things ended, he was glad he didn't. Kaminari/Mineta, lifting Kirishima. Hey kid! Both raised their voices. Do you want to leave him without children in the future? Koda didn't say anything, he just left the place without even looking at them. Mandalay apologized repeatedly, over and over again without rest. At the same time, both Uraraka and Jiro looked away. Pixie Bob, why, you better come inside and eat, she said nervously about the boy's actions. Momo, confused, wasn't it that if we didn't arrive at the time they said there would be no food for us? Mandalay, that was just a little joke to motivate them. Watching how Kaminari and Mineta took Kirishima inside. We are not that bad, you know. Still with some shame for what happened I have done. Tashinori-san must be finishing preparing the food. Izuku, huh? Staring at her, is he cooking? Mandalay, yes. Slowly recovering his cheerful attitude, he insisted a lot that he wanted to help them by giving them good food so that they have strength for tomorrow's training, although with a doubtful expression. His choice of dish that he is cooking for everyone was a little strange. Shiko, really? Tilts head. And what did you choose? Mandalay, Katsudon. Shiko and Momo smiled as they immediately recognized that gesture. After all, they knew that that dish was Izuku's favorite, and that if Tashinori insisted so much on cooking it, it was just one more way to cheer him up. Izuku just smiled a little more at that. He really had a good teacher. The minutes passed and finally all the students had arrived. The second group had barely arrived and they could see how Izuku's group was already happily starting that dish. When they asked Tashinori where he had learned to cook it, he only mentioned that he took some cooking classes. That was a little lie, one that only Izuku knew. Although the taste was still not the same, it was starting to get quite close, the same taste of his mother's cooking. After finishing eating, it was time for the bathroom, which was divided into two for obvious reasons, the women's side and the men's side. Bathroom, men's side. Kaminari, man, the food was really delicious. I didn't know Tashinori-sensei could cook so well. Kirishima, yes, it's a shame that they told us that from tomorrow we would have to cook ourselves. Many were silent, either from tiredness or for their own reasons. Only a few engaged in conversation with each other. Mineta, what I was always looking for in front of the large wall that divided the bathrooms. They managed to hear some of the girls' voices, including Nijire's, is on the other side of this wall. Kaminari, dude, no? Mineta just sighed, and with great willpower on his part he looked away and entered the water, which surprised some. Mineta, I won't look. Ojiro, wow, surprised. The truth is that I thought for a second that businesswomen would climb that wall. Mineta, you're right. If we had been like this at the beginning of the academy, I would have climbed it without problems. Directing his gaze towards Izuku, but I won't do it, and it's all thanks to you, Midoriya. Izuku, me? Confused, but I haven't done anything. Mineta, that's not true. Shaking his head, to be honest, I now seeing Kaminari and then Kirishima, I envy you guys, leaving everyone silent. In the time we've been at the academy, you three have improved a lot, not only with your quirks but also as people. That was more than clear to me when the villains attacked the island. Smiling, I don't plan on staying behind you. I consider you my friends, the first people who didn't walk away from me when they saw that I was a pervert. Instead, they kept talking to me, raising thumb. That's why I try to improve so I can continue being your friend. A nice gesture was revealed. The three in question smiled. But one of those smiles was fake. Soon everyone left the bathroom, all except one. That only person was Izuku, who only said that he wanted to relax a little more and that it wouldn't take long. Izuku, am I a good example? Completely alone, looking at his hands, seeing for a second how that water that was in them turned into blood, the blood of the teachers he hurt. The boy simply, despite all the support he received, Izuku, that's not true. A small tear had fallen from his face. He still hadn't forgiven himself. Bathroom, girls sighed. Jiro, with his jacks connected to that wall, it seems that the boys have already left, disconnecting it without realizing that Izuku was still silent on the other side. Uraraka, they must be very tired too, said, relaxing in the water. Nijire, it's normal, girls, she spoke, making everyone look at her. The camp is designed for that. Although before only the second year were sent, smiling sweetly, but don't worry, it may seem a bit hard, but I will help you in everything I can. That radiant look, combined with that extremely well-formed body, not in the size of her breasts, but in that it was well-shaped as a result of training, an almost transparent wet towel was all she used to cover her beautiful body. At such a sight, some felt bad about their own bodies, especially because of the size of their breasts, which when looking at the others, she realized that without a doubt hers were the smallest. Another who also felt somewhat bad was Uraraka. She felt that compared to Nijire, Shuko, Momo, or any of the girls, her body was plumper, blaming herself for eating so many sweets, but especially matchas. Nijire, by the way, girls, smiling, can I ask you one last question? With her cheerful attitude she spoke, the girls who were already getting used to how Nijire was accepted. Is there a boy you like? And then they regretted letting her ask. Some blushed, among them was Uraraka, who at that question only had a few strands of red flash through her mind. Full of nerves, she simply sank her face into the water, trying to calm her nerves. Neither girl said anything, which caused a small pout from Nijire. Nijire, oh come on, none? Looking at Shuko, what do you say, Todoroki? That was heard by Izuku. He sensed that it was too late to leave, since Jiro could hear him come out of the water, and that would cause the girls to get angry for hearing one of their private practices. Shuko, WLI, blushes slightly. Nijire, I still can't forget those words that Midoriya told you during his fight at the sports festival. Smiling, it was like watching a declaration of love, and the part when he said, I will be your hero, while he held your hands, almost made me scream with emotion. By this point both Izuku and Shuko were blushing a lot, and in Shuko's case her quirk had activated slightly, producing some fire, heating the water, producing some steam. She tried to control herself, breathing several times until she was finally able to do it. Nijire, tell me, staring at her, what do you really feel for Midoriya? A second of silence took over the place. Momo for her part did not know what to do. Since Nijire had arrived and touched on that subject, it was only with Shuko. She simply did not like that. But before trying to change the subject, she answered. Shuko, Izuku, a quality smile drawing on her lips, is the first person that I can consider as a true friend. The memories of that first meeting passed through her mind, despite the fact that at first I was very distant, and I even got to yell at him. He, blushing slightly, he showed me his scars. He showed me that we could come to understand each other. The memories of the sports festival now came to her mind, and when we had our conflict he never stopped trying to help me. Even when I told him not to do it, that fool never listened to me. A small laugh came out of her lips. He inspires me. Makes me want to be a better person. Taking his hand right on his heart, it was thanks to him that I had the courage to see my mother again. At this point, a few small tears were appearing in her eyes, but they weren't from sadness, they were the opposite. Remembering everything that Izuku had done for her made her very happy. Izuku, on the other hand, was just blushing, looking at his reflection in the water, noticing how small tears were also appearing in his eyes. Shuko, my mother always told me that one day I would find him. Slightly raising her gaze, staring at Nijire, she told me that one day I would find my hero, that special person in my life, the one I would always want to be by her side. A beautiful smile appeared on her lips. That smile was seen by everyone, and I already found him. It's Izuku. He is that person. Her blush was also present and noticed by everyone. He is my hero. After that, Izuku's tears could not be contained. He covered his mouth with his hand, avoiding making the slightest sound and not being discovered. Hearing those words from Shuko were too much for his confused heart. I thought I had to make an effort, try to use the one for all again the next day and have everything go back to normal, that things would only get better from this point on, without knowing that this was impossible in some aspects. Shuko, after her words which left the other girls silent, simply leaned against the wall, almost in the same place where Izuku was. In that place, at that moment both shoulder and woman were united, but separated at the same time by only a wall. For her part, Momo felt a strong pressure in her chest. Her heart ached. She was no longer just Melissa. Now Shuko had said indirectly that she loved that boy whom she met first before anyone else. She was the first to support him. She was the first to believe in him. Nijire. I see, smiling sweetly. It's obvious that you love him a lot. Without saying anything else, she stands up. Well, we've been here for a long time, and we have to get up early tomorrow. Coming out of the water, let's go in. Her words were heard and everyone came out of the water. They wanted to rest. Some had a lot to think about. During the whole way to their bedroom, neither Shuko nor Momo saw or spoke to each other. For his part, Izuku, once he didn't hear any of the girls, he knew that he could finally leave. He also had a lot of things to think about. The hours passed. Everyone was already asleep. Some were dreaming. Others were so exhausted that they didn't even have the energy for that. Shuko, before falling asleep, could not get Nijire's words out of her mind, and combined with what she declared in front of everyone, it made her have a dream. Shuko's dream. Shuko, where am I? She didn't recognize that place. She was inside a big house. Its style was classic Japanese, just like her house, but that was impossible. She would recognize her own house. Shuko, whose house is this? The girl quickly walked towards a small shelf, on which a single photo dominated the entire place. Shuko, it can't be, she blushed, since when she saw the photo she only saw herself and Izuku on their wedding day. The girl had already had a dream like that before, a dream where she married Izuku. She thought it had to be a continuation of that, and to a certain extent it was, but not in the way she expected. Lemon skipped. With her heart beating even more, Shuko watched expectantly as Izuku slowly pulled down his underwear. She gulped when he was about to show her its contents. But for her fortune or misfortune, she woke up from the dream. Camp, girls' room, early morning. Shuko, what? She woke up suddenly. All the other girls around her were still sleeping. Her breathing was very labored. She couldn't see much, but she still knew she could feel that if she could look in a mirror, she would see that her face was completely flushed. She tried to calm down, and only after many minutes did she manage to do so. Unknown location. Shigaraki, entering a laboratory. Sensei, my team is ready. Smiling maliciously, we are prepared to attack those children's camp tonight. Widening his smile, I will finally be able to. AFO, no, stopping him immediately, while turning his back on him. Shigaraki, what? Confused, but Sensei, the whole team is ready. I can even take some nomas so that being interrupted again. AFO, I already told you no. With a stern tone, those words were enough for Shigaraki to shut up completely. I'm still working on the compatibility of the quirks that I put on that guy you brought me. What was his name? Not giving it importance, I already remembered. Muscular, turning around face to face with Tamura. You and your team wait one more day until I finish. Getting serious. Failing is completely prohibited. Clenching his fists, the priority is to bring Izuku to my side. Turning around again. Now go, and tell your team to prepare even better for this. Attack. Shigaraki, yes, Sensei. Turning around to leave. Why? Clenching his fists, why is that damn brat so important? About to leave, but is stopped. AFO. Tamura talking to him again while turning his back. One last thing. Shigaraki, staying silent for a few seconds. Yes, Sensei? Finally answering. AFO, tell the doctor to also prepare the Nomu I create using that assassin. His smile widened. It was deformed, it was perverse, it was creepy. Ha 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 ha. With the quirks I'm giving that guy, he'll be able to overcome any unforeseen event. Ha 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 ha. Shigaraki left the place without saying anything else. It didn't matter how many years he had known that great villain, and all this time he had never seen him that way. Even he was starting to get scared. AFO, one day talking to himself, just one more day. Camp, outside the mackerel, 30 am. Aizawa, good morning. These were the words of his teacher to his students, all of them wearing their sports suits. Their sleepy faces made it clear that they were not used to getting up so early. Mina, Todoroki, are you okay? Noticing some big dark circles under her eyes, did you not sleep well or did you have a nightmare? Shuko, I. At that moment Shuko looked at Izuku and immediately remembered that whole dream. Her face had turned as red as one half of her hair. She quickly looked away from the boy, with her heart racing again. She couldn't allow that to happen. She, like everyone else, was in that place to train and become stronger. Aizawa, today we will begin a rigorous round of training in front of all his students. As you know, the purpose of this camp is to strengthen your bodies. Up to this point you have only gained experience and technique, but the time has come for you to also acquire physical strength. With this your quirks can be stronger. Taking out of his pocket the same ball from the first day's test, so get ready, because today will be a long day for all of you. After those words he only formed one of his rare smiles which never announced anything good to all the students, without any of them really knowing what was really waiting for them later on. Chapter 21, Because I Am Here With You. Camp, outside the cabin, 30 am. Aizawa, Bakugu, getting his students' attention, takes this, throwing that ball he had in his hands. Bakugu, is this? Cyril, looking at that object, isn't that the same ball he made us throw the first day? Aizawa, yes, without stopping looking at the blonde Bakugu. I want you to throw it again with all your strength. Seeing how his student took a few steps forward, your data shows that on that occasion you threw this ball at a distance of 705 meters. Staying silent for a few seconds, I want to see how much you have progressed. Sato, amazing. Excited, a demonstration of skill growth. Shoji, it's been a pretty intense 3 months since then. Maybe now I can overcome the kilometer. Some started talking about the development that Bakugu should have had by this point. Some started talking about how strong he should have become by this point. But those forgot one detail. He was not the best in that test. Kirishima, well, Midoriya was able to overcome 3 kilometers, and even Uraraka's infinite meter frame. That was impressive at that time. The boy spoke. His intentions were good. He wanted them not to forget the achievement his friend had just started at the academy, and the impossible record to beat on his friend's part. That caused different reactions. Frustration on the part of Bakugu, who only squeezed the ball tighter and prepared to throw it, silencing his classmates who wanted to forget about the green-haired boy's presence. A slight blush on Uraraka without her realizing it for highlighting her achievements in front of everyone, a small pout on the part of Jiro. But for Izuku it was different. He just looked at his hand. He tried to activate one for all once again, getting the same result. A complete failure. Momo noticed it, and so did Shuko. She was still somewhat upset by that dream she had in the early morning. It was not the first time she dreamed about Izuku, but that dream where they were both in the same bed was too much for her teenage mind, which, despite the childhood she lived, was still mentally a teenager who was barely living a normal youth. At that, she simply wanted to ignore that dream. She wouldn't forget it, she couldn't. She would simply put it aside and concentrate on supporting Izuku with his problem just like he did with her, while also striving to improve herself. Aizawa, are you ready, Bakugu? Bakugu, yes, answering dryly while clenching his teeth. I will surpass my record. Squeezing the ball with all his strength, I will surpass the damn kilometer. His arm extended to its full potential. Small sparks began to form and sound all over the place. The blonde made optimal use of his own body to generate more energy. His legs were firm, he turned his hip at the right moment, and his extended arm moved as if it were a whip. I simply use whatever it takes to get every inch possible. Bakugu, die! After that scream, a great explosion was generated, causing those people who were still asleep, not only among his companions, but also in the cabin, to wake up suddenly. A thick cloud of dust rose for a few seconds. After dissipating, you could see Bakugu, who was breathing with difficulty. His hand hurt a little more and it would have broken due to the strong recoil, but it didn't matter. He wanted to overcome the kilometer. He had to overcome the kilometer. He was aware that it would be impossible for him to overcome Izuku's record for the moment, but at least he could overcome the kilometer. Aizawa, 998 meters, showing the result on his cell phone. You improved more than I thought, noticing the anger contained in his student's face. But not in your attitude. Looking at his other students, most of you have certainly become stronger. Looking at Izuku for a second, but that improvement was focused more on technique and experience. So in this camp we will focus on further improving the strength of your quirks. Turning around, any questions? The master thought that no one would say anything. It was too early, but they should not waste valuable hours of training. But unfortunately one did speak. Bakugo, what about him? The blonde at that moment had pointed out Izuku of all people. It was hard for him to call him Deku again, but he flatly refused to call him by his last name, and much less by his first name. Bakugo, I have to know how much he's improved to surpass him. Unconsciously he had begun to tremble slightly. He was still afraid of that memory, and it disgusted him. That is why he wanted to become stronger. So strong that he would never be afraid of anything or anyone again. Momo, I don't think it's necessary. Shuko, I think so too, we better start training. Both girls immediately intervened. No one other than them and Tashinori knew of Izuku's condition at the moment. They didn't want it to be known. After all, how would they explain what had happened? Either of them knew for sure. For a second there was silence. Both girls and Izuku himself thought that their teacher would decline that idea, that he would say something like there is no time for that, that if he has time to think about others he should dedicate it to training, anything. It wasn't like that. Aizawa, I agree. Both Izuku and those two girls gulped from their nerves. Aizawa, clearly something is happening to Midoriya, and those two know it. His accusing eyes looked at the three students. I'm really tired of the secrets that Midoriya has. Searching from his pocket for a second ball and throwing it to Izuku. Midoriya, you throw it too. Staring at Izuku, we all know your strength. But this camp is the same for everyone, that's why you have to use your quirk. The world stopped for Izuku. He didn't know what to do, what excuse to say, what plan to draw up to get out of this situation, and the fact that everyone was looking at him didn't help. Kirishima, whispering to Uraraka, hey, do you think she's okay? Worried, getting closer to the girl's face to speak better, she doesn't look very well. Uraraka, I don't know. Blushes slightly, wanting to concentrate on the conversation to leave her embarrassment behind. Yesterday she didn't use her quirk, and the truth is I'd also like to see how strong she's become. Kirishima, you're right. Nodding, I'd also like to see how far he can throw that ball this time. It seemed like there was no way out for Izuku. He slowly walked a few steps forward, deliberately taking his steps slower each time. He really didn't want anyone else to know his situation, and the reason was simple. I was afraid. He feared that those days where everyone made fun of him for not having a quirk would repeat themselves. He took a leap of faith with those three girls and it worked. But he was not naive. He knew fully well that not everyone would react the same way. Luckily for him, a cheerful voice spoke. Nijire, how mean! With a slight pout, she had arrived behind the students while another person also arrived behind her. Why didn't you wake me up? Widening her childish pout, I'm here to help you. But you don't tell me that you will train from so early. Izuku, Hato-senpai. The boy called her name, and the girl just smiled as she walked towards him. Nijire. Nijire, smiling sweetly, just tell me. Nijire, that raised an alert in Shuko and Momo's mind. After all, you don't think I'm weird for asking so many questions about other people's quirks. Izuku, how could I? Relaxing, after all, I'm like that too. I'm always interested in other people's quirks. Nijire. Rejoicing, all the more reason, just call me Nijire. It was strange. Izuku felt very calm next to that girl with light blue hair and great curiosity. But it was a different feeling than when he was with Shuko, Momo, or Melissa. With Nijire he didn't feel anything so deep. It was a different sensation. They had only known each other for a day and they could both feel that they were friends. Bakugo, don't waste any damn time and throw the damn ball. Unfortunately, the blonde lost his patience. It was no longer just because of the lost time that Izuku deliberately caused. There was also the memory of that girl's words, the words that had once again hurt his fragile pride. Nijire, how rude, she complained, but then returned to her typical smile. Did your mother never teach you not to interrupt other people's conversations? That irritated the blonde. If you continue with that attitude you will die alone and sad. Bakugo's teeth were grinding in anger. He tried to calm down. He tried with all his might and slowly he succeeded. It was difficult, but little by little he was controlling his anger. He thought that if he could see how far Izuku could go in the launch it would be worth it. But it wasn't like that. Tashinori, I think it's best to start today's training arriving at the place and staring at Aizawa when we realize the sun will rise. Both adults stared at each other, with 1,001 thoughts in each, with different motives and with different resolutions, but one thing was certain, they had already wasted a lot of time. That is why he looked away from his fellow teacher, approached Izuku without saying a single word to take the ball in his hands and begin to walk away. Aizawa, he's right without looking at anyone, we've already wasted a lot of time. Bakugo, that bastard, looking at Tashinori with much repressed anger, again the damn bastard defends him. Clenching his fists tightly, Almight has to know that his damn assistant has that disgusting favoritism. A hypocritical thought was undoubtedly said in Bakugo's mind, although he did not see it that way, for the one who thinks that having a strong quirk already made him superior to others, now it was his turn to live on the other extreme. Tashinori, young Midoriya arriving in front of his successor, do you want me to help you train? With a slight smile the thin man offered to help the boy. Nijire, I want to help train Izuku too. Shuko/Momo, looking at each other to walk towards the girl with light blue hair. Izuku, will you also call me by my name? Nijire, of course. Putting her hands on her hips while having a big smile, if you're going to call me by my name, it's only fair that I do it with yours too, right? The beautiful girl, full of curiosity, had decided that fact for the two of them. She would not back down on her decision. Unfortunately, she could not receive an answer, since Shuko and Momo had come up behind her. At that moment both of them took her by one of her arms and began to drag her towards the direction of their titular teacher, who was guiding them towards the place where they would train. Shuko, Hato-senpai, could you help us first? Nijire, of course. Happy to feel useful, ha. But also call me by my name, and I will call you by it. Shuko, no. Nijire, huh? Depressed, why? Momo, that's right, Shuko Hato-san, seeing her pout and Nijire-senpai making the girl happy again. Even Melissa took some time, and a lot of things had to happen for them to call her by her name. Shuko, hey, don't say it. Nijire, I see, nodding while still being dragged by Shuko and Momo. What do I have to do or have in common for you to call me by my name? Shuko, blushing and nothing. Nijire, putting on a mischievous smile, oh, now I get the idea. By this point most of them had already retreated, too far away for anyone to hear them. Izuku and Tashinori just watched as everyone walked away, letting out a small sigh at that. Izuku, thanks for saving me again. Tashinori, don't worry, putting his hand on Izuku's shoulder, but tell me, is there any change? Izuku, no, lowering his head, I can't use it yet. Tashinori, I understand, seeing his depressed successor. In that case, let's not waste any more time and go with them. Starting to walk with Izuku, maybe I can help you a little. After that, the hours passed. It was a beautiful day, the sky was clear and the sun was shining brightly. In all this time, Class A had focused on their training, while Class B was arriving at the established place. Vlad, I can't believe they went back to sleep. His titular teacher was clearly angry. After that explosion that woke everyone up, some thought it was too early. After all, it had already been established that they would train in shifts on the first day. The goal was to see the strengths and weaknesses of each one, and then clearly see how to help them, and that became easier the fewer there were, at least at the beginning. Monoma, that was surely a plan from the annoying Class A too. Kendo, Monoma raising his arm, scaring his partner, who fell silent instantly. Komori, by the way, Vlad-sensei, the girl with the mushroom quirk, looked at her teacher. You told us that this camp is designed to improve our quirks. But how will we do that? Vlad, muscle fibers. The teacher answered without further ado. He didn't say anything else. His students also remained silent. It was like this for several seconds. Everyone understood. Their teacher, a professional hero, wanted to look interesting in front of his students. And so, with no other option, one of the men spoke, asking what his teacher wanted to hear, so much so that he could finish giving his explanation. Kamakiri, could you be more specific? Said the boy with green skin and hair, who carried 2 sharp blades on the sides of his mouth. What do you mean by muscle fibers? Vlad, I'm glad you asked. He smiled at the same time that his students felt a small drop of sweat run down their foreheads. Muscle fibers given to constant abuse. As a person exercises daily, they break. They come back together, but in a stronger and more resistant way, almost reaching their destination. Quirks can be compared to these. The more they use them, the stronger they become. Otherwise, this one will only become weaker as time goes by, finally reaching the agreed place. Managing to see those of Class A. In other words, if you want to strengthen them, you have to take them to the limit and then surpass it. After those words, all of his students stared at the training that those from Class A were doing, left speechless by what they saw, and some even got nervous knowing the fate that awaited them. Bakugo was dipping his hands into a large container of frozen water, only to later pull them out and create a gigantic explosion, directing it towards the sky, over and over again without any rest. At this point he could feel his bones cracking, but he didn't care and continued. Ida was running non-stop, circling the field, using his engines as much as possible and repeatedly. But that seemed like little, so Aizawa asked Nijire to fly over the field and, when he least expected it, throw several energy blasts at him. That way he would learn to change direction quickly without having to slow down. Siro was standing on top of a hill, expelling tape without stopping, even though he was already screaming in pain. Even though his tears were coming out of his eyes without stopping, he was forbidden to stop, otherwise he would be punished with more hours of training. Kirishima using his hardening constantly while Ojiro repeatedly attacked him with his tail. That was an optimal training to start for both, one focused on defense and the other on attack. Ojiro practiced his mobility and speed, just as Kirishima slowly learned to harden various parts of his body partially. In that way he defended himself without losing agility. Kaminari expelling large amounts of electricity. His goal was to fill a large number of large batteries which were in charge of providing all the energy to the cabin where they were staying. The boy could feel how he was about to have an overload in his brain and lose his intelligence momentarily. But he didn't. In the distance he could see her, that girl with green hair shaped like vines. Ibra stared at him, and moving her lips she said a few words. Kaminari didn't hear them, but to him they meant, "Don't give up." That was more than enough reason to resist the overload of his brain and continue charging the batteries for much longer. Kota screaming as loud as he could despite his shyness, trying to control as many animals as possible, birds, squirrels, insects. There simply wasn't an animal that didn't come closer to see who was calling him. Even for a second he could tell that a small cat had arrived. But he couldn't see it for a long time when he had to take another breath to continue screaming. Aoyama constantly expelling his laser, his abdominal muscles aching, enduring his terrible stomach pain, but with the precaution of having a portable toilet nearby. Tokoimi was inside a dark cave. His screams of effort could be heard even outside of it. Small debris came out of the entrance of said cave. After all, dark shadow was out of control, crushing everything in its path in that place, free from the sun. Uraraka fell down a steep slope while she was inside a plastic sphere. The objective of this training was to train her hearing to resist such drastic changes in position, learn to always be focused, and most importantly learn to resist her urge to vomit. Additionally, once she reached the base of the slope, Nijire would go get her and put her back on top so that the cycle would repeat itself over and over again. Tsuyu was climbing the mountain using her frog abilities. Her tongue was tied from the top. It was stretched to the maximum it could be. While she climbed, she had to resist the pain of the ants that stung her, the burning of the stones getting hotter and hotter by the sun, in addition to other adversities that hurt her exposed tongue. Both Momo and Sato had similar trials, but only to a certain point. Both were eating large amounts of sweets from a table, but at one point they both had to move away from that table and use their quirks to the fullest. Sato enlarged his muscles and destroyed several rocks near him. That served him not only to be able to resist longer using his quirk, but also to strengthen his knuckles. The micro fractures that were caused when healing would make his fists harder. For her part, Momo not only had to constantly create various objects of greater or lesser complexity, but while she continued creating said objects, she had to create a new type of weapon, assemble it, load it, and shoot it as close to the center of targets at different meters away. Jiro and Mina stood side by side at the base of a large rock. Jiro used his jacks to hit the large rock hard, with the goal of making his jacks stronger as well as gaining more control of them. Mina, for her part, created acid completely from her hands. It seemed simple, but it wasn't. After all, she had the additional task of just melting the rock. The ground had to remain as intact as possible, and that could only be achieved if Mina created the exact amount of acid. With Mineta it was simple, he only had to pick up the spheres on his head, but that simplicity was where the difficulty lay. After all, he had to do it over and over again until he filled 2 large industrial containers. It was madness, in his words. Just by pulling out a little more than a dozen, his head began to bleed, and this time was no exception. Even so, despite the fact that his tears of pain stained the floor, he continued to strive. And the last one who was in that place was Shuko. She was inside a large bucket full of water which reached up to her waist. Her goal was to keep the temperature of the water stable, and for that she had to create ice and fire at the same time. But that was the problem, she couldn't use both at the same time. So many years denying her fire brought with it consequences. She earned the attention of several men, but not because of her training but because of how she was dressed. Shuko did not have a swimsuit, she never thought she would need it. That is why she had to enter that bucket with her sports uniform, resulting in her wet shirt attracting the attention of some glances. Bakugo, stopping training for a second to see Shuko in the distance. I have to be stronger, to not be afraid again, and to show Endeavor that I am the one for his daughter and not that guy. A contradiction had begun in his mind. The blonde was still interested in the girl with the two-tone hair. So many years thinking that only he deserved the best, she would not abandon him from one day to the next. And on his part there was the issue of izuku. After that, after crying and his mother listening to him, after all that, he refused to recognize it, but at the same time he could not ignore her strength. He was lost in his thoughts and didn't notice when an attack from Nijire hit right next to him, surprising him immediately. Bakugo, hey! Raising his voice, watch where you're aiming. Nijire, I'm sorry, even from heaven I didn't aim well at your other partner, smiling sweetly, but if you got scared just with that, it's not my fault. Her cheerful tone never disappeared. Besides, that's what happens to you for being distracted staring at a girl. That's unpleasant for us, you know, moving away slowly. Really, at this rate you'll end up alone, hee. Bakugo, that damn thing. Putting his hands back in the ice water and resuming his training, she does this on purpose. That demonstration was more than enough for all the men who looked at Shuko to look away. Mina, for her part, was glad to see that. She and all the women understood why she did it. Now the pink-skinned girl was happier knowing that there was another person who supported Shuko in the matter of her nascent romance with Izuku. Shuko, ignoring everything that happened, this is exhausting, breathing with some difficulty, and these clothes are uncomfortable for this, seeing her shirt very tight to her body, blushing a little. I wonder if Izuku would like to see me like this. Her cheeks blushed slightly. If another man looked at me in a disgusting way I would freeze him, but if it's Izuku I would let him look, because I am his. Without realizing it, that dream came back to his mind right at the part where he made that statement. Instantly his face blushed too much, his whole face was red, and he released so many flames that he almost evaporated the water in his bucket. Vlad, Eraser approaching his partner, are you almost done? Aizawa, yes, just a few more minutes before they have their break. Looking at Class B, your students can warm up while mine finish for now, then we will repeat the cycle. Setsuna, Sensei raising hand, aren't we supposed to push our muscles to the limit? Hesitantly, then why don't we all train at the same time all day long? Kendo, by the muscle fibers, calling the attention of his classmates and teachers in my martial arts classes, they told me that it is not good for the muscles to constantly strain themselves. The ideal is to take small rest intervals. Otherwise, instead of noticing an improvement, you would only damage the muscle, leaving everyone silent. And if Vlad Sensei compares our quirks with muscle fibers, then they must follow this same principle, right? Vlad, why yes, with slight drops of sweat running down his forehead. Aizawa, it seems she is also very smart, smiling behind her ribbons. Kendo, although now that I think about it, it must be difficult for you to pay attention to all of us at the same time. If we joined Class A, we would be 40 students. Aizawa, not really, sighing lightly, knowing what would happen next. That's why they're here, stepping back a few steps. Ragdoll, that's right. Standing firmly, 4 minds and 1 body. Mandalay, with sparkling eyes, we rock. Ragdoll, we're here to lend a helping hand. Tiger, whenever, wherever, we'll get there. Pixie Bob, cute, cat-like and stingy. And with that ridiculous presentation for the vast majority is how the complete group of professional heroes were introduced. From among their ranks they already knew half. The other two members who arrived were a woman of thin build. Her hair was long, turquoise blue. Her eyes were round and had small pupils. Uniform as is customary in this group had a feline theme where the predominant color was yellow. But the one who stood out the most among all was the man, tall and with a muscular body. His hair was short and combed back where a small chest stood out on his forehead, and his suit, like all the others, was feline-themed where its predominant color was brown. Ragdoll, for the little kittens who have doubts, don't worry, with a cheerful and fun attitude I speak. My quirk is called Search, with which it allows me to observe and monitor up to 100 people at the same time. I can even find out their weak points. Pixie Bob, my quirk is called Flowstone, inflating her chest with pride with the intention that some man might notice her. With it I can manipulate the earth at my will. It is with it that I can mold this entire training camp for the needs that her training requires, hoping for any praise from some man, but received nothing. Mandalay, and with my telepath, activating his quirk, I can talk to several of you at the same time, even if you are in different places. Deactivating his quirk, that way I can instruct several at the same time. Tiger, I will be in charge of hitting, kicking and other violent services, saying without further ado, causing some fear in some. Those with simple power-up skills come with me, starting to walk, being followed by some students who were nervous. Mandalay, hello Eraser, getting really close to Aizawa while having a cat-like smile on his lips, ready to admit that you stepped aside just so our group could introduce themselves, just because you know I like him? Aizawa, I don't know what you're talking about, turning his gaze in another direction. He just did it because it was the fastest way for the students to get to know them, that's all. Mandalay, what a bad liar you are, touching Aizawa's cheek repeatedly without him moving away. Or come on, cheer up, not receiving an answer, making the woman pout a little until she comes up with an idea. If you're going to be like that, I guess I won't introduce you to the little kitten that my group brought to this camp. Those words were enough for the serious and gloomy adult to turn around to stare at the woman. Even though he didn't say anything, his gaze said he was interested. Mandalay, haha, that's better. I'll introduce you to him later, but first answer me something. Getting serious, where is your student? Making Aizawa also get serious, knowing who she was referring to. Where is Midoriya? Aizawa, he looking in a specific direction, is over there. That guy, Toshinori, said that he would personally take care of his training. Mandalay, and you just left it like that? Surprised. Aizawa, I couldn't do anything else. Apparently it was a personal request that Almight gave him. Mandalay, Almight? Even more surprised. I've seen some of their videos, and they do look a bit alike, but to get to this point, what relationship do those two have? Aizawa, I don't know, slightly clenching his fists. I really don't know, and I'm tired of not really knowing. With that last thing said and thought, the adults left to continue with the training, starting the warm-up of Class B while Class A finishes its activities for the moment. While all this was happening, in the middle of the forest, and without anyone seeing or hearing them, both Izuku and Toshinori were located in a small space where there were no trees, creating an ideal area to train without being disturbed. Izuku, let's go! Let's go! With his fists clenched in frustration, Izuku desperately tried to activate One for All, but it still showed no signs of activating. Izuku, why? Full of frustration, with small tears held back, am I not worthy anymore? 1,000 ideas crossed his mind, and all of them were negative. The boy was lost, and not only in his thoughts, but it was at that moment that his teacher threw a punch at his face. Izuku could barely dodge it, and even so Toshinori's fist grazed his cheek. Izuku, and master? Confused, taking a few steps back. If I hadn't dodged it. Toshinori, no. It's not like that, with a serious attitude just like his tone of voice. I deflected my fist on purpose, starting after those words to get into a combat stance, but these are going to be serious now, get ready. With his leg well positioned in front of his body, Toshinori took momentum and launched himself towards his successor, throwing another blow towards his face. This action surprised Izuku, who had to use all his strength in his legs to dodge it, but as he did so, a new blow approached, and it was in this way that the teacher began to attack while the student could only dodge. Izuku, Master dodging another blow. What being interrupted? Tashinori, train throwing a punch with his right arm. You must continue training. His attack is dodged. I am not as smart when it comes to quirks as David throwing now a punch with his left arm which was dodged again, but with more ease, nor am I as good at analyzing things as your izuku. But I do know something. Throwing now a kick which izuku dodges by jumping back and being separated from his master. You must continue training. The place was silent for a few brief seconds, only Bakuga's explosions could be heard slightly. Tashinori, don't get stuck in your thoughts. Taking light steps in the direction of his student, you must keep moving forward. Time waits for no one. Reaching his successor and putting his hand on his shoulder. If at this moment you can't use one for all, that doesn't mean you stop training and strengthening your body. His words of encouragement, despite not being the best, despite the fact that he could have chosen something better to say to her, he continued to speak in that way, showing his support even with everything that had happened. Tashinori, we heroes have many things to protect. Smiling, that's why we can't lose. At that moment, and to the adult's surprise, the boy removed his man's hand, giving it a light blow to them. Izuku, who had his gaze down, raised it, revealing that he had light tears coming out of his eyes. Izuku, protect. Never lose. Clenching his fists tightly, that's why I'm like this. The boy screamed, releasing the frustration that had been building up in his heart. He didn't want to yell at his teacher, the person who trusted him, the person who allowed him to have the means to fulfill his dream. No, that wasn't true. Izuku, it was because of my desire to never lose again that I hurt the masters like that. He squeezed his fingers tightly. I lost control. His muscles tensed. His tears ran down his cheeks and fell to the ground. I'm scared. The boy was sincere, much more than with his mother, much more than with those girls. For the first time he said what he really felt, and it was to his teacher, to the second person he admired the most, that person who he could even swear was almost as important to him as his father. Izuku, I'm afraid of losing control again. I'm afraid that if that happens again I'll hurt innocent people. I'm afraid that if everyone finds out they'll treat me like they did before I met you. I'm afraid of letting you down. I'm afraid of not being worthy of being your successor. I'm afraid of what I felt at that moment. I'm afraid of enjoying that violence again when I hurt the teachers. Tashinori, Izuku, stop. With great concern the adult ran towards the child and hugged him in a sign of comfort. Here were the consequences of giving that great burden to a child they always looked down on, one who at the first difficulty would have his insecurities return suddenly and attack him without any mercy. Tashinori, that won't happen again. Slightly tightening his hug, you won't lose control again. Izuku, and how do you know that? Trying to separate without any success, maybe that's why One for All doesn't activate. Maybe the carriers regretted it, and won't let me use it. Maybe they saw that my desperate desire to always win would only cause tragedy, and that's why they won't let me use it. Maybe they felt disgusted by how I enjoyed it, and I don't regret what I did to the masters. Maybe. Izuku's tears fell shamelessly, staining his teacher's shirt, but that mattered little or nothing to him. Right now his priority was Izuku and nothing else. Tashinori, enough. Separating from the hug only to hit Izuku in the cheek, knocking him to the ground. In life, we all go through many difficulties. We will do things that we will later regret. At that the hero remembered two events, how he had to be taken out by Gran Torino in the final fight between Nana and All for One, resulting in his death, and how again he did nothing to stop the beating that was being given to his successor, a boy of only 15 years old. Tashinori, but we must not give up. We must strengthen ourselves not only physically but mentally so that those fears do not defeat us. Bending down to put his hand on Izuku's shoulder again, and so that we always have control and can fulfill our dreams, desires, and wishes. Dreams, desires, longings, how long has it been since he thought about them? In that instant, the words that were once said to each other resonated in his mind, the words that always gave him courage to move forward, the words that he first heard from Tashinori, your father, smiling slightly, your mother, Ruji-san, Ai-san, David, Melissa, the young Yayorozu, the young Todoroki, your true friends who were worried and stepped forward when they saw you, and I hugging Izuku again, who this time did not resist. We all want to see you fulfill those words. That ideal you aspire to is a very difficult one to achieve, but when you achieve it you will change the world. With those words, the hero got up from the ground, helping the boy to do the same. In that place, only the boy's sobs could be heard. He felt really bad for crying so much again. He felt that all the progress he had made was lost in an instant. That's not true. It's a lie. He had not lost them. Toshinori, looking for something in his pocket to then give it to Izuku. Take this handkerchief. Dry your tears. Seeing how the boy paid attention to him. Listen, Izuku, nobody blames you for what happened. It was the teachers who were wrong in the first place. You just defended yourself. Izuku, but. Toshinori, staring at him, stop thinking about everything and everyone, putting on his typical smile. Clear your mind, walking away a few steps. Don't think about the carriers. Don't think about me. Don't think about your companions. Don't think about them. Don't think about your father. Those words confused Izuku. Just think about the hero you yourself want to be. With an expression difficult to describe, Izuku looked at his teacher, his last tears running down his cheeks, his heart beating strongly. Those words, those of his father, those of his friends, those of the girls, the song his mother sang to him before the trip, he simply remembered it all. How everyone expected great things from him. How everyone talked about the kind of hero he would become. But that was a mistake. Toshinori, don't let others guide your will, be it friends, teachers, professional heroes. Decide for yourself, not by orders from others. After all, this is your giving him a big smile, your own story, Izuku. At that moment, Izuku could feel a great weight being removed from his shoulders. He still carried his past regrets, but for the first time he could feel that burden being removed from his heart. His tears flowed again. At this point, he didn't care that he was crying lately. Toshinori, try using one for all again. Izuku, do you think I can do it this time? Being a little nervous. Toshinori, we won't know if you don't try. Izuku nodded, took a breath, inhaled and exhaled several times, as much air as he could. He was nervous and his legs were slightly shaking to show it. That made Toshinori laugh a bit. It was like seeing him the day he met him, that time when he was weak and everyone bothered him, and despite the fear, the fact that his body was shaking, he had the courage to save whoever was in danger. Toshinori, one last thing before you try. With a serious look, but with a smile on his lips, he looked at his successor. Izuku, start to forgive yourself. At that moment, when he heard those words, Izuku could feel it in his hands. Small red stripes began to form, as well as small discharges of electricity surrounded them. There it was. The one for all had reappeared. It was weak, it was only in his hands, but there it was, and with tears and some snot from not containing his emotion, he spoke. Izuku, I am sorry. I can feel the one for all excited, happy, crying. Nana, Banjo-san, I can't hear them, but I feel them again. They haven't abandoned me. Toshinori, of course they didn't abandon you. Approaching Izuku, one for all will never abandon you, and neither will I. Reaching his successor, and then putting his hands on his shoulders, I promise you the day he went to that high school to look for you. That memory came to both of their minds, although for one it had a much more special meaning. Toshinori, I promise you that I wouldn't let you suffer anymore. Do you know why? With his typical smile, the hero spoke. He had been wrong before, but never again. He would follow his own words and do what he thinks is best for his successor. For his part, Izuku, with tears falling down his cheeks, stopped activating the one for all. He simply looked at his teacher, waiting for the end of that phrase. The phrase that changed the course of his life. Because I'm here with you. Finally, the hero said them, and with that Izuku now hugged him. He was happy. He was truly happy. Things would really only get better from now on, just like Melissa told him. Now he knew the reason why one for all was not activated. It wasn't because of the bearers, it was because of himself. He felt guilty of hurting others, and in an unconscious desire that it wouldn't happen again, it manifested itself that way. He still couldn't use it on his whole body. It was like in the beginning, but that didn't matter. Toshinori, okay, separating from the hug, let's continue with the training. Izuku, should I use one for all? Excited to feel his quirk again. Toshinori, no, suddenly taking all the emotion away from Izuku. I know what you must be thinking, and there's an explanation. He asterisk, looking around, realizing that there is no one nearby. Starting to release small trails of smoke asterisk. The one for all is a quirk different from all the others. Slowly his muscles grew. It is the power that for several generations was accumulating. That is why to give it the maximum use you must have a body totally prepared to support it. At that moment the trail of dust became a large smoke screen, which lasted less than a second, and when it was gone now there was the hero and symbol of peace. Almight, just like mine. Tensing his muscles, ha ha ha. That muscular form only lasted a few seconds before returning to normal, not to the symbol of peace but to the assistant of this. Izuku, you're right, sighing lightly. If I want to master more percentage and improve in float and black whip, first I have to improve my resistance, although I wanted to use it again. Toshinori, you will train while you activate it, taking several papers out of his pocket. This is only the first day of training for the entire week that we will be here reading the sheets he took out for the moment. We will do this list of exercises that I planned for you. Are you ready? Izuku, yes. And so time passed. Toshinori had indicated to Izuku a series of different exercises to develop muscle mass, in addition to light races dodging all the trees and roots to improve his agility. So they passed the time until Mandalay, using her quirk, communicated to all the students of Class A that they had to rest. On his way back with everyone else, Izuku couldn't stand the heat, and so he took off his shirt to cool off, causing the adult to once again see his burned scars on his back, remembering again everything he had to endure for more than 10 years, reaffirming his decision to leave the academy once the camp is over. Although they hadn't yet told him about that topic directly, Toshinori hoped to talk to him about it together with Inko when they returned to his apartment, a plan that will never come to fruition. Toshinori, walking next to Izuku, now that I realize stopping being imitated by his successor, you are progressing faster than I expected in your muscular development. Smiling, if you continue at this pace I think you would be able to give stronger blows than mine without suffering any damage in less than a year, ha ha ha. Feeling proud. Izuku, really? Excited. Hey, by the way, now that we're talking about your strongest hit, what's it like? Toshinori, huh? Confused, you don't know? Izuku, not really, scratching his head slightly. I've seen your battle videos many times, not to say hundreds of times, but I've never seen your strongest hit. I've only read about it on the internet. Normally when you had to use it the battle was so intense that the reporters would leave. Toshinori, you're right, remembering the few times I've had to use it the battle was so intense that all the civilians had long been evacuated from the place. It's only now that reporters are more intrepid and continue recording. I suppose it's because of the improvements in helicopters, *, the hero thought. But put that aside to answer the question, *, and getting back to the subject, he calls my strongest hit United States of Smash. Smiling as he moved his body to give him a little demonstration. To do it I use my whole body. I position my legs firmly on the ground. I turn my hips at high speed. I tense my back, and with the movement of my whole body I bring all that force to my arm and deliver the blow. Toshinori had performed the blow. It was a demonstration, but Izuku observed him, and as usual, he analyzed it as much as he could, trying to remember each movement to try it later. Izuku, I see, bringing his right hand to his chin. I have to write about that in my notes. The hip movements, the positioning of the legs, starting to whisper out loud as he started walking again. Toshinori, I had forgotten that when he gets like that he can be a bit creepy, following Izuku while smiling, but it doesn't matter. It's good to see that he started to overcome all that. After that they continued walking for a few more minutes until they reached where the majority was. Seeing how Shuko and Momo were approaching they wanted to go greet him and asked him how it had gone with that, but they couldn't, since when Izuku came out in sight of everyone he was still without his shirt on, making the girls blush. But not only his classmates blushed, almost all the girls in Class B did too. Some were shy like Kendo or Pony, who, despite blushing, continued to look at him discreetly. Others like Reiko and Komori had to look away while they had a big blush on their faces. And finally there were those who were not ashamed to look at him. Those were Setsuna and Yui. Vlad, hey! Somewhat irritated, looking at Izuku, don't distract those who are still training. Izuku, huh? Seeing what happened and how many girls looked at him, blushing slightly, sorry. Putting his shirt back on. Pixie Bob, why is it not available? Lamenting while crying silently and looking at Shuko and Momo, how envious. Mina, next to Uraraka and Jiro, wow. I knew Midoriya had to have good muscles because of all his strength, but I didn't think so many with a light lilac color adorning her cheeks. If it weren't because she supported Todoroki, maybe she would have competed for him too. Smiling at the joke she just told, what do you say? After that question Mina looked at her friends, being surprised that they were not looking at Izuku, They instead had their gaze fixed in another direction, and full of curiosity she turned her gaze towards that same point. The surprise in her was great when she realized that the place they were looking at was towards one of her classmates. Those two girls were looking at Kirishima who, although he still had his shirt on, was fanning himself by lifting it repeatedly, showing for brief moments his abs that despite not being as marked as Izuku's. For the two of them it was more than enough, and the blush on their faces gave it away. "Mina, it can't be!" Filled with terror she screams internally, "Don't make me decide which one to support now, you two with Kirishima." And this is how the break had begun for Class A, without anyone knowing that at that moment the villains were preparing for their attack. Kamino Bar League of Villains. Tamura, Kurojairi sitting at the drinks bar. My team is ready staring at him. Do you know if the master is done yet? Kurojairi, no, he hasn't finished yet washing several glasses. He wanted to try something new with that muscular guy. That's why it's taking him longer than anticipated. Twice. How boring, said the masked man while sitting in a chair drinking a milkshake. This is delicious. Drinking again, looking very happy. Toga, haha, you're so funny. Twice, thanks. Looking happy. I'm not interested in your opinion. Now looking hostile. Toga, haha. Dabi, how much longer do we have to wait? Showing a bit irritated. Why don't we just attack right away? Looking at Kurojairi. Even those things they called nomas are already ready and waiting. Kurojairi, the master wants this operation to be a success at all costs. He will not accept any failure. Staring at everyone in the place. Remember that you have two objectives. Kidnap Katsuki Bakugo. No matter how you capture him, break his hands, legs, or whatever it takes, but bring him back alive. Twice. That sounds scary. I love it. Happily sipping her milkshake again. Dabi, I have no problem with that. Smiling slightly. That brat's attitude from what I saw at the sports festival reminded me a lot of the old man. And what is the other objective? Kurojairi, Izuku Midoriya, getting everyone's attention in the room, especially Toga. He is the second target. Dabi, do we also have to bring him like that other kid? At that moment Toga got angry. She wouldn't allow them to do that to that boy. She didn't know what was happening to her when she saw him. She wanted something from him. She wanted to know what it was. But no matter how much she thought about it, she didn't know. And even so, she instinctively held one of her knives tightly ready to launch herself against Dabi. But luckily Kurojairi spoke first. Kurojairi, no, and under no circumstances can you hurt him. Those words calmed Toga, and twice noticed all that the master is aware that he will resist and can tolerate some small scratches, but under no circumstances can you hurt him. Otherwise, while staying silent for a few seconds, remembering all the pain that Wolfram had to endure until he mentally broke. Let's say that the last one who did not obey him and that did not have a good time. Tamura, in complete silence. Izuku Midoriya, why? Why are you so important to the master? That thought was a doubt that everyone had to a greater or lesser extent, but still no one dared to ask directly. Meanwhile, time went by. The different classes took turns training, and were told that the next day they would all train together for many more hours. This worried everyone. They were already very tired, and the promise of more intense training the next day did not excite them, but that calmed down when Pixie Bob told them that, although there would be more training for longer, they would get a good rest afterwards. Cabin for PM. Pixie Bob, well, yesterday was just an exception next to Ragdoll while both were in front of a table full of ingredients, but from today on you will have to prepare your own food. Ragdoll, if you want to eat, get off your butts and make your own food. Saying those words with excitement, here are all the ingredients you need to make curry. All, why yes ma'am, very tired and looking down. Ragdoll, ha 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 ha. They all look pretty raw, grinning widely, but that's no excuse for doing a mediocre job. Nijire, cheer up guys, pulling her hair into a ponytail, I'll help you cook. She's like an angel. That's how many described her, filled with genuine gratitude for that selfless act, but that didn't last long. Nijire, so I can keep asking you questions. Taking several ingredients in her hands, isn't it great? No one said anything after that, but everyone thought at the same time. Return my gratitude. Nijire Hado was definitely a peculiar girl. In this way, everyone began to do their part. Some washed the food, others prepared the pots where they would cook, Others cut the freshly washed food into smaller pieces, and so in this way each one contributed something, although some like Ida did not like it very much. Having grown up in a wealthy and influential family made him grow up in a house full of comforts, unlike Momo, who despite having grown up in a much more comfortable place, she happily helped her companions. Mina, Todoroki calling his friend, could you create some fire for us around here? Shuko, sure, no problem. She smiled, happy to be able to use her flames to help. That fire that she never thought she would use now would serve for something more than fulfilling those absurd ambitions of a father. A small flame formed in her hand, and when she was ready to light the wood, a hand took her by the shoulder. Izuku, wait, Shuko. Shuko, Izuku? Confused, what's wrong? That caught the attention of his friends. Momo, is everything okay, Izuku? Approaching them. Izuku, yeah, it's just, well, a light laugh came out of his lips. It still wasn't like before, but it was slowly getting closer. I was analyzing several quirks, and while staring at Momo I wanted to know if my idea was true and you could create fire. Momo, what? Silence reigned over the place, and it was no longer just among his friends. Even his other teammates and the professional heroes were watching the scene. Momo, Izuku, you know that my quirk allows me to create objects, not elements. Izuku, I know very well, but scratching his cheek, it's just that fire itself is the molecules that vibrate at high speed, and that's why. Noticing how everyone was looking at him with different expressions, I am sorry, I think I'll let. Momo, I hadn't thought about it. Excited, I had never thought about that possibility. I always focused on the most complex things. But maybe looking at Shuko, can you let me try? Smiling at her. Shuko, returning the smile, go ahead, moving slightly away. The black-haired girl crouched down until she was right in front of the firewood to be burned. Everyone looked at her. Everyone had different opinions on the matter, but most of them were negative. The most encouraging ones were a maybe, and those who didn't believe in that would get upset, especially with Izuku for delaying his meal. But none of that stopped Momo from stretching out her hand and concentrating. It was difficult. She had always focused on creating large objects. She thought that large objects were difficult, but she was wrong. What she was doing, the image she had in mind, was the most difficult thing she had ever tried to do with her quirk, and yet, in front of everyone, a small flame formed on her fingers. Impossible. How did he do it? Could my quirk do something more than how I've been using it all my life? So many questions were asked by everyone. That small flame had fallen on the wood and was slowly expanding. They immediately looked at Izuku. That analytical ability that at first everyone thought was somewhat strange, now they thought differently about it. Now for some, Izuku seemed more terrifying. Momo, I did it! I did it! Proud of herself, I have to practice this tomorrow. Directing her gaze to the boy who gave her the idea, thank you very much, Izuku. Izuku, no way. The boy couldn't finish his sentence when Momo rushed to hug him. She was happy. She who loved to learn new things now had a wide range of study. If she could create fire, why not stop the molecules and create some ice? Or why not expand the distance between the molecules and create different types of gases? The possibilities she now had in her hands were almost endless, and it was Izuku who gave her the idea. It was for that very reason that the hug was given with such force that without realizing it, Momo had buried Izuku's face between her breasts, and it was not until a jealous Shuko pushed him away from her side, but in doing so, Izuku had fallen on Shuko's breasts. Shuko, Izuku letting out a small sigh, see, could you? Izuku, I am sorry. The boy was blushing, embarrassed and ashamed of what had happened. His heart was beating hard. For a second he had forgotten all his worries, but instantly they had arrived again when they realized how everyone looked at them. How Mina seemed to be very happy, how Jiro and Irarika seemed to frown, and how Mineta was slapping himself. Izuku, I am really sorry, Shuko, Shuko is fine, looking away while blushing. If it's you, whispering her next words, I don't mind asterisk. Even though they whispered to each other, Izuku, who was closer than anyone else, could hear them and blushed even more than he already was. Silence had reigned again in the place. It wasn't until the wood began to burn that the reason for that was Momo, who had several electric lighters in her hands. Momo, with a sweet smile on her lips, now that there is fire we can continue preparing the food. His smile, his words and the tone in which he said them were not at all synchronized, and that was when everyone returned to their places to continue with their work. After several minutes everything was finally finished, and the students quickly began to eat what they had prepared themselves. It was not at the level of the katsudon they had eaten the day before, but they were so hungry that it did not matter. Momo, Izuku sitting next to him. Izuku, yes? Momo, feed me, she ordered just like that, making the boy drop his spoon on the plate and Shuko almost choke. Izuku/Shuko, W what? Speaking at the same time. Momo, feed me, I can't do it right, showing her right hand which had bandages, you see? This was because of creating that flame, lying shamelessly, so if you want me to forgive you, feed me. Momo was determined. The night before, Shuko let out parts of her feelings for Izuku in front of all the girls while they were bathing, and she would not be left behind, but not with words but with actions. She either out of jealousy or pride would tell them all indirectly that she was there too. They all knew. Shuko pouted while Jiro smiled. And it was even more so when Izuku, obeying that order, had begun to feed him, slowly and embarrassingly for him, but he did it, and that was what mattered. Those moments before the incident with the teachers seemed to be coming back. The minutes passed, all the students had finished eating, the plates were ready, and the bathrooms were being prepared so everyone could take a bath and go to sleep, and so did most of them, except one. After taking a bath, Izuku went outside the cabin. The night was cold, so he put on his gym uniform again and went out to get some fresh air. He sat on the ground and looked at the sky. Unlike that morning, the clouds hid most of the stars. Nijire, can I accompany you? Suddenly, that curious girl spoke behind her, and without waiting for any response, she sat down next to her. Izuku, go ahead, but it seems you weren't expecting an answer. Nijire, why should I? Smiling, I knew you would say yes, he. They both remained silent. It wasn't an uncomfortable one, quite the opposite, it was pleasant. Izuku, what do you want to ask me? Nijire, how did you know I wanted to ask you things? Izuku, curious people understand each other. Once again the place fell silent. Nijire stared at the boy's face as her smile grew even wider. Nijire, you caught me on that, he. The sky slowly cleared, the light of the moon and stars claimed their dominion. Nijire, are you okay? Izuku, raising an eyebrow, I thought you were going to ask me about my quirk? Nijire, don't get ahead of yourself, I'll do it, but first I want to know how you are. Izuku, I see. A slight smile appeared on his lips. That curious girl was definitely nice. Izuku, I'm fine, or well, lightly touching his cheek, I think I will be from now on. Nijire, I'm glad, softening her gaze, when I saw that video of all the teachers attacking you like that I was sad. I couldn't believe that they, adults, could do something like that to a first-year student. Izuku, did you see the rest? With his lips trembling he asked, did you see what happened next? Nijire, yes, I declare bluntly I did it. Izuku, I see, looking at the sky, noticing how a big cloud is beginning to block the light, and what do you think about that? What do you think of me after seeing that? Nijire, I don't know, moving her body slightly from one side to the other. The curious girl remained silent for several seconds. The boy instead misinterpreted that silence with a possible complaint, annoyance, or something negative. It wasn't like that. Nijire, it's hard for me to give you a clear answer to that. After all, I have to remember the other videos you appeared in. The large cloud that covered them slowly moved away and the night light illuminated them again. Nijire, how you saved your comrades in the USJ. How you showed your determination and were willing to lose just to help your friend, how you told the world that beautiful ideal in your fight against Stain, and how you showed them by saving everyone on the island. Nijire's smile widened even more. She was beautiful, that was without a doubt. Nijire, you have helped many people, you have saved many lives, that is why it is difficult for me to think of a clear answer, but it is not because of the video of how you treated the teachers, but because of everything else you have shown. You are a special person and I like that. Izuku, thank you for your words. The boy tried to hold back his tears, but failed again. Nijire, you really cry a lot, he. Izuku, yes, wiping away his tears, it was always like that, and I thought I had left that part of my life behind, but it seems that wasn't true. Nijire, and that bothers you? Not waiting for an answer to continue talking because I think that's not bad, as long as you don't fall and keep trying to fulfill your ideal, that doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you fall, that's okay, cry all you want, after a defeat victory awaits you. A part of the words his father once told him, a part of the same words he told him Almight years later passed through his mind. Those words made him feel better about the fact that he was constantly crying again. Even so, he will try to stop crying. Only when he does, he will no longer feel bad. Nijire, wow, your face looks much better now. Did something good happen? Izuku, you could say, looking at Nijire, who was getting up. You're leaving already? Confused, I thought you wanted to ask me about my quirk? Nijire, and I told you not to get ahead of yourself. We still have a whole week walking away slowly, so get ready. When I start asking you questions, I won't stop until I'm satisfied. Giving her one last smile. Good night, Izuku. Izuku, good night. Getting up too. Have a good dream, Nijire. Nijire, thanks. Putting on a somewhat mischievous smile. I'm sure you have them too, right? That made Izuku blush to his joy. After all, you're at that age and you're surrounded by those three very pretty girls. Izuku, I and no. Nijire, ha 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 ha, laughing happily. Well, now yes, good night. After that, the curious girl happily headed towards the cabin. The boy, on the other hand, remained a few more minutes in that place. Once his heart calmed down and his blush vanished, he looked at the sky again, managing to see a radiant star right above him. He stretched out his left hand in a symbolic attempt to reach her. That radiant glow was similar to one for all, or even without going any further, it was that ideal to which he aspired. Izuku, Melissa was right. With a genuine smile he looked at that star. Things will start to improve. With that said, he turned around and, just like Nijire, who was no longer in plain sight, he headed towards the cabin, ready to have a good rest and train again the next day. With renewed hope he took his first steps to use the one for all again. He took the first steps to get ahead. He took the first steps so that things from that moment on would only get better. But unfortunately for him, that wouldn't happen. After all, they were less than a day away from a great evil standing before them and changing their lives forever again. Chapter 22. End of the dream. The night was cold, the stars lit up the entire night sky. It was clear, there was no cloud dimming its brightness. For Izuku it was a sign that things would finally start to improve. Nijire's words, All Might's acceptance, the support of the girls. Everything came together to give that boy the hope that was reflected in the sky, endless opportunities, a bright future represented by the stars and the firmament. It was all an illusion. The curious girl had already made up her mind, and the lost boy walked slowly towards the cabin where his friends and other companions were resting. He was tired, he wanted to sleep so that the next day he could continue training, all due to his slightly restored motivation. Izuku could already see the door of the cabin. He was just a few meters away from arriving and crossing its door, but in the process a sound coming from his cell phone had stopped him. It was Melissa. When he saw who it was, his smile appeared slightly on his lips and he immediately answered. Melissa, Izuku Midoriya. Izuku, why yes. A loud scream echoed in the boy's ear, who by mere instinct had put himself in a completely straight posture, as if he were a soldier receiving a direct order from a general. Melissa, did you forget something? His tone was calmer, but there was still some anger in it. Izuku, did I forget something? A little nervous to hear his friend like that. What did I forget? Silence reigned on the call, and Melissa could only pout slightly, which slightly altered the tone of her response. Melissa, you promised you would call me yesterday, and you didn't. There was silence again, while a few small drops of sweat ran down the boy's forehead, who never thought that Melissa would become like that because of that omission, although it didn't bother him. Izuku, I'm sorry. Moving his phone a little to change something. Melissa, how still pouting? You know how worried I am, and you realizing what was on her screen, blushing slightly. A video call. Oh, what do I do? Looking at her clothes, this would be the first time a boy sees me in pajamas, and it's Izuku. Full of nerves, the girl accepted, and so they both saw each other's faces. Hello. Izuku, hi. Melissa, noticing her pajamas. Were you going to sleep? Slightly scratching his head. Sorry. Melissa, And no, not yet trying to calm her nerves. Besides, I was the one who called you first, slightly looking away. You see me in my pajamas and you don't say anything? Giving a slight sigh to calm down and take control of the conversation again. So, do you have anything to explain? Izuku, I'm sorry for not calling you yesterday. Looking her straight in the eyes, I didn't feel well about that. Melissa felt a little bad. But to her surprise, Izuku smiled. But today things changed, widening his smile. You were right. Everything is only going to get better, thanks. Melissa blushed slightly at that moment. The annoyance of not having called her yesterday and the fact that she didn't react when she saw her in pajamas had disappeared. Melissa, I see. She also smiled as expected from a genius like me, slightly puffing out her chest with pride. That's why in the future you must believe in me, Izuku. Hehe. Izuku, yes, I will, unconscious of the words he was saying. That's why I always hope to count on you, Melissa. The girl blushed even more at those words. Always. That simple word echoed over and over again in her mind. But she would not be left behind. She was a year older than the boy. That is why she would not let herself be defeated so easily despite her feelings. Melissa, you can count on it. I will never leave your side, so be prepared. Hehe. Winking at her, it was now Izuku's turn to blush, much to Melissa's small delight. Although Nijire's attitude towards him could be somewhat similar to the blonde girl, it was only with the latter that his heart beat strongly at those words, and despite everything he liked it. Izuku, thank you. With a soft whisper he answered, not only referring to what was just said. I'm sorry I didn't call you before, that's why I wanted to make a video call with you. Closing his eyes while smiling, and so I can tell you that I can use that, again opening his eyes while maintaining that smile. It was weak. But I did it, and tomorrow I will continue training. Melissa, that's great news. Izuku. Full of emotion, the girl could not contain her joy, and due to a small oversight, the camera on her phone pointed towards her breasts, which made Izuku blush again, and Melissa noticed him blushing too. The hormones of two teenagers were something they could hardly avoid. It was not the first time that the boy saw the bodies of those three girls. The memory of seeing them in swimsuits came to his mind, in addition to that dream after his fight against Stain. For Melissa's part, she felt something different when she could see that Izuku was looking at her. Before, on that day on the island where the four of them swam in the sea, she didn't feel it. But now, with her feelings at bay, it was a completely different matter. She loved it. She loved that Izuku was looking at her. Melissa, what's wrong? With a somewhat mischievous smile on her lips, do you like what you see? Since you can't take your eyes off me. Izuku, what? Full of nerves. I don't. Melissa, I guess I shouldn't push him so much. Haha, it was just a joke. Izuku, I know you're not that kind of guy. But before we end our call, tell me what you did at the camp. Did you have fun? Was the training very hard? Izuku, sure, thankful for changing the topic. That's how the conversation continued for a little longer. In all that time, Melissa dedicated all her attention to Izuku, how Toshinori encouraged him, and how his words of support made him regain part of his confidence, and in that way he could feel the one for all again. Melissa, who was wearing cute pajamas with gear and wrench prints, was all the while hugging a small brown bear stuffed animal that slightly matched her hair color. She looked very cute in the boy's eyes, as he remembered those other two stuffed animals he gave to the other girls, the polar bear for Shuko and the panda bear for Momo, both of which were between the pillows on the beds in the girls' respective rooms. The conversation lasted a little longer, until a slight yawn from Izuku was the signal that he should rest, and Melissa was not going to be so selfish as to steal more of his time. Melissa, I think we should go rest now. Izuku, she smiled sweetly. Izuku, you're right. Feeling his eyelids heavy from sleep, I promise I'll call you tomorrow. Melissa, you don't have to do it. Shaking head, I can see that you end up very tired. Understanding the situation, better rest whenever you have the chance. Izuku, I appreciated you. Shuko and Momo have done a lot for me, and I being interrupted. Melissa, no, shaking her head slightly, you are the one who has done a lot for us. Smiling, but not only for us, you have saved many people. You are already a hero. Giving her a genuine smile, it being too radiant. You are our hero. With those last words, Izuku's eyes glazed over slightly, but he wasn't crying anymore. He didn't know if it was because he had already exhausted his tears, but that didn't matter now. Feeling the support of the people closest to him was more than enough. With that, the call ended, Izuku had started walking again, and once he entered the cabin he received a message. Surprised he saw that it was from Melissa. "You are our hero, and as such, deserve a reward. Good night, Izuku." That was the entire message, but there was something else, a small attached file which, when opened, left Izuku completely red because of the image on his phone screen. Izuku looked desperately everywhere, making sure that no one had seen him. Luckily for him that was the case. The boy stared at that image for a few seconds, and when he was going to try to delete it he couldn't press that option. "Izuku, looking at the black screen of his phone I lost the desire to sleep." That was all he could say. On the other hand, Melissa in her room just moved from one side to the other in her bed, wondering why she had done that, wondering if it was her desire that Izuku saw her body. She didn't know, and with a big blush on her face was how the day of both boys ended. Camp, next day. Tiger, bad. Throwing a punch at Izuku which hits his right side. "You have good moves, kid. The training Mirko gave you is noticeable. But..." Izuku, but breathing with difficulty as several drops of sweat fell down his forehead. What's the problem? The sky was clear, the sun was shining brightly while all the students, both from Class A and B, trained simultaneously. Space was no longer a problem. Thanks to Pixie Bob's quirk it was now much larger, and with the previous day's demonstration, the teachers, the professional heroes and Nijire could better distribute their attention. Tiger, it's very simple, smiling in a somewhat sinister way and then throwing another punch at Izuku, now on his left side, which connects fully, throwing him several meters back, causing him to fall to the ground. "Your flexibility, you are almost as rigid as a log." Seeing Izuku getting up little by little, "You have good speed. But without your quirk it is impossible for you to dodge my attacks. If you used your quirk it would be easier for you." Confused while several watched them. "Why don't you use it?" That question caught everyone's attention. Toshinori got a little nervous. He was standing just a few steps away from his disciple, watching him, seeing every detail of his training. He knew that as a teacher he should pay attention to his other students, but he didn't want to. Now more than ever the one who needed him the most was that green-haired boy, and one in particular didn't like that. Izuku, wiping the sweat from his forehead as he stood up completely. "If I don't train my body first, getting into attack position again. But this time it was different, and the hero noticed if I don't train my body first it won't be able to withstand the strength of my quirk." With those words the boy launched himself against the professional hero again. At first the hero thought it was easy. He had left an unprotected area again, and with great ease he attacked him in that place. But it was all a trap. In a matter of seconds, Izuku quickly turned his feet and launched an upward kick at the hero with the intention of hitting his chin. Failed. Clearly he failed. Tiger easily twisted his body, easily avoiding that attack and striking Izuku again, causing him to fall several meters to the ground. Tiger, this kid, watching how he slowly tried to get back up, despite falling several times he didn't give up. He left that opening on purpose. He deliberately made me attack him in that spot just so I could counterattack immediately. Smiling with excitement. What incredible potential he has, it doesn't seem real. Hey, are we done yet? Are you tired yet? Watching how many were watching them while they caught their breath from their own training. Everyone is already resting. Don't you want to do the same? Izuku, no. The whole place was silent. Despite everything that happened, despite what some thought of him, it was still more than clear the great influence he exerted on everyone. Izuku, I can still keep going, getting up again and ready to train again. If I don't give my all in training I won't feel good about myself. Smiling with some ferocity, giving a small impression, as if they were watching the heroine Mirko. Isn't that what they always ask of us? Always give our plus ultra. The heroes couldn't hide their smile, just like the masters. Nijire, for her part, continued flying over the sky while with a big smile she just nodded her head. With just those words her friends who were resting resumed their own training. It was even more intense than before. The others did too, although not with the same devotion. Toshinori, that's the attitude, young Midoriya. Smiling with great pride, seeing how despite being thrown to the ground again, his successor kept getting up. That's precisely what All Might likes to see in the new generation. The being interrupted. Bakugo, why do you speak for him? Raising his voice, now becoming the center of attention, why do you speak on his behalf? Irritatedly staring at the thin man, what do you know about what he thinks? He's just a nobody who had the luck of his life to work as his assistant. The irritation, anger, frustration, all those and more emotions that have been accumulating over these few days were reaching their limit. He couldn't take it out on Izuku since the memory of that incident prevented him from doing so. Nijire's words, the constant glances that Shuko gave to Izuku and not to him. All the attention they gave only to Izuku and not to him made him want to take it out on someone he thought was someone weak, someone who couldn't defend himself. The ignorance was really blatant. Nijire, here we go again, letting out a heavy sigh. Bakugo, shut up. Looking at the skinny man, isn't All Might supposed to be our teacher in terms of training? Where is he? Clenching his fists tightly, why did a useless person like you come and not him? Some began to speak in whispers. Their words had some truth in them. They were told that All Might would be their teacher, but the only one they always saw was his assistant, and the few times they saw the number one hero it was for a very short time, and of that short time he always seemed to pay more attention to the boy they had begun to fear. It was unfair. They are also his students. They also studied to be heroes. Was it because they didn't have a strong enough quirk? Was it because they were not so analytical? So many questions crossed their minds, but those answers they longed for still would not be answered. Tashinori, young Bakugo staring at the blonde while everyone pays attention to him. You really don't understand All Might. Those words made the young man click his tongue with great irritation. You only value people based on the strength of their quirk. You look down on those people with quirks that you yourself call weak, and from what I know about you, it is worse in the case of people without one. Memories of how he used to annoy his successor crossed his mind. It irritated him, it bothered him. Tashinori, and even if you don't like it, I was the one All Might chose to come to this camp to supervise their training. Turning around to start walking towards Izuku and Tiger, who during all this time continued training as much as you, stopping for a moment to look at the other students who remained motionless, as the other students should take an example from their other classmates and from him. With those words he began to walk again, leaving Bakugo alone and angry, despite not having been big words, without much meaning in between. The message was clear. Before his eyes, both he and the others who only criticized did not strive to improve. Little by little everyone returned to their respective training, Bakugo being the last to resume it. The hours went by, noon had already arrived, so everyone received the notice to stop, since they had to prepare their own lunch. Although to their surprise, once they reached the kitchen outside the cabin, they would find that most of the vegetables were already well cut. No one knew, but the person responsible was Tashinori, who only wanted to lighten his load a little. Shuko, cutting some ingredients, but in a very uneven way. How was your Momo training? Momo, pretty good, extending her hand and creating a small flame that didn't last more than a second. Once I have the concept in mind, it's easier for me. I just have to create the already lit fuel. The problem I have is maintaining a constant flow. Seeing how her friend cut the ingredients badly, you're doing it wrong, Shuko. Shuko, really? Comparing the results with the ones they were already ready to prepare, I'm sorry, I've never done this. Momo, it's simple. Look, creating a knife and starting to teach him. And what about you? How's your training going? Shuko, you could say that while looking closely at Momo's actions, although I still have a hard time leveling my fire. So much time that I refused to use it affected my control. Izuku, but that's not the case anymore. Arriving next to the girls carrying several ingredients, pleasantly surprising them. You are very talented. That's why I know you will master it in no time. The boy smiled, and the girls looked at him with a slight blush on their cheeks. That smile that made them change. Shuko, am I just talented? Looking at him with a smile. Izuku, no, you are not only talented. Looking her straight in the eyes, you are strong, persevering, and you have achieved all of that through your own effort and dedication. Widening his smile, your goal of taking care of your mother seems very noble to me. I really admire you a lot. Shuko's heart began to beat so hard that she thought for a moment that it would come out of her chest. She felt her face burning, all because of the big blush that Izuku had caused her. Shuko, thank you was all she could say as she looked away, but you could still tell she was smiling. Momo, it seems that you are very lively, Izuku, he said with a small tick in his eye. Izuku, yes. Animatedly staring at his friend, it's all thanks to the support that many people give me, especially you girls. Still smiling, I'm grateful for the day we met, and spent a lot of time in the library at your house. Now I can say that from that day you became my first true friend. Now it was Momo's turn to blush and turn her gaze in another direction, all the while Mina and Jiro debated internally about whether to be happy or angry with Izuku for not deciding, while Uraraka only thought that once they got to the academy she would encourage Melissa even harder so that she wouldn't be left behind. Aizawa, watching the three from a distance, they didn't learn anything, letting out a heavy sigh. I guess if Midoriya left the academy it would be a good thing for them, remembering Toshinori's words before arriving at the camp. Momo, by the way, Izuku recovering slightly, wanting to change the subject so as not to feel embarrassed in front of several people. Izuku, yes? Momo, do you have any other advice you can give me about my quirk? That question made Izuku think, until with a slight smile he found an answer. Izuku, how about you create gas too? Momo, I understand with her hand on her chin it would be different from fire, where instead of creating the molecules vibrating at high speed it would be where they would be created with a large space of separation between them, thus creating slightly opening her eyes and looking at Izuku a smoke screen. Before her was Izuku with a look full of determination, an action that only made Momo imitate her. The promise made long ago. That promise in front of the girl's parents, where they promised that they would support each other, always by each other's side, would now be on equal terms, or well as close as possible. Izuku, you could also modify that gas to be a sleeping pill and stop the villains without having to fight or endanger civilians or property. Momo, when we get back I'll go to the library at my house to review all kinds of gaseous compounds. What's really amazing is that she has a library in her house, thought those listening to the conversation. Shuko, Izuku, it's not fair, pouting cutely. You've already told Momo 2 ways to handle her quirk, staring at him, ignoring how Momo lightly mocked that fact. I also want you to give me advice getting closer to Izuku, being extremely close to him, being less than a centimeter from feeling her breasts while looking at him with puppy eyes. Izuku, why you're raising his hands because of the intense look he received from Momo. At the same time he thought of something. I know. Taking 2 steps back, how about you learn how to handle weapons? Shuko, weapons? Tilting head. Izuku, yes, your quirk is very good at long and medium range, but you have difficulty fighting at close range. Shuko, I know, lightly touching his abdomen. I perfectly remember how you hit me at the sports festival, making him extremely nervous. Izuku, I am sore. Shuko, don't worry, I'm not angry, it was just a joke, lightly sticking out her tongue. For the girl who was just beginning to live her life to the fullest, she liked to try everything she once saw only from a distance, little jokes, being more open with her emotions, although of course she only wanted to show them if they were for Izuku. Izuku, don't scare me like that, letting out a heavy sigh. As I was saying, getting back to the topic, you could create weapons with your ice. Even with your ice you could cover your body as if it were armor, just like your fire. That way the enemy that tries to attack you will not only not be as effective, but will get hurt. A new silence fell. How little have we thought about the possibilities of our quirks? That was what they thought, feeling slightly humiliated for not thinking beyond that, and just settling for the basics. Shuko, I see. Thinking for a few seconds, I'll have to ask Melissa to improve my suit, staring at the boy. Thank you very much, Izuku. She smiled. That smile was as beautiful as Momo's or Melissa's. For Izuku there was no difference. Seeing those 3 smiles certainly cheered him up. By this point the words Aizawa said were forgotten. But in the future you will remember them. But in the meantime. Hagakure, and Midoriya-san. Slowly the invisible girl approached the boy. You didn't have to see her to know that she was nervous. See, could you help me with something? Shuko, are you going to ask him for something? Getting between them after all the talk about him, even though we can see them sharpening her gaze. Do you have the... Izuku, it's okay. Shuko, putting his hand on the girl's shoulder. I am still the vice president of the class, and it is my responsibility to help my classmates as much as I can. Shuko, but... Izuku, I really appreciate that you care so much about me. Smiling at her, I really appreciate it. Taking his hand off the girl's shoulder. What do you need, Hagakure-san? In front of his partner, while Shuko took a few steps back and stayed next to Momo. Shuko, he really is a very kind fool. Momo, yes, he is smiling like his friend. He is a fool who just wants to help while smiling. Shuko, I really can't believe how much he looks like the Argonaut, hee. Both girls looked at the boy's back with some affection. That story was nothing more than a tale, a mere fantasy, but the value and inspiration that its pages transmitted was something they saw reflected in Izuku. Hagakure, you really don't mind me asking for help? With some skepticism. Izuku, no, shaking his head. I understand that everyone is now scared of me. I even got scared of myself. But if I want to be a hero who helps everyone within my reach, I can't make any distinction. How naive. Hagakure, thank you and I'm sorry. Izuku, don't worry, smiling slightly. What do you need? Hagakure, see, could you help me with my quirk too? With some nervousness, the girl didn't say the most coherent sentence. That's why she would try hard to explain herself better. My quirk only makes me invisible. It doesn't give me strength, speed, or anything relevant. Feeling somewhat down. Besides that, with quirks like Shoji or Jiro, they would know where I am. It's very useless, right? Haha, her smile was somewhat heartbreaking. I thought that if it was you might have an idea of what else I could achieve. But be better not I. The girl had turned around, had taken a step forward, but when she tried to take the second, she could not advance any further, since Izuku had delicately held her by the arm. Despite being invisible, he was guided by the uniform to know where to hold her. Izuku, Hagakure-san, you're not useless. How many times did they say that word to him? He didn't know, he lost count. For 10 long years they repeated that word to him day after day. That's why he won't allow anyone to describe themselves that way. Izuku, your quirk is really amazing. With it you can collect the most important things for a mission, filling her with expectation for what she would say. Information. Hagakure, information? Izuku, yes, nodding. With the information you could find out the exact location of where the villains are hiding, you could find out where the civilians are trapped, you could find out the quirks you will face, and draw up the best strategy so that the damage is minimal. The girl got excited. She always thought her quirk was useless. But seeing the boy's point of view, she realized she was wrong, and that made her happy. Hagakure, incredible, I hadn't thought of it that way, moving her arms with excitement, although only the sleeves of her shirt could be seen moving. Izuku, as for what else you could do with your quirk, let's see. Starting to think, it was like that for a whole minute, filling the girl with expectation with renewed emotion. From what I could see in your fight against, staying silent for a second, but managed to continue. Snipe-sensei, I could notice that your quirk, more than making you invisible as such, what it does is reflect light, and that is why we cannot see you. Hagakure, reflect light? Confused, what's the difference between that change? Izuku, a lot, bringing his hand to his chin. If what it does is really reflect light, there is a theory that you can also reflect some energy attacks like Aoyama's. In the next training you should practice with it. Hagakure, why yeah, did I hear right? He said in theory. Does that mean he's not sure? I'll tell him, haha, scratching his head slightly. Thank you. Izuku, I also think that if you reflect the light only in one point you would blind your opponent, interrupting it, and we should also be able to see you. Hagakure, what? Without anyone noticing, small tears began to form in the girl's eyes. The mere idea of being visible was something she always dreamed of. She was a teenager after all. She wanted to wear makeup, but she couldn't. She wanted to get the boy's attention, but she couldn't anyway. Now before her, for the first time in her life, someone was telling her that this previously abandoned dream could come true. Izuku, try to focus on just one part of your body. Think about bringing all that light into that one point. Smiling, I tell you from experience. The beginning of everything, when Izuku could only manifest one for all in one part of his body, either in his hands or in his feet, the circumstances were different, but the concept was very similar. The girl, on the other hand, did not fully understand it, but seeing the results of Izuku's analysis, the confidence he showed and the illusion of being able to become visible made her want to try. Hagakure took a few steps back, and for the first time in her life she concentrated to the maximum. It was difficult, it cost her, but her longing made her continue, and that was how after a little more than a minute where nobody said anything, it began. Her hands shone, each time with more intensity, while at the same time the other areas of her body became dull, slowly turning to a normal skin color. Everyone was impressed. For a second the invisible girl disappeared, leaving her face in full view. Her face was attractive, her hair was blonde with light pink streaks, but what stood out most were her eyes, which were a light blue color. Yes, Toru Hagakure was certainly a beautiful girl. Hagakure. I did it! I did it! Turning invisible again, but jumping for joy Midoriya-san. Approaching Izuku and taking him by the arms, starting to swing him a little. Did you see it? The tone of her voice revealed her emotion, and that she was crying. Did you see my face? What am I like? Izuku, you are a very beautiful girl, Hagakure-san. The girl's excitement could not be contained, and with a great leap she launched herself to give a big hug to the boy who gave her the opportunity to one day accomplish all the things she has wanted to do as a girl her age. At that moment, and due to the excitement, she had once again revealed her true appearance. Hagakure, Midoriya-san. Tightening his hug. Thank you so much. The girl was crying with joy. At the same time, Izuku could feel how several glances were directed towards him. The boy by mere instinct raised his arms, leaving his hands exposed, giving her irrefutable proof that he was not touching her of his own free will. Shuko, what do you think about that? With a slight frown. Momo, Izuku is too kind. In the same situation as Shuko, but after a second he lets out a sigh. But that's how he is, always willing to make people happy. Shuko, you're right, also letting out a sigh. Izuku is free to talk to whoever he wants, but Momo, no one has the right to stop him, but Shuko/Momo, seeing how Hagakure was still hugging Izuku, I don't like it, saying it at the same time while each one had a small pout. After that moment, things slowly began relatively normally. Everyone finished preparing their lunch. The only different thing was that both Shuko and Momo did not leave Izuku's side. They even came to touch their shoulders with his. That proximity did not represent any discomfort for them. Finally, everyone was enjoying their lunch, eating with ease. Izuku's group shared little jokes. They were joined by Hagakure, who with some shyness asked to sit with them. Naturally she was accepted, and the invisible girl sat next to Mina, who slowly resumed that friendship that they started before the incident with the teachers. Izuku, I'm glad things are getting better. With a slight smile on his lips, he could see how Mandalay's little nephew walked away without having tried any of the food. Guys, I'll be right back. Getting up from the table. Kirishima, where are you going? Izuku, Mandalay's little nephew left without eating anything, serving more food on his plate. I'm going to take this to him. The boy walked away as his friends watched his back grow ever more distant. There he was again. His legs simply began to move forward for the well-being of another. He won't change. Even if people confuse him, he will never really change. Mountaintop. Kota, what stupidity! Looking silently at the forest. That thing about heroes is a big stupidity. Izuku, I don't think that's slightly scaring the child. I'm sorry to surprise you. I just thought you must be hungry. Arriving with his plate of food, I saw how you didn't eat anything, and that's why I brought you this. Getting a little closer. It's not good to be hungry. Kota, you! Suddenly standing up. How? Izuku, stopping. I followed your footsteps. Looking at the landscape, this place has very good views. It must be very quiet too. Kota, this is my secret base and no one can be here. Looking at him with some anger, especially the stupid heroes. Looking at the plate of food. Take that thing away. I don't need anything from anyone, especially from you. Izuku, so your secret base, huh? Having a slight memory, when I was your age I got to have one. With some softening the tone of his voice, being this one somewhat more muffled, with some people that I thought were my friends. Kota, don't try to sympathize with me. His hands formed fists. Everyone seems so excited to improve their quirks, to be stronger. And for what? To show off their strength. Shedding small tears. The child's heart could not contain its emotions any longer. The pain that resided in it had reached such a point that he had to take it out on someone in order to vent it. Izuku, staying silent for a few seconds. You lost important people, right? Kota just held his breath. Your parents. The boy shed tears. They were the water horses, heroes, right? Kota, Mandalay opened his big mouth. Izuku, no, shaking his head. She didn't tell me anything, nor have I talked to her much. Looking him straight in the eyes, I saw that news myself. What happened to them was something terrible. Softening his gaze now, being this one somewhat more melancholic. I truly regret your loss. I can understand you. Kota, buck you! Interrupting him, just buck you! Pointing at him as tears ran down his cheeks. How do you know how this feels? You have a great life. You were born with a really strong quirk. Everyone on that damn TV keeps talking about you. What an amazing hero you're going to be. All of you are stupid! Squeezing his little fists quite tightly, you call yourself heroes and villains, killing each other like idiots, bragging about your quirks, and you're the worst of them all. Breathing fast and heavily, you're the worst of them all, saying that you would save everyone. But where were you when they needed you? A question without a logical reason. Izuku had not yet begun his path, and even if he had done so at that moment, it was impossible for him to avoid the tragic fate of the boy's parents. That was something that everyone would understand. But Kota was still a small child, and his young mind, clouded by the pain of loss, made him speak without holding back. Izuku only lowered his gaze slightly at those words, but it was only for a few moments when he raised it and looked straight into the eyes of the crying child. Izuku, I can't save them all. Shaking head. If I had the power I would, but for me that is impossible. Slowly ascending to Kota, I know that right now there are no words that can heal your pain, but believe me when I tell you that, yes, I can understand you, because I reaching Kota and then putting my hand on his head. I also lost my father. Kota, what? Looking up, noticing small tears in Izuku's eyes. You too? Izuku, yes, I lost him more or less when I was your age, more than 10 years ago. Wiping his tears, the flight he was traveling on had an accident and crashed into the sea. They never recovered his body. I was never able to say goodbye to him. Kota, then why? Shedding more tears, why do you still want to be a hero? You even treat well those others who insult you and speak badly of you in secret. Remembering the conversations of the other students towards Izuku, you even helped that invisible girl. Izuku, because it's my dream. Smiling, my ideal is to save everyone I can, that those people I save do the same, and so over time, a better world would be created. A very childish dream, a fantasy, a fairy tale, that is something that only a clown could believe would happen. And yet no one could deny how beautiful that dream was. Izuku, your parents must have thought something similar. Taking his hand off Kota's head and taking a few steps back. I'm not saying that I knew them perfectly, but I think that if they continued working as heroes after you were born, they surely wanted to create a better world where their son could grow up happy, don't you think? The boy didn't say anything, he just bowed his head as countless tears fell to the ground. His heart was not healed. A few simple words wouldn't change anything, but at least it was a start. Izuku, I have to go now. Leaving the plate on the floor, please eat, okay? With that he started to walk away. Kota, how? Stops Izuku with his last question. How can you believe in something like that? Izuku, I was inspired by a story, even turning my back, the story of a boy who dreamed of being a hero. Despite all the difficulties, he did not give up. Despite facing challenges that seemed impossible for everyone, he achieved it. Slightly turning his body, he cried many times. He saved many people. He managed to change his world. Smiling, that's why my hero name is like the protagonist of that story. I want to be like him, like the Argonaut. With that last word, Izuku began to advance again, leaving behind the little boy who could only see that back moving away, only to then see that plate with food on the floor and approach him. Kota, Dad, picking up the plate from the floor and starting to eat. Mom. Camp, training area, hours later. Mandalay. Excellent work today, guys, said, using his quirk so that everyone could hear at the same time. Pixie Bob. But it's time for them to rest. It's not good for them to overexert themselves either, otherwise instead of moving forward they will go backwards. Since Izuku returned from seeing Kota, the rest of the training had begun, and when it finished the sun was still shining in the sky, but everyone was already exhausted, especially those who gave their extra ultra due to Izuku's influence. On the other hand, those who did not try as hard were forced by the professional heroes and Nijire. The best example of that was seeing Ida walking while dragging his feet. He was running without any rest due to Nijire's constant attacks. The boy could only look at Izuku with a frown while muttering words that were not heard by anyone. Kaminari, dude, I'm exhausted lying on the floor. I feel like I have no energy to even get up from this place. That's what I said, but that didn't last long. Ibara, Kaminari-san? Kaminari, yes. Instantly getting up, causing some laughter. Do you need something, Shiozaki-san? Ibara, this why you see the girl is very nervous, with her face blushing, and slightly seeing her friends in the distance cheering her on. Some of my class found a small lake and well joining her hands and crossing her fingers. We were going to swim in it, and her hair created little flowers. I wanted to know if you wanted to go. With me? Kaminari, why yes. The boy blushed in the same way as the girl, but with a big smile and excitement he spoke. I would love to go. Ibara, really? The excitement was reflected on her face. That's good. Tell your friends that they can go too, pointing to a place with her hair. The lake is in that direction. After that the girl walked away from the place. The moment she reached her friend's side and she told her the answer, a small cry of excitement sounded in unison. Naturally her friends accepted, but some had a small problem. Izuku, I don't have a swimsuit. Shuko, me either, I didn't think we would need it. Nijire, I didn't bring one either, she declared right behind them, scaring them slightly. Izuku/Shuko, Nijire? /Hato-senpai? Nijire, sorry if I scared you guys, hee. Izuku, were you listening? Shuko, that's rude, slightly frowning at how Izuku called her by her name. Nijire, of course I was listening to them. Proudly declares, part of my responsibility is to supervise them after all. Shuko, wasn't it just in training? Nijire, details downplaying. Both girls looked at each other, only for Shuko to be the one to give in to their gaze. She knew perfectly well that she would not win that fight. Momo, I could create some for you. Smiling while using her quirk, I would like to float in the water, finishing creating them and giving them to each one. Nijire, great, thank you very much. Full of emotion, starting to walk away. I'll see you guys. Turning her face slightly, you two go. Izuku, I'd like to continue our chat from last night. Winking. Izuku, hehe, feeling a couple of glances which expelled a great intensity. Girls, I had nothing to do with who they came from. Shuko, it seems like you have some new friends lately, right Izuku? The boy gulped. Momo, good for you, right Izuku? The boy just started to sweat. Faced with this, the young and brave hero could only do one thing: run away. Izuku, I'll go ahead, I hope there are girls. The boy fled, leaving behind the two girls who just looked on with a frown, and without anyone noticing, their titular teacher just looked on with great disappointment as they still showed great emotional attachment to Izuku. It was strange, he had reviewed their academic backgrounds before, and from his experience none of them seemed to exhibit such behavior. But without being able to investigate further on the subject, for the moment, he would only observe. Lake. Izuku, so here it is coming, huh? The minutes passed. Izuku, having been the first to go to change, was inevitably the first to arrive at the lake, where he did not receive the best of welcomes. Did he really come? Why did we let Shiozaki invite them? The way he analyzes our quirks, it's pretty scary. Did you hear what he did to our teachers? Do you think that if he gets angry he will attack us too? Do you think those who support him are equally violent? Whispers were all the boy heard, coming from some of the B class who went ahead of Kendo and his friends. Izuku stood completely still. He instantly lowered his head. What was he thinking? His friends are one thing, but in front of complete strangers he was still someone dangerous. He didn't want them to see him like that, but much less for his friends to get involved in it. That was his mistake, his sin, and no one should pay for it but himself. Or at least that was what came to his mind for a second. Kirishima, we arrived, he said with great excitement, only to immediately jump into the lake. Uraraka, how cute. Kirishima, poking his head to the surface. Uraraka, come. With one hand he calls his friend, let's go swimming. Uraraka, with a slight blush on her cheeks, the girl just smiled lightly. Here I come. Using her quirk for a few moments to gain height and fall right in front of Kirishima, which covered him for a few moments in water. Ha ha. Kirishima, so that's it, huh? With a slight smile he began to gather water in his hands. Take this. Throwing that same water at the girl. They passed by Izuku's side full of emotion. Kirishima was only wearing his swimsuit, while Uraraka, despite having one, kept her shirt on and entered the lake with it. But they were not the only ones. Slowly his friends were arriving. Jiro and Mina and Hagakure, Kaminari and Mineta. Nijire flew over him. Kendo along with several of her friends, among them Ibara, had also arrived. Everyone excited, everyone happy. Those whispers that only Izuku heard were not mentioned again. They did not dare to say it. They seemed so happy, a happiness that I didn't want to ruin. They accepted it, and I thanked them for it. Izuku, I guess watching everyone having fun at the lake should go. I don't want to ruin your fun. His mind was still unstable, even though he smiled, despite the words of encouragement towards Kota. The truth was that the lost boy still had not completely found his way back. Mandalay. That's not true. Coming behind him. Izuku. Mandalay, why is this? Mandalay. It was the ones from Class B who asked for permission to use the lake. I will just supervise them. With a calm voice the woman looked at Izuku. His body was certainly well worked, but what caught her attention the most were those scars. Don't think that you will ruin their fun. They are your friends. They accepted you, right? Smiling slightly. Even if you haven't realized it, you have a lot of influence over them. You inspire them to be better. I'm sure that if you weren't with them it wouldn't be as fun for anyone. Hee. Izuku, why are you telling me all this? Mandalay. Because it's the truth, or well, it's my way of seeing it. Looking at the lake with Izuku. In this world there are as many truths as there are people. Taking her hand to Izuku's hair. Don't think that way. Your friends won't abandon you. Izuku. But the vast majority is just starting to talk bad about me. I'm already used to it, but I don't want them to go through the same thing. Those words were not something a 15-year-old boy should say. It was really depressing for the professional heroine, and adding the scars on her body, she immediately understood that that boy's life must not have been easy at all. Mandalay. And yet you continue to help people, messing up Izuku's hair even more. Kota told me what you told him. He even went so far as to apologize slightly before running away. He lowering his hand. Thanks. Smiling as the boy looked at her. Those who start talking bad about you only do so because they don't really know you. But your true friends do, and despite everything, they chose to be by your side. They both looked at that lake which warmly reflected the sun's rays, watching what everyone was doing. Kirishima, what's wrong? Uraraka? At the lake shore I'm sure you can swim faster. Staring at her. If you took off that shirt it wouldn't give you that extra weight. Why don't you take it off? Uraraka, well, I embarrassed. I wouldn't feel comfortable looking away and whispering, plus I've gained some weight. Kirishima, and what does that have? Listening to that whisper to the girl's surprise, what does that matter? Smiling, your body is very pretty. Those words only made the girl blush completely. Besides, if someone makes fun of you for that I will talk seriously with that person. Raising his arm and tensing his muscle was how he showed his support. The girl on the other hand could feel how her heart was beating strongly. His smile on her face was something that came without her realizing it. Slowly and with great courage in her body she began to take off the shirt that covered her body. She was wearing a pink swimsuit. The girl at the moment she took off her shirt just looked at Kirishima while smiling at him. Despite the embarrassment, the happiness she felt was greater. Uraraka, what do you think? Kirishima, I completely read like the girl. Why, you look beautiful. Uraraka, thank you. No one said anything else, the girl because of the boy's words. And he because of seeing her as a beautiful woman for the first time. That only made Jiro look at her body and feel a little insecure, something the boy noticed. Kirishima, what's wrong? Jiro? Are you okay? Jiro, why yeah, don't worry. He noticing Kirishima's gaze on her. What's wrong? Embarrassed? Why are you staring at me so intently? Kirishima, sorry. He realizing what he was doing. I was just thinking that the color of your swimsuit looks really pretty on you. The girl's blush didn't take long to appear, and neither did Uraraka's pout, and Mina couldn't help but feel a great sense of déjà vu. She was watching in front of her as history repeated itself, only instead of with Shuko, now she had no idea who to support. Those were not the only ones enjoying their adolescence. In another part of the lake, Kaminari and Ibara, after being nervous about seeing each other in their swimsuits, decided to let go of those nerves by playing, beginning to throw small jets of water at each other. Kaminari did not have a great physique like many of his other classmates. Ibara was wearing a one-piece swimsuit so as not to show much skin. And yet, no one cared. They were having fun, even reaching a point where due to a small oversight Ibara slipped, and when she was about to fall Kaminari held her. Both were face to face, both were silent. The girl's hair began to create light flowers, a sign that she is excited. Kaminari, after camp would you like to go on a date with me? Gathering great courage, the boy was the first to break the silence. Ibara, why yes, I would love to. Despite being nervous, despite the fact that their friends in the distance were shouting with joy, despite the feeling that was welling up in their hearts, they both just laughed lightly. That's how they were with everyone, In one way or another they had fun, they shared great moments. Those who spoke badly of Izuku didn't come close. While they were silent, their friends were the ones who laughed, the ones who enjoyed that moment of rest. Mandalay, you saved them from that attack at the USJ even though you were next to Izuku. Thanks to you they are smiling today, smiling. At that moment a small cat had come out of the bushes. It was white as snow, but with a curious spot on its face, since it had a large red spot on its left eye. The similarity with Shuko was more than evident, and even funny. That little feline went straight towards Mandalay, but when he saw Izuku, he rubbed against his legs and with a little meow, the little cat stood on his two hind legs and raised his front legs to touch the boy's legs. Izuku didn't know why he did it, but seeing it made him want to pick it up and stare at it, something the cat seemed to enjoy. Mandalay, looks like he liked you, hee. Izuku, what is a cat doing here? Mandalay, she's from Kota. I gave her to him a while ago. I didn't want him to be alone when I had to work, and I also thought that some company would be good for him. Somewhat sad, unfortunately it wasn't like that. He didn't want her. Even so, I kept her, but I couldn't find someone to take care of him during this camp, so I brought her with me. Anyway, there are no predators here that can hurt her. Izuku, I understand hugging the cat while it just purred, haha, it tickles. Mandalay, she really likes you, smiling. You know, cats are very perceptive and they recognize when someone is a bad person, and she knows you're not like that. Izuku smiled slightly. It was silly, but thinking that gave him some comfort. That's why the boy's hug towards the animal was slightly stronger, but that was interrupted by someone's arrival. Shuko, Izuku. She seemed upset, with her cheeks red, and she just watched as the boy hugged that cat very similar to her. In that instant Mandalay understood what that girl must be feeling, so she took the little kitten and spoke to the boy in whispers. Mandalay, I think she wants a hug too, was all she said before slightly pushing the boy and ending up right in front of the girl. Izuku, hey, Shuko, slightly raising his hands while the girl just looked at him in silence. Silence reigned between them. The boy didn't know what to do. It wasn't as if he could just hug her. It wasn't as if Mandalay could read people's minds. That wasn't what her quirk was about. Shuko, me too, spreading her arms. Or maybe Mandalay could read people's minds, but she kept it hidden. In any case, despite the nervousness of the situation, Izuku's legs moved forward, standing face to face with the girl, giving her a big hug which was immediately reciprocated. Small shouts of celebration could be heard in the background, coming from Mina and Nijire. Izuku, this heat, remembering that hug at the sports festival, this heat is what saved me. Their hearts beat in sync. The hug was a little stronger. Really, I like your hugs. Shuko, me without really understanding what was happening, she just went with the flow. I also like it when you hug me. I like it when you look at me. I like it when you smile at me. That's why, burying her face in Izuku's neck, I don't want you to ever stop doing that. A small moment of calm. The wind blew lightly, waving their hair. Those two remained like that for a moment that they wished would be an eternity. Momo, looks like someone's getting a lot of hugs today, huh? Shuko and Momo, I. Shuko had separated from the hug because of the surprise of her friend's arrival. Izuku didn't say anything. He simply walked straight towards Momo, and to everyone's surprise he hugged her too. Momo, what? Blushes completely. Izuku, you too, thinking about the heat that also saved him, thanks. Momo, Izuku? Surprised, but hugging back. Izuku, I remember when I won the sports festival and what I told them in front of everyone, separating from the hug. At the same time that Shuko approached and took each of their hands. I don't care what Aizawa-sensei says, squeezing their hands slightly tighter. Shuko, Momo, and even though Melissa isn't here too, you are very important to me. That's why I want you to always be with me. Those words were said again. Both girls looked at each other. They remembered that same moment, that event when Izuku won the sports festival, and he said those same words to them. Many things have changed since then, but not the meaning of those same words. Was it wrong? Was it wrong? Of course I was. That was not something that society would accept. That was not something his parents would accept. They didn't even know if they themselves would accept it. But that didn't matter now. They were still young. They still had plenty of time together to solve that problem. As long as they were together, they would solve it. Lie, that won't happen. and even less with the events that will occur from that night on, but that was something that no one knew. Momo, greedy as ever, smiling slightly. Shuko, it's true, smiling just like Momo. You even included Melissa. Izuku, I'm sore. Momo, don't apologize, stop apologizing for everything and all the time, Izuku. Shuko, let's not think about any of that, not yet, at least, letting go of her hand and taking off her shirt to reveal her swimsuit. Izuku blushed instantly, as did she. Those curves were simply perfect, the boy had already noticed. Momo was the one with the biggest breasts, Melissa was the one with the best butt. But Shuko had nothing to envy her, since her strong point was her perfect figure with well-developed curves in the key points. Shuko, I don't mind you staring at me like that, but looking away, at least tell me something. Izuku, stopping from apologizing again, your body is very pretty. Shuko, and my scar? Izuku, you know what I think, she just makes you look more beautiful. The girl's heart danced with joy, and her smile showed it. Shuko, thank you, your body is also very attractive. Izuku, even though I'm little and have these scars? Momo, you've grown since we met, Izuku, you're taller now, releasing her hand, and just like Shuko did, he took off his shirt, revealing his swimsuit. Besides, those scars make you look a bit rough. Izuku, thank you. The world seemed far away for the three of them at that moment, locked in their own world. Despite being in plain sight of everyone, they ignored them. Izuku incredibly hadn't been that embarrassed when he saw Momo's body. It wasn't that he didn't find her attractive, not at all. It was simply that he was already used to it. It was already the third time he saw her wearing a swimsuit. Momo, so, well? Smiling, didn't we come to swim? Taking the lead by firmly holding Izuku's hand again, and starting to run to the lake. What are we waiting for? With great excitement, the girl threw herself with all her strength into the lake with Izuku. When they fell and they both sank a little, slightly bewildered, Izuku opened his eyes, seeing his friend staring at him, with a tender blush on his face, but denoting how happy he was. Upon emerging to the surface, they were both soaked by Shuko, who had also launched herself at them. Instantly afterward, she had thrown a jet of water at Momo for being cheater, starting a fun war between them. Izuku looked at everything around him, looking at his friends as they fought. He watched Kirishima swim next to Uraraka and Jiro. He watched Kaminari float calmly next to Ibara. He watched Mina, Hagakure and Nijire talking while laughing. Everyone around him, his friends, were happy. At that he could only start laughing. There it was. It was genuine. A real laugh came from his lips. That smile that Shuko and Momo wanted to see again was in front of them again. A smile that unfortunately would not be seen again for a long time. Training camp, afternoon hours. Tashinori, okay, now try it. Izuku, yes, master, closing his eyes, starting to concentrate. The short break at the lake was over and they resumed their training again. This time Izuku had gone deep into the forest with his master so as not to have any distractions. He was sitting on the ground with his legs crossed and his eyes closed. Tashinori stood a few steps in front of him, carefully watching every detail of what his successor would attempt, trying to get back to the core of One for All. The seconds passed, light drops of sweat ran down the boy's forehead. It was difficult, but after much effort, he finally succeeded. One for All core. Izuku, this place, plunged into deep darkness. The darkness itself surrounded him, suffocating him. The pressure on his chest prevented him from even breathing, and yet he did not give up after seeing it. In the distance there it was, the light of One for All. It was dim, barely visible, but for Izuku that was more than enough. Using every fiber of his body, forcing every muscle, the boy fought to get out of that darkness. Kicking hard, that deep sea of darkness slowly approached the light, and after much effort he had finally succeeded. He had reached the surface. Izuku, I did it, breathing again. I finally managed to get out. Standing up, this time he did not sink, he did not fall anymore. The first obstacle had been overcome. Izuku, okay, now seeing the light of One for All brighter, but still very far away. I just have to walk towards taking a single step. Ugh. It only took one simple step for something to stop him. A strong hurricane wind hit him incessantly, a color as black as the night itself, as hot as fire, as heavy as steel. It was painful, Again his breathing stopped. That black wind was so intense, as if it wanted to banish all traces of life from its domains. Izuku tried to raise his arm in the direction of One for All. It was useless. Izuku tried to resist and walk. It was useless again. I couldn't even close a simple fist, much less walk in that place. I will not forgive them. A whisper was heard at that moment. He wanted to see where it came from, but again he couldn't do anything. Damned. A new whisper was heard in the opposite direction. That hurricane wind was so intense that it was not possible to really distinguish if that voice was from the same person. I will kill them. That word was repeated countless times, each and every one of them with the same force, with the same rejection, with the same murderous intent, but it was not something that Izuku could notice. He was more occupied now with the steel in the form of wind that prevents him from moving. I will finish off each and every one of you. Izuku. A different voice was heard, much weaker than the others. That voice called him countless times. Each time it grew louder, surpassing the others. The light of One for All shone more intensely. But before he could see what would happen, he received a light blow to his face from Toshinori, which managed to immediately get him out of that place of death. Training camp forest. Izuku, what happened? Sitting on the floor with a red cheek ouch rubbing his cheek. Toshinori, what happened? With a worried look, I would like to know that myself. I saw you suffering. I called you many times, but you didn't answer. I had to hit you lightly so you would come back. Izuku, did you know that with one hit he would come back? Toshinori, why yes, looking away for a moment. I had no idea if that was going to work. Looking back at his successor, but we'll talk about that later. What happened in there? Izuku, I don't know. Taking his hand off his cheek, when I entered the core I was surrounded by darkness. I fought to get out, and when I did I could see the light of One for All. But when I tried to take a step I didn't know what happened. I don't remember what happened after that. Toshinori, this seems to be much more serious than I thought. For now let's leave it here. Let's try this 3 times a day, helping his successor to get up. We still have the whole camp left. Wiping some dust off Izuku's back for the moment. Let's try something else. Can you use the Ofa? Izuku, closing his eyes slightly and concentrating until light sparks of electricity formed in his hands. This is all I can do. I don't think it's more than 3%. Toshinori, it will do for now. Turning his successor so he can see the trees behind him. I want you to practice the movements that Gran Torino and Mirko taught you. Izuku, but... Toshinori, no buts. Just because you already know how to do them perfectly doesn't mean you should never practice them again. On the contrary, now go on. Izuku, yes, master. Using the Ofa, but only on his feet. Here I come. Jumping towards the trees, leaving his master alone. The hours passed. The second day's training had ended. The sun had set, and the moon had claimed the sky as its domain. The stars shone warmly, innocent of what they would witness. All the students enjoyed their well-deserved rest while tasting their food. It was not the best, but for them it was more than enough. Small groups had formed in the place. Kaminari was eating with Ibara at his side. Mina, Hagakure and Nijire were talking, or well, the correct thing to say would be that Nijire was talking, asking both girls a ton of questions. Kendo was talking to Momo in a friendly manner while Shuko was curiously engaging in a quiet but calm conversation with Yui Kodai. It seemed that the girls who spoke the least understood each other. For his part, Izuku ate in silence, being only a spectator of his friends and how they talked to each other. Something lonely without a doubt, but it was fine. Mandalay, have any of you seen Koda? Speaking to his fellow professionals with an audible tone of concern. He's out of range of my quirk. Being heard by Izuku. That kid, where will he go? Izuku, must be in his secret base. Looking at the mountain, he said he didn't want anyone in that place. I guess I'll respect that. Pixie Bob, don't worry, he'll be fine. Trying to calm his friend. He's young, but he already knows this area very well. There are no dangerous animals in this area. Smiling, and he's not alone. For the first time he took that kitten that you gave him. Mandalay, still, he's a kid. He might trip and hurt himself if he falls at night. Worried. Izuku, opening his eyes. He's right. Getting up from his seat. Why didn't I think of that before? Slightly reproaching himself. Mandalay walking towards the pro-hero's eye. I think I know where. His lips slowly opened. His words were about to be spoken, but he couldn't do it. In that instant, great flames of blue fire began to burn everything in their path. There were too many. Instantly everyone got up from their tables scared. Ibara, what's going on? Kaminari, Shiozaki-san. Standing in front of her. Vlad, is this an attack? Getting on guard, it's impossible. Nobody knew where we were. Aizawa, we'll worry about that later. Unraveling his ribbons, our priority is the students. Mandalay, Kota! Screaming loudly, trying to use her quirk at the same time, Kota. All those and more voices resonated almost at the same time. None of those flames went directly towards them. On the contrary, they closed in a large circle which covered the entire mackerel. They were surrounding them. The fire slowly closed off all escape routes. Izuku could see Mandalay begin to cry while her companion stopped her from jumping into the flames to search for her nephew aimlessly. He knew where he was, only he knew where he was. That's why in that situation, without time to think, his body did it again. That time when the fire surrounded his old friend while he was attacked. That time when nobody did anything. That time when his body reacted on its own, he began to run. Shuko/Momo, Izuku. Izuku, I'll be fine. Watching as the ring of fire closed in front of him, accelerating his pace until he crossed the fire just before it closed. I'll go for Kota. Tashinori, young Midoriya. Clenching his fists tightly. Not again, not again. Running in the opposite direction. Your fight against the Ustonomu, against Stain, against Wolfram, against the Masters, emanating small trails of smoke. You always defended everyone, but now it's my turn. Entering the cabin. Bakugo, coward, watching Tashinori enter the building only to turn his gaze to the forest. I'll kill you. Creating small sparks in his hands. So the boy, still lost, ran relentlessly, regardless of the heat emanating from the fire, without looking to his sides. His goal was clear: to keep safe that child who had gone through an even more difficult situation than him at his age. His father died in an accident, but in Kota's case he lost both at the same time, and not in an accident, but in a murder. With his gaze fixed on that mountain, the boy did not meet anyone on his way, a stroke of luck without a doubt. I was still really deluded. Twice. Hey, creating another clone of Mustard, isn't that? Magna. Yes, he is the main objective. Seeing him run without noticing them. Did we catch him yet? Dalby. No, seeing the new Mustard clone go with the other clones and create more gas as planned. Mustard. Understood, walking away. Dalby. Looking at Magna as planned. That big guy is in charge of stopping that kid. We just have to take on the role of the others and capture that blonde guy from the explosions. Toga. Izuku-kun raising his hand in an attempt to reach him. That bloody girl only saw how that boy she loved something from moved further and further away from her side. She wanted to look him straight in the eyes. She wanted to hear his voice again. She wanted to touch him again. She wanted. I didn't know. She didn't know what she really wanted with him. She just watched as he was no longer in plain sight. His raised hand which tried to reach her was lowered, but his gaze did not deviate from that path he followed. Toga, Izuku-kun. A small gust of soft wind ruffled her hair. Even though her other companions continued with the plan, that blood-loving girl continued looking in that direction a little longer. While all this was happening, things were not going any better inside the ring of fire. Aways, Yayorozu, stay by my side, I'll protect you. Momo, not now, idiot. Angry, don't you see that they are attacking us? Creating a weapon, and the worst of all is that we can't see anything through the trees. We don't know how many are attacking us. Nijire, I'll take care of that. Activating her quirk to start flying what? Managing to see who they were, but instantly several flames from different directions and several shots attack her at the same time. The curious girl tried to avoid everything, but she couldn't. Her right arm was burned and her left thigh was hit by a bullet. The pain made her fall suddenly, all in full view of those present. Shuko, Nijire. Creating a pillar of ice which worked as a slide on which she slid and avoided falling to the ground. Hold on. Coming towards her. Nijire. T, this is resisting the pain. T, this is the first time you've called me by my name. He. Shuko, idiot, this is not the time for this. Looking at the wound on his leg, the bullet went through his leg. But you won't stop bleeding. We have to stop the bleeding. Creating some fire and brings his hand closer to the wound, but it stops and Nijire I. Nijire, do it, smiling slightly despite the pain. I know what you must be thinking, touching Shuko's scar delicately. It's okay, it doesn't bother me. Managing to see how apart from the fire, a purple smoke begins to appear from between the trees. Listen, whispering to Shuko what she managed to see, surprising her as well as scaring her. Shuko, we won't be able to deal with all that. Nijire, we can, she affirmed with her blood spreading across the ground. Don't give up, creating a large sling in her right hand, which despite the pain she could still use her quirk, all to ward off the purple gas that was approaching them. Now use your fire. I will resist the pain, clenching her fist as she saw Shuko's fire approaching. When you finish, quickly tell Mandalay what I saw and that I used her quirk on everyone. The next thing that was heard were Nijire's moans of pain from having her wound cauterized. Shuko quickly went to tell Mandalay what the girl managed to see. At first she didn't believe her, but when she saw how from the fire and gas a guy with a lizard quirk appeared carrying a large sword made of several others, everyone became alert, and it was even more so when more and more of these guys came out and stood by her side, all the same, all wearing a gas mask, all ready to fight, and that was just the beginning. Mountaintop. Koda, what's going on? Scared seeing that big fire while hugging that kitten with some force. Muscular, it seems I'm not the only one here, haha. A thick voice echoed behind the boy. He quickly turned around to see a large man standing behind him, wearing a mask to cover his face as well as a large trench coat that covered his body. The boy, out of pure instinct, took a step back while his grip on his pet tightened. Kota, who are you? With great fear the boy asked, and the man just stared at him, ignoring his question. Muscular, you have a very stylish cap, kid. Starting to take off his mask, they gave me this boring thing, but the truth is that it's not my style. Showing his face to the kid, who only backed away even more. I don't like to hide my identity. I prefer people to see me smiling with some madness when they lose their lives in a pool of their own blood, and my face is the last thing they see, ha ha ha. Kota, why are you recognizing that face? Why you are? The child's tears fell without stopping. At that moment a memory came to his mind, that day when the poor child found out about the death of his parents. After hearing the news, he was alone at home. His aunt had not yet arrived to give him the news when the press got there first. Muscular, do you know me? Am I already that famous? Ha 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 ha, staring at Kota. Wait, your face looks familiar. Unconsciously touches his left eye. It's irritating. Your face irritates me. Taking another step forward. Kota, Mom crying heartbreakingly. Dad releasing his pet. The water horses. You. Muscular, water horses, saying that name angrily. Did you know them? No, wait, now I remember their faces. You look like them. A memory comes to him. I see. You are their son, right? Starting to laugh madly, that woman begged for her life, saying that she had a son to take care of. Ha ha ha. Taking a step further, she cried like a coward until I crushed her head. Kota and Mom. Muscular, the guy in a last impulse of rage managed to permanently damage my eye. It was all he could do before I crushed his head, just like I did with the woman. Ha ha ha. Kota, Dad. Hearing the way his parents died was too cruel. The boy fell to his knees. His tears were incessant. Muscular, meeting your son, it must be the work of fate itself. LOL. Taking a step further, so you can pay for what your pathetic parents did. The villain was about to take another step, but at that moment something stopped him. He was small but full of courage. With his fur raised, showing his little teeth, the kitten with great determination stood in front of his little owner in an attempt to defend him. She was a really brave kitten, but she had no chance of defending the little boy. Muscular, I don't like animals, kicking the kitten, causing it to crash into a stone wall, especially cats. The little animal let out a squeal of pain as it tried with its little strength to get up and approach its little owner, a truly cruel sight. With its blood staining its path, the little kitten had crawled up to Kota's legs. The child cried, paralyzed by fear, a normal reaction. After all, he was just a little boy who had not even awakened his quirks yet, while the villain with a smile on his face moved again until he was right in front of the little boy. Muscular, I have a goal to accomplish with the lights of the fire in the distance illuminating the whole area as if it were hell, but first I will take revenge for my eyes. Slowly bringing his hand closer to the boy's head. It's only fair, don't you think? Ha ha. It seemed like the end. The little boy just closed his eyes tightly as he hugged his little pet. Tears fell and mixed with the blood. It was definitely the end. He could do nothing to change that fate. There was no one who could change that tragic outcome. Incorrect. It's not true. Someone could. Despite not being in the best condition, he would do it. Smash! A loud scream echoed in the place. The hand of death that was about to touch Kota never arrived. With a light cloud of dust, the little boy slowly opened his eyes, seeing a familiar back. Kota, Tyu shedding more tears. His green hair was blowing in the wind caused by his own attack, his arms still raised while the dust covered it. With his firm legs, he saved him. Izuku, are you okay, Kota? Lowering his arm while it was shaking. Damn, I think I broke my hand. We have to go as soon as possible. I don't know how far I sent him. Muscular, is this a joke? Scaring Kota and Izuku by hearing it right in front of them. Is this a bucking joke? The cloud of dust dissipated, showing that the villain had not moved a single inch. That should have been impossible. Despite the percentage limit of 1 for all, that blow would have sent a normal person several meters back. Izuku at that moment realized that the man in front of him was not normal. Izuku, come on, come on! Trying to use more percentage despite the pain, but again it was useless. Wasn't he going to always support me? Gritting his teeth, help me by giving me more power. Ugh! A single moment of distraction was enough for the villain to kick him in the abdomen, causing him to fly several meters backwards. Once he was lying on the ground, Izuku couldn't help but spit out some blood. That blow was very strong. Muscular, what happened to all that strength you showed off on TV? What happened to all that motivation? Where's that look you had when you faced villains? Getting closer to Kota, I was in charge of stopping you. I thought you would put up a good fight, so I accepted immediately. But that blow you gave me was really weak. Izuku, damn, slowly getting up. Muscular, I see that the look is still there, but it is not enough if there is no strength. Lowering his gaze while smiling, it seems that you need some motivation for you to take me seriously. Slowly bringing his hand closer to the child. Kota, and no, get away. Muscular, let's see if this motivates you. Taking Kota by the neck in his right hand and the little cat in his left hand. If you don't give me a real hit, they'll die crushed, and it will all be your fault, ha ha ha. The villain's hands were slowly closing. The child's screams and the little cries of the little animal, despite being very weak, were clearly heard by Izuku, who, full of anger, suddenly stood up, ran towards the villain and threw a punch. Izuku, damn you! Giving another blow, let go of them. 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 Asterisk, giving another blow, asterisk, let go of them. Giving another blow. Attacks were launched incessantly, but all were useless. Izuku's hands were broken at this point, his bones were cracked and his blood was beginning to stain the place, as well as his tears of helplessness. Kota, help, begging as a small meow from the kitten was directed towards Izuku. Muscular, save whoever is in front of you? Mocking, those were your words, weren't they? Those were the words you bragged about on TV. In that case, tell me, why don't you save them? They're right in front of you, but you don't save them, ha 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 ha. That villain's skin was as hard as steel. Was that his quirk? He didn't know. There was no change in the guy. He was just standing, completely motionless, as he received those attacks with a big smile, while he slowly closed his hands, and as a consequence those 2 lives slowly faded away. Izuku, damn you! Damn you! Damn you! Attacking with more fury, but with the same force only made his hands hurt more. He was desperate. Again, he did not think things through. Nobody knew where he was. He did not tell anyone of his situation. Mandalay's quirk did not reach that place. The carriers did not respond. The 1 for all did not increase in percentage. I was alone. Again, the young man was alone. Even if it means hurting others? The boy opened his eyes. The voice he heard when he faced the teachers resonated in his mind again. It was not from any carrier. He did not know where it came from. He did not want to hear it ever again. He was afraid of it. He did not know the exact reason, but it sounded so familiar, but he had never heard it, and that was why he was afraid of it. That question which he never fully answered, that moment when he felt stronger than ever, that moment when with his strength he surpassed all the masters, professional heroes with decades of experience behind them. That strength that I needed right now, that strength to Even if it means hurting others. The boy screamed internally, while his eyes sharpened like razors, and he prepared for the next thing. Izuku, damn it, clenching his teeth, I said, clenching his right fist very hard, that, generating a small red ray right in his right eye, you will release. Muscular. For the first time standing on guard. One blow, it was just one, but it generated a large cloud of dust which was visible even from the camp, although everyone was too busy to see it, everyone except one person. As it dissipated, Izuku could see how both Koda and his little pet were in front of him, still breathing, but unconscious. As for the villain, he could only be heard coughing intensely. He was still in the area, but his voice was audible. Muscular. Yes, wiping the blood coming out of his mouth, this is what I was talking about. The dust slowly cleared, and to Izuku's great astonishment and concern, the man was completely intact, despite the fact that his shirt had been completely destroyed. His own body looked as if nothing had happened to him. The only evidence of having suffered any damage was the blood stain on his lips. Izuku, how does it seem like he didn't suffer any damage? With his arm broken by that strong blow. Muscular. My original quirk already gave me great defense, which only increased when they gave me more LOL. Izuku, original quirk? Staring at him as beads of sweat ran down his forehead all for one. Muscular. Exactly, kid, walking as if nothing happened. I don't know what that guy is planning, but he asked me to capture you, in exchange for giving me more quirks to kill everyone I wanted without anyone being able to stop me. Izuku, remembering the time he saw him on the island, that bastard getting angry. The villain walked normally, while Izuku also took a few small steps until he was right in front of Koda and the small animal. He wanted to run away, but he couldn't. He wanted to pick them up and run away, but he knew that guy would catch up with him. He only had one option left. Muscular, that's what he told me, but I want more. Screams with great energy, I want to feel true power. I want to face a really strong opponent, for our blood to stain the entire area, for us to tear off pieces of flesh while our hits don't stop. Madness took over him, letting himself be carried away by it, creating a strong pressure in the air, very similar, but at the same time very different from that of Stain, infinitely less than that of the great villain he would one day face, but with the same message printed in this death. Muscular, granted to me Midoriya. Launching at high speed let me feel a real powerful hit. Death itself was approaching him, there was no salvation, his arm was already broken, his body hurt, with 2 innocent lives behind him, the ideal would not save him. Even if it means killing others? Time seemed to go slower for the boy, while again that voice resonated in his mind, asking him again, that question that did not receive even the slightest answer before. At that very moment, many meters from the mountain, a man jumped from the ground, so strong that he tore up the trees around him, so strong that he created a great gust of wind which for an instant extinguished all the fire that surrounded the cabin, and at an insane speed he was going to a specific point. Even if it means... The boy's inner cry was not completed, as another cry in reality obscured it, a voice that filled everyone with hope, a voice that brought an unprecedented period of peace, a voice that meant something more to an entire generation, a voice he could never forget, a voice that saved him again. Smash! The great hero appeared, so fast that the villain had no time to react, receiving that enormous blow full of power in his entire face. A product of the fury of the symbol of peace, that blow was so strong that it had immediately fractured a large part of his skull. Sinking it deep into the mountain, the entire area began to tremble for a few seconds. Almight's fist emanated small trails of smoke as a result of that great impact. Almight, young Midoriya. Full of concern he bent down to see his successor. Izuku, Almight. The young man began to cry, but why was it? Security? Shame? Helplessness? Relief? No, it wasn't just an emotion, there were too many things that crossed the boy's mind, facing death while being defenseless. The previous times the boy was in a similar situation he never thought he was alone. Almight, Young Midoriya calmly he brought his hand to his successor's hair and shook it lightly. Now you are safe, taking him in his arms as well as Kota and the little kitten. Everyone will be safe seeing the great fire reform. I will not let any of my students get hurt again. The memory of the USJ invaded his mind, the remorse of having been on a trip with all the comforts while his students, some children, fought against villains risking their lives. That would not be allowed to happen again. Taking a last look at the large hole in the mountain, noticing that nothing seemed to move inside it, the great hero again took a great leap towards the camp, which took him no more than a minute to reach. Vlad, damn! Fighting a Momo, where do so many enemies come from? Dodging 2 attacks at the same time from 2 spinners, this is crazy. Fire, ice, electricity, gunshots, slingshots, vines, mushrooms, shadows, hardening, sticky spheres, sound waves, gravity, acid, light rays, explosions, all that and more flooded the battlefield. The students fought constantly, they gave their all. But they were tired from the day's training, coupled with some of their lack of experience in real combat. This slowly led to more injuries. Fears slowly took over the place, and it got worse when more Nomas began to appear, so many that the professional heroes could no longer keep up. Some gave up on this fight, they just wanted to run for their lives, but the ring of fire that surrounded them prevented them from doing so. No matter how hard they tried to put it out, it instantly rose again. But despair turned to hope when a voice that students, heroes, and villains alike instantly recognized. Almight, everything is fine now. Some cried just by hearing his voice. Do you know why? At that moment the great hero had landed on top of one of the Nomas, defeating it instantly. The wave of wind generated by his arrival was so great that almost all the fire that surrounded them vanished, allowing them to see the villains and all the Nomas that were behind them, and even so he was not intimidated, on the contrary. With an extremely serious look he looked at them and declared, "Because I'm already here." Without a smile on his lips the great hero showed his seriousness. With Izuku and Kota in his arms he looked straight at the villains who by pure instinct took a step back. Everything was already decided, the heroes won and the villains lost. Their information was wrong, none of them knew that the symbol of peace was in the place. It was a total checkmate for the villains, or at least that's what it should have been. Slowly in the heart of the mountain, with some small rocks falling on top of him, the villain who was defeated, with a single blow was already fully recovered. Muscular. Yes, this is what I was looking for. Haha. With great excitement he began to activate his quirk for the first time. This will be so much fun.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.